So, unfortunately, I had to start an hour later today, but that's alright. The hard, tough life of a streamer, I tend to be the one around on the weekday to give people rides places. It just so happened I had to delay my stream this time. Hello, I forgot to put on my music, of course. I always forget something, and where is the graphic for my chat? What happened there? What is going on? What happened? Did it not load in completely? It wouldn't be a stream of mine without some kind of horrific, issue, would it? Yeah. The Cybes are strong. The Cybes can take delays, of course, yes.
When I was a kid,
Okay. Oh, cool. I hit, it's my theme song. Perfect. Yes. Oops, wrong button. I've been obsessed with this song lately. Come on, you're not gonna capture that? Why did everything break?
17th Midnight sent a super chat. I think the Rainbow Road scene from the Mario movie would have been peaky if Highway to Hell was playing.
That might have been the only licensed music I would accept there. Okay, so everything's broken, apparently. Though recently,
Tapas sent a super chat. It has been an amazing season for the NY Jets.
I'll take your word for it. I don't really do sports ball. My own brother was like, really? You don't watch any sports at all? I was like, do you know me? Of course I don't. But yeah,
Nana sent a super chat. I found our channel last week and I've been having you as background noise for everything I do.
Hey, thank you, Nana, and thank you for the super chat. I am always honored to be people's background noise. I'm just trying to fix my broken-ass stream right now, apparently. I think, well, what happened was I did update OBS, and then I had to, like, roll it back because it broke my multi-stream plugin. So I'm either gonna have to start using the Stream Elements one, or I don't know what I'm gonna do, but, where's my tomate sign? Why is nothing loading in what it should? What happened? I don't think I deleted my graphics. This is very odd. This is very, very odd. Alright, just want to see if I can capture my music again. I don't know why that broke. Where do I even have it in here? Oh, God. I organized this all a while ago, and I still don't know what the hell I'm looking at. Audio. No, it's not under audio. It would be under...
How could you do this to me?
Oh, there's my now playing. Okay, why are you not capturing the correct thing? Weird. Okay. I mean, I did update iTunes not too long ago as well, so maybe that's why. So everything's broken, guys. Everything's broken. Well, did that help, maybe? What if we just find the same executable? No, okay, I guess you guys are just not gonna see what music I'm playing, but that's okay, because we're gonna get into the video soonish anyway. Yes, KP, obviously this is all her fault. Honestly, I don't know why shit's not loading, it's very strange. But I might have broken something in upgrading and downgrading again, but whatever, we'll just roll with it, we'll just roll with it. Everything else is working fine. You can see I haven't really made any progress on the pages as usual. I'll be struggling to draw this pose, I'm sure, like all damn day. I'm figuring out this exact page layout. This is why I should do thumbnails ahead of time. I keep saying that and then I don't do it. And then, of course, Switcheroo is my fun time. It's what I do between stuff that makes me money, so...
Board sent a super chat. Why is Spinal's gem glowing?
Oh, jeez, I wonder why. I guess we'll find out. So yes, if you guys don't know, the YouTuber ILoveKimPossibleAlot, who used to hang out my community a little bit, because I met her when she did a video saying why she's not friends with Lily Orchard anymore. She put out a disastrous video on SaberSpark. Most people remember it as only being a SaberSpark video, but mostly she was going after this guy named Chris Aficionado, who works for this channel called DA Games. Never heard of either. But apparently, like, 10 years ago, this guy made a really gross, sexist, misogynistic joke about her. And, like, yeah, I can be on her side with that. Like, yeah, what this guy said was gross. You have every right to be angry about it. You have every right to tell other people about it and not, like, want to be around the guy. That's fine. The problem is, she wanted him fired from his position at DA Games, where this thing was not said, and neither of them worked for DA Games at the time. She's never worked for DA Games. She's trying to call it workplace harassment when she's never worked for DA Games. And she's never paid any of her quote-unquote volunteers. She's like Yandev. She just has volunteers to work on her channel and tells them they can't use their own work in anything else or say that they've done work for her. And it's like, honey. And she has like the most ridiculous contract for them. Like, she thinks she's a Mr. Beast, like, size channel. And it is for free stuff. It's for free work. I wouldn't even put up with that contract for pay. And she usually would hire teenagers and stuff. So even before this fucking fuck-ass video she put out, me and my community tried to warn her. We were like, KP, do not get into this predator hunting stuff. Don't do it. It's not worth it. We didn't know what she was making, but we were like, KP, don't do it. And she just got really pissy that we were talking shit about her. But we're like, everyone's concerned about this trajectory you're taking. But it was all vengeance, basically. She was mad. It was mostly a backdoor way for her to get at Saberspark. Because her and Saberspark used to be in the same brony circles. And then he moved on and got way big, and a lot of these other bronies didn't, and that really chaffs their asses. It's the same reason a bunch of, like, fucked up bronies were going after that Black Griffin guy, who I still think didn't do anything wrong. I will just say that. Like, leave him and his wife alone. It's none of your fucking business. But really, they didn't really care about that. They just didn't want him to have work. It's the same thing, trying to get people fired from their jobs. Just because you have a personal problem with them, and I have a problem with that, you know? So, yeah. But
John Williams sent a super chat. Also, the joke was like a decade ago.
Yeah.
Before she called DA.
She has a habit of this, trying to get people who used to do free shit for her fired from their legitimate work. She did it with this Chris Aficionado guy, like trying to get him fired for something he said a decade ago, and it's a he said, she said thing. She tried to do it to this guy named Bogsy, who worked on the Attic music video for Vivziepop.
Hero Culture sent a super chat. What is it about the bony phantom that turns people into locals and terrible people? It's insane.
I don't know, and unfortunately it's tainted the show, because the show itself is pretty good. It's a good kids show. At least, especially in the early seasons when Lauren Faust was still involved. And they actually gave a shit about what they were making. It's kind of like the Lego movie, where, yeah, a lot of it was toy mandates, but because they gave a shit about what they were making, they still made, like, a good thing, and still worked the toy mandates in a way that was organic to the world. My favorite one is always how they wanted a fashion pony, and, you know, most shows for girls would have interpreted that as, like, a shopaholic fashionista. Instead, they made Rarity, who's a business owner, and an artist, and a diva. Rarity is best pony, by the way, no arguments. Yes, I'm live. I was a little late today, guys. Sorry. Had to drive somebody to a medical appointment, but it's all good now. So we'll probably just, I have Destroyer of Worlds on now. That's a good song to lead us into this. We'll probably just start the video. So, this is a video I had been wanting to look at. And of course, yes, you have to pay your taxes.
Sent a super chat. Finally catching a stream actually live. Tax?
Yes, you have to pay your taxes, especially if you're straight. Straight people owe me taxes as long as Casey Anthony is calling herself an LGBT advocate. that was the start of the whole tax joke, and then people just started making up taxes for, like, everything. So I was already curious about looking into this video to see see how reliable her narration is. Now you mocked yourself for not drawing, I wonder why. Kaiser's picking on me. Did you send me something, Kaiser? Sorry, I didn't have Discord open. Yeah, okay. Apparently Kaiser sent me the perfect image for that. I'm going to draw things. I'm going to draw during stream today. Sure, Auntie Sai. Let's get you to the Lily video. Why is it Cougar? Why is it Cougar? Anyway. No, I will draw today, damn it. Maybe. We'll see. But yes, Rarity's best pony. Anyway, I'm gonna put it on pause right now. So yes, in typical me fashion, instead of talking about her recent drama, we're gonna talk about a 4-year-old drama because I'm just curious about it. And I'm not gonna leak any private information or private DMs. Okay, KP, so don't copyright strike me, alright? We're just watching a video you have in public, and I'm going to react to it. As you have mandatory Kaiser meme time, it's very important to the stream.
Denmark sent a super chat. Speaking of straight tax, here.
There you go. Thank you, the entire country of Denmark. You're always coming to my streams.
DeBoss sent a super chat. Me being the lone football fan in the chat pack.
You're a nerd country now. Alright, I'm gonna pause the supers again. So yeah, this is a video called That One Time I Almost Got Canceled by My Little Pony Fans. The audio is pretty bad. I haven't watched the whole thing, but I've like seen just tiny bits of it when I was looking for images, I think.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. Them honestly should have ended with the 4th season. From then on, it turned to shite, and by extension, the fandom turned to shite.
I mean, it wasn't the fandom already weird from the
Lil
start?
Red sent a super chat. Tax evasion tax.
Thank you. That was like when Claire Claret had her little interview. And she was saying, like, oh, I think the fandom got kind of weird and sexual later. And it was like, oh, honey. No, you were just 12. So yeah, we're gonna go back to the past and see that other time KP almost got canceled and see what a reliable narrator she might be. And I'll learn pony facts.
Prince, son with face emoji, sent a super chat. Can't stay for long, but I'm excited for the VOD. Mr. Indra was spot on. He said KP was an incel's stereotype of a woman.
Yeah,
Hero
a little
Culture
bit.
sent a super chat. The fact that 4chan people were watching My Little Pony should have been a massive red flag. Honestly sounds like PDF bait.
No, the actual show was just a high quality children's show. I mean, Lauren Faust is a very good creator. She's married to Craig McCracken. She did a lot of work on Powerpuff Girls and Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. I really like her work. No, it's a solid show, but I don't know why it attracted the audience it did of adults. And the 4chan audience almost treated it like an anime, where they were like, they had like their best girl from the 6 main ponies, and it's really strange. They brought a lot of like anime otaku perversion to it for some reason I will never understand. But I did watch at least the first 2 seasons, 2.5 seasons, I think. Hello, super chats. Super chats, hello. Hello. No, don't leave me too. Why is everything breaking?
Hero Culture sent a super chat.
Okay, that
the fact that
replayed.
4chan people were watching My Little Pony should have been a massive red flag. Honestly sounds like PDF bait.
Did I accidentally mute them instead of, Guys, everything's just breaking on me. What the fuck? Why? No. I'll read them out loud if I have to. Let me just refresh this real quick. Maybe that'll fix it. Hello? 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 Okay, whatever. Miss Jasmine says, is it wrong to say that KP gives horse girl energy?
The
Oh,
QA
here it
signboard
goes.
sent a super chat.
The fuck?
Hot take. The Loud House fan base is worse.
Okay, it skipped all those other ones. But brought up the recent... Maybe I did mute them by accident. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so Miss Jasmine says, is it wrong to say KP gives horse girl energy? I say that as a former horse girl. Mr. Knight says, was watching Malcolm's stream the other day, watching KP trying to justify her petty BS in real time was so funny, she's completely deluded. Yeah, she is. She really, like, if none of this gives her a reality check, I don't know what the fuck will. But again, I'm not gonna say any, like, gross personal insults. I'm not gonna leak any private details or anything like that, alright? We're gonna be chill, guys. We're gonna be chill. Happy says, I never watched a new MLP text, same as the 80s. No, it's way better than the 80s. It actually has plots, and the girls actually have personalities. The ponies. So, and there's no humans.
Prince, son with face emoji, sent a super chat. What happened was that on 4chan, a joke at watching MLP began somehow and then PPL started doing it seriously. I think the show got bad after S6.
I hear that from a lot of people.
Bylonic sent a super chat. Something I've heard guys talking about now with the saber thing that I don't like is how false rape accusations should be punished harshly by the law. I know that doing that would deter women from reporting it.
Yeah, that's the other side of it. Like, the chuds like to think that false rape accusations are more common than than the crime itself, and it's like, no. No, they are not, no.
Bladed Fox 14 sent a super chat. The reason 4chan watch was because it started off as ironic but then it turned unironic.
Well, yeah, but like I said, it is a good show. I kind of lost interest when they started focusing on the Cutie Mark Crusaders more, because it was like, okay, this is just for preschoolers now. But it's a solid show, though. I'll always say that. One thing I always appreciated about it watching the early seasons is that the main girl characters get to do slapstick. And they're not always kind and pretty and nice and having tea parties and vapid and brainless, you know, it's like they were actual people. I liked that, you know, I appreciated that a lot. So, yeah, Hassan's sabotaging. That's why half my graphics aren't working now for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, let's start KP's video. I'm gonna try to actually get some work done. So, here we go.
Part 1, the before time.
Okay, so we're just right away her fucking outdated mom memes.
So, as some of you may have noticed, I do videos about cartoons. But if you're new, then you might not know that I got started doing videos about My Little Pony.
Yeah, you know, someone pointed this out earlier. For someone called ILoveKimPossibleAlot, does she actually talk about Kim Possible? Like, at all? 'Cause she started as a brony YouTuber, and at least Chris Chan classes her as part of the brony analysts. I don't know if she officially is or not, but, you know.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Quasi-furry fandom. It was always weird and horny.
Well, true. I mean, obviously it's gonna attract furries, but the Channers...
Larian sent a super chat. From what I remember, 4chan started watching MLP as a joke and then was like, wow, this children's show isn't as bad as we thought.
Yeah, I mean, you can be normal. You can be a normal fucking person and watch a show primarily aimed at children. That is fine, but this is the people who brought, like, the weird anime fan sex shit to it. It was like, yeah, the audio quality is bad, guys. Sorry about that.
Yes, I'm serious. And to be honest, I don't really regret it. I had a fun time
turn up the
going to
desktop audio,
conventions,
actually.
talking about my favorite character, seen here on the screen for the majority of the time, and got to have an artistic positive.
Oh yeah, she had a really, really awkward interview with John Lancie. Like, really awkward. It's still on her channel.
Sent a super chat. You made it less than 30 seconds before pausing and yapping about it. Congratulations.
Yeah! Anyway, so the funniest thing to me about Discord, which is what this character's name is, John Delancey didn't even remember voicing the character until Tara Strong started convincing him to go to conventions. You're supposed to put the frames in a new folder. Let's see if this is working correctly. So yeah, so he didn't remember voicing the character after the first appearance, which is always really funny to me, because, you know, voice actors are not gonna love characters as much as you do a lot of the time. Most other people know him as Q from Star Trek, you see.
Hikaru sent a super chat. While MLP is aimed at kids, there's aspects all ages can appreciate and enjoy. Also saving for a new second-hand car tax/Scottish tax.
Nice. Good luck with that. Yeah, I remember Lesson 0 being pretty funny, where Twilight basically goes insane because she might not finish her letter to Princess Celestia on time, and she's never had a grade below an A or been tardy with anything, and oh my god, so she starts like trying to make trouble just to have a problem to solve. And she's like losing her mind the entire time. It's a very funny episode.
For the majority of the time, and got to have an artistic outlet that was brand new and super rewarding. It still is. So let me be clear.
What artistic outlet, though? She doesn't draw herself. She just has people do shit for her, and then she takes credit for it. I mean, I'm just...
A lot of positive people who still identify as a brony. The vast majority of in-person experiences going to these various conventions are positive. The whole reason I try to make an active attempt to going to conventions, even now, is that it is emotionally rewarding to see and interact with people who consume our content. It makes me feel like I'm doing more than just making videos on the internet. But there are...
You're not, but okay.
Some really rotten apples, let me tell you what.
Oh, yeah?
What to like about apples? There's the core, and sour apples, and rotten apples, and apple
Wait, you don't eat the apple core? Wuss.
What? Not helping.
For those those of you who don't know what cancel culture is, welcome to the internet. Here's your
If you don't know what cancel culture is, I'm about to demonstrate it.
new to internet culture button. But basically, it's when a group of people gang up on an individual for something that is perceived to be very bad in the past. Usually a racist remark, or a homophobic remark.
Or making a really gross sexist joke about a woman when you're dumb and young and she didn't even find out about it till a decade later and tries to get you fired from your current job it didn't even happen at.
Or they're a pedophile. There can potentially be some good coming from this, when the actions of specific pedophiles are brought to the public attention, and potential victims are warned when past victims recover.
Cause, you know, what she's about to talk about is definitely on the same level as somebody being outed as a fucking child molester. I'm sure.
But it is kind of orphaned to bringing up people's mistakes from the past and shoving them in other people's faces in an effort to prove X person is bad and will always be bad forever.
Oh, like that 2-hour video you made on Saberspark and DA Games, huh, KP, huh?
Ever and ever and ever and ever. Something I don't think a lot of people really realize is this stuff is not sourced a lot of the time. Anyone can open up Photoshop and make a comment that someone said that is a bad
Really? You don't say!
Or if you're still in high school, bless. When your teachers made you cite your sources on whatever 3-page research paper you're writing at the time to prove where you got your information, there's a reason
What is
why
this
they do that,
music
to
in the
stop and
background?
source back misinformation.
It's like
And judging by all the
meditation
fake
music.
news that there has been the last, 5 years or so, the internet...
She had this problem with the Saberspark video, too, where she brought up, all this unrelated bullshit in her introduction. This isn't even, millennial core video essay. What even is this? It's just, you could have just chewed all of this fat, you know?
The Necromancer sent a super chat. My baby bro watched MLP so I out of principle didn't. Happy I dodged that bullet out of spite.
Like I said, it's a solid cartoon. I mean, there's really not much wrong with it.
Sent a super chat. Keith David should have been in MLP.
That would have been fucking amazing, actually. Yes, I agree. How come that never happened?
QA Signboard sent a super chat. Ironically, when I was the target demographic for Ski's show, I was busy listening to IG creepypastas for the show. Cupcakes, Rainbow Factory. DeBoss sent a super chat. Wait, this video is not that told. Why is she using a mic from the PS3 era? KP is using the mic I used to scream into while playing Black Ops 2 in 2015.
Yeah, even my first mic was better than this. God damn. You know, I know, this was 3 years ago. October 28th, 2021, so almost 4 years ago. So, so far she hasn't gotten to her fucking point.
General doesn't do it that often. I think a good chunk of this comes down to many people using fandom and fandom culture as a way to escape and find new identity. We can hide behind a furry OC, or a My Little Pony OC, and meet new people, go to cons, and have a sense of escapism from a very...
Or people just enjoy fandom and enjoy talking to other people with shared interest. I mean, I guess some of it's escapism, but, humans have been doing this sort of thing forever, you know?
Tedious, sometimes broken life. In general, I do think fandom culture as a whole was great. It connects people, lets people...
Was great, as if it's over?
...resonate with, whether that be Horse Jesus or regular Jesus, but it also exists in this sort of weird bubble where you can just kind of lose yourself in it. And that, children, brings us to the beginning of the worst summer of my life.
Fasten your seatbelt.
Oh, the worst summer of your life so far. You would be doing something years later that would get you in even more trouble, KP. Where the hell is my
Amber Dawn
pencil?
sent a super chat. KP was definitely a brony analyst, a term for brony YouTubers, but even back when I watched primarily brony content, I found KP's content mid. For female brony analysts, I preferred Lightning Bliss and Mad Munchkin.
Now, I thought brony analysts were more of a former grouping? I could be wrong. I've only ever heard of brony analysts from fucking Chris Chan, okay? So, I don't know. I thought they were maybe a formal group who did, crossovers with each other.
JJW Mizoon sent a super chat. You don't understand, cause you're not a Jon Stewart a YouTube like she is.
Oh, you're right. I'm not the Jon Stewart of YouTube. I'm the Howard Stern of YouTube, so yeah, I can't relate.
Awesomeness. Sent a super chat. Tim Curry should have been in MLP.
Yes. I'm surprised he wasn't. Tim Curry does a lot of voice acting, or at least did before his stroke.
Mirk Mouser sent a super chat. Still pisses me off that KP claimed that asking for a pregnancy test was a violation. As if that isn't being responsible for both parties involved.
I know, like, she's like, oh, Saber violated her bodily autonomy by asking her to check if she's pregnant or not because she said she thought she might be pregnant. Like, why is that out of line for him to say, okay, so can you check so I can know if I'm going to be responsible for a child for the next 18 years? Because that's definitely something you want to know.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. Oh, the toxicity was always present in the fandom. The thing was though that Faust and the early season weren't trying to pander to them every other episode, making the toxic parts easier to avoid.
Like I said, it doesn't seem like they were trying to pander, at least at first, to the adult fans, because they started focusing on the little ponies, and that's when I lost interest, and unfortunately, a lot of the 4chaners just started looting the tiny ponies, too, and it's just, yeah.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. I like that Ref Steven is looking at the chat.
Yes, Steven's keeping an eye on you guys for me. He's my moderator.
It's sent a super chat. No matter how old I get, brony drama will follow me like that immortal snail meme.
Yeah, once a brony, always a brony. You guys are never escaping that shit.
Awesomeness. Sent a super chat. Weird Al should have been in. Wait, he was.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't he? Didn't he marry Pinkie Pie? He stole your waifu, guys.
Ed Stevens sent a super chat. It's the current event. Current event. Look at me, I know current event core type of energy.
Yeah, which also Lily does. Probably where she learned it
Freak
from.
Animation sent a super chat. I'm sorry, but her sprites looks just awful. I shouldn't shit on other artists, but all the different expressions are driving me nuts for some reason.
She didn't draw it, so, but yeah, like, I don't know what this permutation of her Sona is with the hair bow and the mental health shirt, which is just such irony, such irony. What if they had a crossover between Steven Universe and My Little Pony? I don't know.
It's going to be a bumpy night.
Well, we'll find out when C197 merges with us, I guess.
Move on. The first thing you might ask is, why now? And the answer to that question is complicated. I guess the short version is I finally feel I can comfortably talk about this in a bare bones way more confidently. In the past,
God damn, this is like a preview of what she did 4 years later, isn't it? Wow.
I've talked about the situation that you're all about to hear about in passing, talked about the real life effects of it, talked about how it affected me because I feel like I had to.
I wish there was a way to boost your audio.
Didn't have resources to help themselves. But never the details because I just assumed it would go away. Boy, was I wrong. Second, I'm going to name parties, but for
I mean, it would have gone away if you just let it lie. What music are you using here? Like, it's like this weird, dreamy meditation music. Voice over by Lily and Michaela Orchid. Are they in this video? Oh my god. Are Lily and Michaela in this video, guys?
For the most part, this all happened a while ago. Everything I'm going to talk about for the most part is already public information, and part of the point of this story is to show you
Well, and this is also public information, KP, since you put this out in public, so don't copyright strike me.
Negative harassment can be. So, don't harass anyone listed or named here, please.
Don't do it. Oh, for God's sakes. Please take note, this video is going to talk very openly about mental health and sexual harassment. While we know these topics can be difficult for some, we do not want to ignore or minimize the sheer level of harassment and trauma KP and many of her team members endured during this time. Nobody can minimize my trauma. But when I make a video 4 years from now claiming that Saber Spark is a rapist, I'm gonna use the piss on the moon meme. But not even the original. One by a cosplayer.
Again, for those who don't know, I have a team of volunteers who help me make my videos. There are many reasons I choose and continue to do this, but the many reasons are to streamline the production process so I can focus on the parts I like the most, which are scripted.
You know what? You know what also would do that if you paid them. You could pay them and still have that streamlined process. You know.
And the visuals, but also to make the process more fun through collaboration. Of this video, technically the channel is still non-profit. We do monetize the videos now, but that's only to help with the YouTube algorithm and the lifetime total.
Last I checked, her channel is not monetized, and I don't know why. Like, there's no reason for it not to be monetized. And, like, I know she's, like, well off and, like, her parents pay for everything in her life, but, like, why does this channel even mean anything to you if you're not making any money off of it? Is it just clout? Like, whatever clout you think this gives you? Like, she always seems to think she's, like, so much more famous and successful and influential than she actually is. It's very confusing, but, like, why does it matter so much to you if you're not even making money off of it? I don't understand. Like, she could just disappear from the internet and take up a new identity somewhere.
So far as like $30. Look at me, I can buy a pizza.
So wait, like, 4 years ago, you were still only making like $30 on your channel? Wait, that doesn't sound right.
Channel is still non-profit. We do monetize the videos now, but that's only to help with the YouTube algorithm, and the lifetime total so far is like $30.
The lifetime total of your 131k subscriber channel with 317 videos over its lifetime made $30? Unless, like, most of your videos are not monetized because of copywritten footage, that sounds impossible. Like, even if I only uploaded videos instead of streaming, because I get most of my revenue from supers, thank you very much, you guys. But even then, I would be making more than 30 bucks on just ad revenue alone, so... What? That doesn't sound right. You know, she doesn't have a job. She's rich. Her parents buy her everything.
Rex Clown sent a super chat. I feel like checking if you're pregnant would be the responsible thing to do, especially since it's going to affect you for the next 9 months.
Yeah, and also affect your partner who may have impregnated you.
Sent a super chat. This feels like one of those your neighbor is watching insert video name here videos.
Kinda, yeah. It's like, oh, you're asleep and a KP video's in the other room playing.
Super chat. KP's a narcissist. Sadly, bronies forgive her.
Yeah, she is. She's delusional narcissist is what she
Miss
is.
Jasmine sent a super chat. Her channel's probably not monetized because then she'd have no way of excusing not paying her volunteers.
I guess, but, like, it's impossible that she only made $30 total over the lifetime of her channel by this point. That math ain't mathin'. That math ain't math. It was, like, how long was she active? When was, like, her first video? Hold up. Because I'm confused. 12 years ago! 12 years ago, she started. And this video came out, like, 4 years ago. So, like, no, that many years into your channel, there's no way you only made $30 fucking dollars. Unless, how much money do you invest in these videos if that was your only profit? You don't pay the editors. So, like, what would you be spending money on?
Space_Prince, son with face emoji, sent a super chat. The fact that KP has an entire troop of unpaid teenagers doing everything for her shit videos and she acts like a businesswoman is so funny.
Yeah, I mean, that is my problem with her. She has this insane predatory contract for free workers, most of which are either teenagers or in their early 20s and don't know any better. But it's also written like someone who... like a kid play acting, basically. Like, it's written like how she thinks like a big important business contract should sound. A lot of it doesn't even make any sense. And again, it's a contract I wouldn't even put up with for fucking pay, never mind doing free shit.
Look at me, I can buy a pizza.
I would say Lily is still worse, and she's a alleged sister rapist and a pedophile, so yeah, but KP is... she's got a lot of, she also has a lot of horse skeletons.
Sent a super chat. I watched a couple of KP vids back when I checked out MLP back in the day and I couldn't remember any of them. Now I know why. She is a charisma vacuum.
Yeah, it's like how I was like, I know I've watched some of Jar's videos before his big fallout, but I couldn't tell you a single thing about any of them.
My biggest fear is the
memes
and for not being around genuine people who really care about animation like I do. But let me make this clear, this is my decision. I understand if you might not agree
If you cared about animation, you'd pay your animators.
or you might think I'm stupid for not paying people and choosing not to gain money myself at this moment, but
Yeah, yes, I do think you're stupid for that.
Don't assume that I'm just an idiot who doesn't know what I'm doing. What am I?
Don't assume she's just an idiot who doesn't know what she's doing, as she explains every reason why she's an idiot who has no idea what she's doing. So, yeah. Is she lying about how much money the channel made so she can justify not paying people? I mean, she doesn't need the money. But, like, would she go that low? I don't know.
Doesn't know what I'm doing. One of my mistakes going into all this is not having a clear idea about what motivated the other party. Nowadays, it's mostly college students using their work to fill out some prerequisite for school, or to practice their skills before joining the workforce.
You could
as
still
well as the
pay
community
them.
aspect I mentioned earlier. And back in the day, I wasn't so diligent about it. The funniest thing about all this is that these are people on the internet. I can't force them to do anything. And they are more than welcome to move on if there's some long-term commitment that's preventing them.
Except when they do move on and they get real jobs, you try to sabotage it. You've done that twice to everyone's knowledge. Once to Bogsy and once to that Chris aficionado guy.
Working. Hence this.
But this is a bad idea. But this is too demanding and a hot mess.
You are more than
Is that McKay?
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You're done, sir.
Is this how you talk to your free volunteers doing free shit for you that you then take credit for? Huh.
So this video is going to talk a lot about human psychology, which I'm sure you weren't expecting.
I'm sure you know a lot about that,
For my main
KP.
response to just all of this in general, I'm going to source an article I found while researching this video called 5 Reasons Why It's Okay to Tell People Your Story of Abuse by Connie Baker, who's a professional.
Actually, let's look this up real quick. 5 Reasons Story of Abuse by Connie Baker. I always like to fact check these things. I'll let some supers come through while I'm looking at this.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. No wonder she tried to get contrips paid for.
Yeah, well, she thought she should be big enough to get, like, paid for as, like, a
Week
guest.
Freak Animation sent a super chat. Money spent on self-care.
Yeah. Which is weed and chocolate, apparently, yeah.
Scones and Jam sent a super chat. As an artist, one of the most important things to learn is to say no to people paying you an exposure. Know your worth.
Exactly. Do not work for exposure. Do not. Do not fall for that shit, okay? Anyone says, well, it'll get you out there. No, it won't. It won't. Ask for money.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. Josh Scorcher and Silver Quill were way better than her.
Yeah, and Josh Scorcher, he's still got a decent, like, YouTube career, it seems. He's just doing dad stuff now, so...
Ilonic sent a super chat. She wanted to be the Stanley of animation, didn't she?
I
And then used face
mean...
emoji.
Making a bunch of other people work under suboptimal conditions while she takes the credit, that would make her the Stanley of animation, wouldn't it? Anyways, here's the article. I'm just gonna keep it off to the side in case we need to reference it ourselves, but it looks pretty fucking generic. So I thought maybe it'd be a little crazier than this, but...
Psychologist and mostly specializes in church and religious themed abuse. So, you know, there's some tying themes here.
So it's her articles about religious abuse? Are you, like, comparing, like, having tiffs with other bronies to women who have been abused by religious standards? You know, like, women who are trapped in, like, Amish religions and Mormonism and shit who get sold off to old men when they're kids? You think you're anywhere on that fucking level? For fuck's sake, KP.
It's okay to tell your story because it shines a light into dark places, creates healthier communities, and empowers others to break the silence. There's an enforced silence surrounding abuse, which not only harms our communities, but also additional abuse victims. And pressuring victims to stay silent, or to tell their story in a certain way, or at a certain time,
Is she, like, super Christian, like Lio? Is that why they get along?
that sounds familiar. We re-traumatize them and add to their shame and pain.
Is that why she's
When
such a
someone
Karen? Is
abused,
she
their power to
Christian?
speak is taken away by an abuser. So if survivors
I'm sorry, Christians, you're catching strays for me a lot lately. I know there's plenty of normal ones. I know. I'm just, but a little bit of that wasp stereotype, it's just, I'm feeling it.
are not allowed to determine when and how they tell their stories, we again empower the perpetrator and disempower the victim. And we breed toxicity and
Yes, I think that was McKay, that first voiceover.
Breaking the silence is a threat to the status quo and also a
Oh, right, she's Jewish. I fucking forgot. You act like such a waspy white Karen. I forgot you were Jewish, KP. Look, I'm from the East Coast. I'm used to my Jews having like a Jersey accent or a New York accent, okay?
to abusers. Victims of abuse are often threatened with horrible things if they talk about what's happened to them. Exposing the truth is a declaration of freedom and empowerment for survivors, and both are essential steps towards healing. It's okay to tell your story to bring awareness that abuse is a serious problem in our churches and society, or in this case, our fandoms, and to promote understanding of the different types of abuse. When we refuse
there's something to be said for fandoms being like churches, like their own little religious traditions almost. There's something to be said for that, but I don't think that's what she's getting at.
The abuse epidemic in our society, we enable abusers and bolster abusive systems. In telling the truth about what we're facing, we refuse to allow people and communities to live in denial. Abuse flourishes where people, families, workplaces, and religious institutions minimize abuse and make excuses.
Quite the foreshortening I want,
When we don't speak up, it becomes easier for others to deny that there's a problem. When we do, we force people to confront
I hate people watching me sketch. It's like, no, I do everything perfectly all the time. Of course I do.
And take action. Change begins with acknowledgement. I also wanted to
Justice.
discuss this now so we can prevent situations like this. With the rise of
Oh, what's Leo doing here?
culture, it's important to have credible sources for whatever you're consuming. And now all this stuff with Facebook, I think people really need to consider where they're getting their news sources from. The other thing is that if you're slandered and your credibility is tainted, then you need sources to back everything up, or else people will just think you're lying.
Yeah, no shit, KP.
Like to believe that I'm just making.
KP, when you make a claim, the burden of proof for that claim is on you. Yes, you have to prove what you're saying. Otherwise, why should anybody believe you?
Up this whole story just so I'm not the bad guy, but I have sources, I have people, I have quotes. This is an important part of understanding this incident.
Okay, we're on to part 2, finally. Let's
Master
have some
Clockwork sent a
supers.
super chat. Sigh. Nobody knows who artist Steve Ditko is.
I know who Steve Ditko is. He worked a lot on Spider-Man, didn't he?
John Williams sent a super chat. B.S. Stan Lee knew how to scam his co-creators because he wanted money. KP is just an idiot.
Yeah, I'm a little Stan Lee critical, but then Board is gonna remind us.
PQA Sign Board sent a super chat. I mean, Stan is being exploited even in death, so...
I know, like, he was kind of a douchebag at the height of, like, the height of the comic book era, the height of superhero comics. He was kind of a cutthroat douchebag who took credit for a lot of stuff that wasn't his. A lot of it was Jack Kirby. But Stan Lee was being abused in his old age. It was senior abuse and exploitation, and even now they basically have turned him into like a fucking Vocaloid, So I was at the fucking Wax Museum in Hollywood, and they had this little fucking mini Marvel movies, and of course there was a CGI Stan Lee in there.
Space_Prince, son with face emoji, sent a super chat. Stop, I didn't know we don't claim that Tabby Hall.
Okay.
Part 2, the Aeon Twitter, aka you were wrong about something.
Oh, did her microphone suddenly get a little better?
Now that you have that background,
nope.
this big
Just for that.
2016 incident begins with the release of our big group project, A Different Perspective.
Okay. So, Brony fan episode.
At the time, people were frustrated that I didn't have my pony original character in it when I was trying to push a straight narrative. It was problematic because the disassociation from my avatar to the character in the story just wasn't there. So people thought this was an egotistical move because it was me as a pony with a non-profit.
Wow, the main character was you as a pony, and people thought maybe this was a vanity project. I wonder why. Oh, God, KP, how are you this unself-aware? Bad parenting and affluenza can't even explain it. I don't know how she is just so Delusional.
Profit project, creating this narrative about my fan fiction or something. If I
Yeah.
wanted to do it again, I would have just made a completely new character, so this wouldn't be a problem. Or just,
Why
you know,
didn't you just
not
do that?
do it. Animation is hard. And so enters ex-team member
Animation is hard. I have to gather all of these teenagers to do it for me for free. It's so hard, you guys.
Boggs. Oh boy. Yes,
Oh, she's gonna complain about Boggsy. Here we go, guys. We have to bring up that other video of hers.
that Michael Boggsy. Hold on, let me do my best edgy boy douchebag impression. Can the other editor like a backwards cap on me? Cool. The tale of Michael Boggs. The tale of Michael Boggs
A
begins
free editor, put a hat on me.
about 6 months or so prior to the release of Despective. He was an editor on the team who was very young. Be careful with those children. Let me tell you what, don't hire minors. Who did a
Which you did. You hired a 16-year-old. Are you gonna say anything about that other than don't stay away from kids, haha, while not even like acknowledging your accountability here in hiring a child to work for you for free?
Don't hire minors. Who did a good job but was originally caught lying about his age at the time. We gave him pass because he had a clean record otherwise. He was assigned to edit
Okay, if you found out he was 16 and kept him on, like, if you lied about his age, alright, you didn't know. But then you found out his age, and you kept using him for free work. That's unacceptable. I'm sorry.
the animatic version of the Despective project and rough animation. But what eventually caught up to him was his failure to commit to deadlines when he was working on our review of My Little Pony.
His failure to commit to deadlines when I wasn't paying him! You don't get to set a deadline if you're not paying people, KP. Alright? Like, no. And your channel isn't monetized? So, what the fuck do you need a deadline for? It's not like you need a video out at a certain time every month to keep your channel profitable. So why do you even have fucking deadlines? What does it matter? If it's all just a passion fan project, who the fuck cares? I don't know why she thinks she's like some like big dick businesswoman or something, you know? She reminds me so much of an old boss of mine. It's like, she bought a 5-person print shop and acted like she was like the CEO of a major company. It was ridiculous. I don't know how people get into this mentality.
Movie called Equestria Games. It's like the Olympics, but with ponies. But they're not ponies.
Human pony girls, pony girls, okay.
Progress without showing any proof of progress, and even with the final warning, he still didn't finish the project on his own deadline. It had to be complete.
This 16-year-old lied about making progress and didn't meet his deadlines, and this is his fault, not mine, the fucking adult who hired him. Not even hired, the fucking adult who was just demanding this of him for free without pay.
By someone else. So let me just state for the record, Michael was fired for not doing his job. And
can't fire people you didn't even hire in the first place. You weren't paying them.
He just kind of, lied and bit off more than he could chew. Things didn't progress with Michael until he was under the influence of past animators Christian and Sean and editor The Lost Narrator. It's also important to note that Mike here didn't have a bad experience. He was just doing this because I guess his friends were into it or something.
He didn't have a bad experience. I kept yelling at him for missing deadlines for this project I was making him work on for free as a 16-year-old. And I didn't even need to have a deadline anyway because my YouTube channel isn't profitable, and I don't care that it's not profitable. But he still had a good time. He totally had a positive experience, you guys, with me, just expecting the work of a full-time employee from him for free when he was at an age where he's too young to actually work in the United States.
If your friends jump off a cliff, right? If memory serves, he even wrote me a little note that he wasn't mad at anyone for the outcome in this, and that he understood, even offhandedly referencing his trouble with local police. Okay. Though I did receive some harassment from the Despective project, the instigator of all this online harassment was actually magnified and continued through the use of this Twitter called Anon-KP Leaks, run by Boggs with influence from 3 other people. When the animatics were originally leaked, I had a feeling it was Boggs due to his age and easily influenced personality, And then when it was leaked for a second time, I could tell it was done from...
So you're saying he's young and easily influenced, but you tried to get him fired from a job he got as an adult. Okay.
Someone who was a brony because it was targeting specific brony websites like Derpy. Like, come on. I'm not sure why he did this besides EcoBoost or something like that, but keep in mind he just did the editing. He was leaking other people's work, other people's art, other people's animation, without their permission and consent.
Those are mine to use without their permission, not his.
And it's kind of a bad look when you don't get an artist's consent to leak their, you know, work in progress. Back to the vocal backlash on
so how much permission do you have to use all the little graphics in this video?
Twitter, which probably would have died down because of the Mary Sue complaints, if not for Boggs. And then when things got worse,
ignore it.
Twitter basically took things I said out of context, made things up. You know, the usual Twitter garbage.
Twitter is garbage. So even though there's a disconnect between the
hi, Lindsay Ellis.
interpretation and the
You'll never be
actual
her, KP.
interpretation, there's also a disconnect between the severity of the crime and the gleeful savagery of the punishment.
And people, they believed it. It was much easier than I would have ever thought for people to just get on board with this. And much of my disbelief was how many people got on the hate train.
What were they believing?
Things like people telling me to kill myself every day. People
welcome to the
fun of
internet.
me and editing weird photoshops of my face. You know, things people have
Real
time
face
for,
or
I
your
guess.
Sona?
Thinking for yourself, what's that? So the first thought you might have is this was made to help the team because I personally wasn't listening to any criticism, as well as pushing people beyond
I
their
do believe
limits
that,
to
yeah.
produce work. That's a lie. Because the account was run only by Boggs and influenced by a couple of others, the majority of the narrative was not projected. Remember, this was too...
I like how she keeps showing people's pony Sonas as if we're supposed to know who the fuck they are. I mean, she said their names once, but, like, I've already forgotten.
People who initially had a positive experience, who had unaddressed grievances that they never tried to address with me directly.
They had a positive experience, but they also had unaddressed grievances. Mm-hmm.
Cassie Hush sent a super chat. She thinks she's Karen Ben Shapiro. Wilter flower emoji.
Yeah, I don't know. She seems to think she's like some kind of hotshot.
Sent
It's
a
so
super
weird.
chat. This is one of the reasons listening to her is pure pain. She word vomits pseudo-psychobabble constantly, and stolen valor's stuff like PTSD for pity.
She got PTSD because this 16-year-old was running a Twitter account about what a bad boss she was, if you could even call her a boss and she wasn't paying anybody.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. KP, my source is that I made it to fuck up.
Yeah, they made it the fuck up. Well, I'm gonna make something up back, so there.
John Williams sent a super chat. Same lady for the Lily KH parody?
You saying I should do a parody of KP?
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. You have to appreciate Dead Meat with how they treat their team and also our official business.
I'm not that familiar with Dead
JJW
Meat,
Zoom
you know?
sent a super chat. Sigh, don't you know? MLP escapees IP.
I wouldn't be surprised if she thinks so. She definitely thinks Discord belongs to her. So let's see what these two say.
I think a lot of my issues that I had with her were kind of my own fault. They were pretty self-inflicted. Every single problem that I had with her, I never directly confronted her about. I would always just talk about her behind people's backs. And
everybody
I just thought it was
gossips.
okay to do that.
Time to bring the curtain down on Mr. Wacky Pants' career.
Of course, you didn't play what the problem is. Like, what was the problem exactly? You cut out...
There were never any people who were feeling abused by the team. You got duped there, Karen. That feels nice to say.
That's
The
you,
second big thing from
KP.
this is that
You're the
people thought
Karen.
that this was helping the team at the time. That is also false. It was actually hurting a lot of the team members at the time. Here are some testimonies of people past and present that were affected by this while on the team. More testimonies are in the description.
So I felt that this was a good way for them to basically have their own voice.
I feel that the drama has misrepresented the team as a whole. We have a supportive group who can have an enjoyable experience with all members, including Kate.
This guy sounds like he's reading off like a prepared statement KP gave him. God damn it. How do you be this funny by accident?
A lot of people are like, oh yeah, that's just, you just work and you don't get anything. It's just like, well, a couple things have from that. A, I met a lot of really cool people. B, I learned a lot of really good editing
No, that sounds like cope. I'm coping that I did work for free
For the
and got
things
taken
that are
advantage
being,
of.
said around that, oh, KP treats her editors or team members like slaves. That's not the case.
Current feedback assistant. What the hell does that mean? Like everyone filters their criticism of you through her first?
From the time I've been there, she has been nothing but open-minded.
I had fun on the team.
I had the privilege of meeting some of Team KP, to which my initial reaction was, "She still has a staff?" And it's true, a bunch of real sweethearts, who, in defiance of Twitter, reason, common sense, and probable human resource statutes, actually still love ILoveKimPossibleAlot. A lot.
What the fuck was that about?
And probable human.
So this dude is saying she's violating labor laws. And she put it in the video. Like, did she miss that this guy was being passive-aggressive? And put it in the video? Or did she think this was a funny joke? Like, oh, yeah, I don't pay people. That's basically a violation of labor rights. Oh, aren't I funny? Aren't I funny, guys?
Resource statutes. Actually, still love ILoveKimPossibleAlot. A lot.
In fact, there were several past and current team members who were speaking out at the time because they didn't like how this was going down.
I'm usually very good at judging people's character.
I still don't even know what the problem is. Just this one kid had a Twitter account gossiping about you and your team because he used to work for you, but not even really work because you didn't pay him. You just exploited him for labor when he was a teenager. Yeah.
Character, as trust is a huge part for me. And it's killing me to see so many people getting stressed regarding this situation. If this was your goal,
could just
congratulations
stop.
is in order.
You could have just ignored the fucking Twitter account.
As of 30 minutes ago, our former member and a very good friend of mine, close to 2 years, left the chat permanently after learning how deep this mistrust is going.
Is he saying it like this person died? And because of this dire situation, my close friend and co-worker left the Slack chat. Like, what is this? What is going on?
John Williams sent a super chat. No, you mentioned KO reminded a rude co-worker who acted like a CEO. Was it the same lady?
No, this wasn't a coworker. This was the lady who bought the place, who was a former boss of mine, who actually was the inspiration of the look of CD Orchid for my April Fool's joke, actually, which is why she's blonde.
Cassie Hosh sent a super chat. God forbid a 16-year-old didn't do your passion project for free because he had algebra homework.
Yeah,
Probably.
right? Like...
Alpaca Entertainment sent a super chat. Gate P? More like Big Brother from 1984 lol.
Yeah, 1984 wasn't an instruction manual, guys. We need to keep reminding people of that in this day and age, unfortunately.
Cassie Hosh sent a super chat. They sound like she's having them at gunpoint lol.
I know, right? But who even is this guy? This testimony? I don't even know who this person is. Oh. Ewall and Wolf. I don't know who that is. And my phone needs to survey. I don't want to take a survey. Get out of here. Anyway,
I was also always open to talk to these mysterious, totally edgy, anonymous people. That was...
yeah, I'm sure you were definitely open and approachable, and that's why people gossip behind your back, I'm sure.
one of the points, right? But Boggs declined to talk to me directly. So that's why it went on for several
Because you,
months.
like, took advantage of him as a
Also
16-year-old.
From the get-go. I think some of this attitude comes a lot from this old motion graphics project that took a long time to make as a fun joke, and then we took it totally seriously. I won't lie, this was originally a hot mess, and I probably shouldn't have taken on a project like
everything
this so
you've
early
done.
on in my YouTube career. But after the initial bumps, things seemed to be going okay. I think the biggest hesitation from cast
Just
members
clean
at
up
the
my
time
original
was
little
the performance
sketch
of the
over here.
final
It's like
product.
better than what
And
I'm
it did
doing right
fine.
now.
Hell, it did more than fine. Damn. But yeah, that didn't help.
Okay, I didn't even
But
see
this
that. I was
fan
looking at...
fiction is really bad, though. But she doesn't even pay us. But she's so nitpicky with my work.
You are more than welcome to leave.
Yeah? I like how she's in mocking voices having McKay, I think that was McKay, say that, like, oh, she doesn't pay us and she's still really picky about our work. Yeah, that sounds bad, KP. That sounds bad, actually. Let's hear that again.
Yeah, that didn't help matters.
But this fan fiction is really bad, though. But she doesn't even pay us. But she's so nitpicky with my work.
You are more than welcome to leave.
Yeah, I wonder why people didn't find you approachable and didn't tell you when there was problems if this is how you react to it.
The other "this stuff must be true" bit comes from Sean, who talked about his bit publicly. And after the fiasco, not everyone followed up on the aftermath of this. So here's the deal.
Why would they?
Basically,
not everyone followed up in the aftermath of my drama! Maybe that's because they have their own fucking lives, KP, and it doesn't matter to any of them.
Led people on an issue that wasn't really an issue at the time.
And to my surprise, it was the video on the Twitter, and probably just the post in general, that blew up the most and had the most outcry.
Oh! Was this the guy? Was this the guy she was mad at for missing a deadline when his mom was in the hospital? Is that the guy she's bitching about right now? I don't know why she's so focused on deadlines when she says her channel isn't profitable and she doesn't care that it's not profitable. So if you don't need videos out at a certain time to maintain profitability, what the fuck does a deadline matter? So yeah, she yelled at a guy doing free shit for her because his mom was in the hospital and he missed his deadline. His deadline for her fucking horse fan fiction that isn't profitable anyway, and she isn't paying anybody, so beggars can't be fucking choosers, KP. God, she's like so much like Yondev, complaining about the quality of work from volunteers. Like, geez, well maybe you fucking paid people, you'd get people who can work professionally, instead of a bunch of fucking teenagers who you abuse, for God's sakes.
And even I will admit, at the time the video released, I wasn't even really offended when it came out, but I just thought, oh, if we post this, people will get riled up about it, and that's fun. And thinking back, that was really wrong of me to do, especially since I had Boggsy frame it as, oh, you have to emphasize that this was during a family emergency.
Now wait, you might say, there was some text—
You had every right to emphasize that. It's absolute fucking bullshit. She was mad at you for not meeting her deadline for your free work that isn't profitable anyway. That's just for her own ego. Because your mom had a medical emergency. That's ridiculous.
Apology that you had your team write for you. I don't know if people know how Google Drive documents work, but those edits were clearly on suggestion, as in, this piece is already there, people are suggesting word edits.
Okay,
we'll get to who
who
was leaking this shit in a hot minute. But one of the issues that I realized was admitting and apologizing for this thing means that many people would perceive me guilty of said thing. This is a general—
I didn't apologize in case people think I'm guilty of doing the thing I did. How does she say that with a straight face and still think she's in the right? You see, if I did an apology, then people would actually think I did the thing that I absolutely did. And I don't want that. Oh yeah, Theo's putting LOL, people suggesting change to their testimony is bad now. Yeah, but it wasn't 4 years later.
thing that happens a lot in YouTube culture, where people will apologize for things that, you know, they may or may not have done wrong, but it doesn't matter because the general public—
But in this case, you absolutely did something wrong.
Why would they be apologizing for it? I sure learned my lesson, let me tell you.
Twitter always has a villain.
Guys, she learned her lesson. Guys, she learned her lesson. She definitely improved from here on out and never did anything this disastrous ever again. Also, stop cutting the Lindsay Ellis. You will never be her.
Day. To a certain extent, the villain of the day almost follows a script. Person says dumb thing, it gets some attention, person gets defensive, the defensiveness spurns outrage, people start—
And I will also say, Lindsay Ellis should not have made this fucking video. Because she had, like, a controversy, not even non-controversy, I should say, where she made a quip about how we need a word for these series that are like Avatar: The Last Airbender, indicating that Raya and the Last Dragon is like a knockoff of Avatar: The Last Airbender, which everybody and their brother said. But because she had cultivated her breadtube audience, they were like, oh my god, Lindsay, that's racist! Oh my god! And so she got bombarded on Twitter for it, and instead of just ignoring it, she put out this big clusterfuck of a video, and it's like, honey, if you had just fucking ignored it, they would have given up in a week. You know, you didn't have to do this. And Raya and the Last Dragon was a shitty movie that nobody remembers anyways. What the fuck was it over? Nothing. It's just, she attracted the type of people who will eat you the fuck alive the chance they get. You know, it's the woke scolds. It's that sort of thing, where we're always just trying to find an enemy of the weak to yell at, you know? So if we can misconstrue any single thing you say, we will. So, yeah, so even this video you're citing, Lindsay shouldn't have made this. She should have just ignored those fucking people.
Start coming out with receipts, the OP deletes their—
And no, Lindsay didn't deserve it at all, but I do think she made a mistake answering it in such, like, answering in a video. Like, you didn't need to do that. You really didn't need to.
And Twitter is garbage because the user experience is designed to encourage this kind of behavior.
I also
yes,
have
to encourage
tendency to give
fights,
people
yes.
Too much of the benefit of the doubt, but
I mean, why else would you be
the
on
other
Twitter if
problem
not
with
to fight
apology
people?
Is that it confirmed any rumor that people might have read about me. Any, even the ones that were crazy. And it definitely affirmed that I was responsible for using multiple people and fans to do my bidding. When the reality of the situation—
You do! You make people work for you for free! And then you yell at them for missing deadlines that don't even matter!
There was 4 people behind the Twitter, and 2 of them had a positive experience. And the other 2 had experiences and issues that they never addressed to me directly. There are no mistreated teen people. They just don't exist.
It's fiction. We made it.
I didn't mistreat people because I said so. Just believe me. This is some gaslighting, but not girl bossing. She can't. No, she's incapable.
Scones and Jam sent a super chat. How did the cute show about Bronies that my 10-year-old cousin used to love spawn a community like this?
I don't
Genuinely
know.
How?
I don't know, but the ones who didn't pivot into
Master
something else are all
Clockwork
insane.
sent a super chat. Someone needs to tell Gay P that thing on her clip art insert's head looks stupid. Growing more annoyed the longer it's on screen.
The little bow that looks like she just got out of the shower,
sent
yeah.
a super chat. I'm more surprised Lindsay didn't get much backlash for her Zack Snyder supposedly hating his mom, shortly after Zack's daughter just died. Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. The first time I saw people compare Raya to Avatar was people on Tumblr comparing Raya's child design to Korra, when the first trailer dropped.
Yeah, I mean, it was so obvious to everyone that Raya was, like, you know, like, trying to get the vibe of Avatar: The Last Airbender, only more South Asian. But the movie sucked. It had Awkwafina in it, which is even worse.
We made this one up. It's a made-up tale. It's a total fabrication. It never happened.
Wow, you're the only person who's ever used this
There is
meme.
a big difference between getting canceled and just getting harassed.
God, her audio
To be honest, I
balancing.
think the term getting canceled is thrown around a little bit too much.
That's not canceled! That's the law!
Except what you're doing right now is canceling people, but okay.
When you do a crime, you go to jail! You're not canceled!
What is with all of these cutaways? What is the
Sometimes
point?
serious issues can be misaddressed because people just assume the person on the other end deserved it, and
Axe
that's not
cop.
always necessarily the case. Sometimes these incidents have real consequences, and I don't think people understand the magnitude of that when they just say, oh, that person—
No, real consequences like you trying to lose people their jobs.
But with my situation and others, I think I can greatly oversimplify that these kind of public shaming and online harassment campaigns can have real consequences.
What are you doing right now if not public shaming? What are you doing right— You could have just ignored Bogsy's anonymous Twitter account that was probably getting, like, what, 5 notes? Or 5 faves? Or what the fuck we call it on Zitter? You know?
On a lot of the parties involved. So be considerate and please think about—
You're
if
just
the
getting
C
5
word
zits
applies to
each,
your
and you're
specific
freaking out
situation
about it.
You're referencing the other C word. There you go. If you're curious who was leaking stuff, It was outside people added to the team group, Anna Chloanne and past editor Northbridge. Northbridge
Okay.
was not only lying publicly,
I'm
but
not gonna
also
retain
lying
any of these
directly to
names.
the team. Great. So, KP, are you
I think it's wrong to publicly shame people. Anyway, here's this person who was named this, and this is how they wronged me. What the fuck?
saying that Michael purposely sabotaged people he did not know for the sake of attention and inflate his own ego? Even lying to his own friends about his experiences with—
And then 4 years later, she would try to sabotage Saberspark for her own ego, and it would blow up in her fucking face.
looking for me so he could fit in and gain more attention? Yep,
We could
that's
fit
what
in?
I'm saying. If you don't believe me, hear it from him himself.
Attention. It got to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, so no indication where this audio comes from. I've never heard this guy's voice before, so I can't even be sure it's actually him. So, why do I need to believe this evidence, KP? We were talking about the burden of proof earlier, and you were whining that people want evidence for things instead of just believing you. Where is your evidence that this is this Michael guy talking, for one thing? I don't see the background of, like, a Discord call or anything. So, but let's hear what he says. Allegedly Michael.
If you don't believe me, hear it from him himself.
Allegedly Michael would be a good band name. Write that down.
Attention. It got to me. I'm gonna be honest about that. The attention got to me. Okay, the lying about being fired, that's just a simple one. I didn't want to look like, you know.
How can you lie about being fired when you didn't actually work for her to begin with because she didn't pay you? It wasn't official employment of any kind, so she couldn't actually fire you. She could just stop doing stuff with you.
I don't know how to explain.
Also, yeah, did he know that she recorded this? If this actually is him? I have absolutely nothing here to show me that this call is genuine. Absolutely no indication that this is genuine at all. So
I didn't want to look like I left because I was fired. I was embarrassed by that, I guess you could say.
He was like 17.
When my apology video was released, it got spread around, and I think helped in some ways elevate and spread rumors even faster. But in other ways, confirmed any rumor that people might have access to, which I think made things a lot worse.
You know, most of your audience wouldn't have even known about this if you didn't make this video. So why did you make this video? Your ego is just that bruised, I guess.
Note, I also think this character of mine, who is a lazy, freeloading, manipulative KP monster, is the most hilarious but unrealistic person. Like, it's also based on these ideas that people—
You are a very hilarious and unrealistic person. It's hard to believe you're real, KP. It's really hard to believe you're actually a real person and not a bit.
so easy to manipulate that they'll work hard for no internal motivation and or because they want to get into my pants. Like, they can just neglect real life forever.
Everybody wants to fuck me! God. How does she have the gall to say, people are just being sexist by acting like I'm a spurned woman, when every single fucking time, at every single opportunity she gets, she says, every man around me who has ever spoken to me has wanted to fuck me. And it's like, girl, where does this ego come from? Where does this unwarranted self-importance and unbridled ego fucking come from? Is it just affluenza? I don't know. Is it autism and affluenza? A terrible combination of the two?
They can just neglect real life forever and just work faster. That's some pretty low standards of intelligence for people who want to work. This
Wait,
character
what?
of mine, I think helps in some ways elevate and spread
Let's hear this
rumors
again.
even
Hang on.
faster. But in other ways, confirmed any rumor that people might have access to, which I think made things a lot worse. Side
Glad I
note,
just
I also think
traced over my old sketch. It's so much better than what I was doing.
Freeloading, manipulative KP monster is the most hilarious but unrealistic person. Like, it's also based on these ideas that people are so easy to manipulate that they'll work hard for no internal motivation and or because they want to get into my pants.
Well, you know what? You did say that Boggs, the 16, 17-year-old that you had doing work for you for free, was easy to manipulate. And now you're saying it's ridiculous that people think you seek out people who are easy to manipulate to do free shit for you? After saying the 16-year-old who is doing free shit for you is easy to manipulate, and yeah. You should have maybe read this over a few more times before you recorded.
Like, they can just neglect real life forever and just work work faster. That's some pretty low standards of intelligence for people who want to work around.
Well, yeah, but you were the one who got mad at a guy for missing a deadline for free work for a channel that isn't profitable because his mom was in the hospital. That is infinitely more important than any of your stupid pony shit.
Around me and people that you might be advocating for, my dude. So it went on like this for a little while. Michael would use the account to lie, or take something I said years ago out of context, or pretend issues that were a big deal that turned out not to be a big deal. And Lost only contributed to the fake.
They weren't a big deal because I said they're not. I guess I'm going to have to read this out because I don't think she's going to, but we'll let the supers through first.
Rock Josiah sent a super chat. Girl bossing would involve working.
Yeah, she doesn't do anything. She doesn't write her own script, she doesn't edit, she doesn't draw anything,
Evie
she doesn't do
sent a
anything.
super chat. KP, when you don't pay people, that's mistreatment by default.
Yes, exactly. When you're driving this hard for free work.
Marty McDonald sent a super chat. To be fair, the Bogsy thing was getting good momentum at the time. I'm the 5 zits guy.
We're calling them zits for now. On posts on Twitter, they're called zits.
Scones and Jam sent a super chat. I'm just picturing that bit from Takedown from K-pop Demon Hunters with the fake Mira and Zoe singing at Rumi, but it's Malcolm and Sai yelling at KP. Buka Flute sent a
You know what
super
to draw
chat.
next,
I don't
Kaiser?
like publicly calling people out. Anyway, here's a rando from X name, number, address, and where they work.
And their blood type, yeah.
Rain Banana sent a super chat. I just realized KP and Artie have something in common. Corny channel or some tear gags.
Oh god, yeah. Anyway, someone who wants to draw that takedown scene. Obviously, Malcolm is Mira and I call Zoe. But Zoe is best girl. Let's see, now did she read this out, or?
Threat that had already been proven to not be true.
Okay, first off, we want you to completely delete the Let's Go and Meet John Delancey video off of YouTube. We are very aware that you only privatized it on your channel. This is something that you can easily be undone once everything has died down. Permanent deletion will ensure that you, your team, and the fandom are protected by legal actions from Hasbro and DHX. The fact you use their Macromedia Flash puppets is highly illegal in the United States. It voids all copyright laws. Okay, I don't even know what this is referring to, but maybe after this video, we'll take a look at her interview with John Delancey, because it's very, like, uncomfortable. And I also thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Shock Jumping Walrus. If you get hit by the gifted sub fairy, you can integrate to your YouTube and Discord accounts, and it should just dump you right in the Discord. Well, obviously in this scenario, in the takedown scenario, Rumi would be KP, but yes, Ant can be Rumi in all other situations. Clearly.
The TLDR is that this is utter nonsense, especially this bit.
Oh, wow, so people using, like, legal jargon they don't understand to intimidate other people, kind of like KP, with her current copyright and privacy complaints on YouTube, and her trying to paint the DA Games Chris thing as workplace harassment, even though she's never worked for DA Games, and the incident did not happen while he was working at DA Games, and when he was working for her, she didn't pay him, so he wasn't actually an employee or a contractor or anything. And, like, she does have like, this weird contract for free people that, like, demands they come to weekly meetings and shit, and they have to keep deadlines, and it's, like, it's so ridiculous. Like, who do you think you are?
Cover your assets, kids. We don't want to upset them DC librarians.
It should go without saying that harassment, lying to the public, you know, is hella illegal. The biggest thing that weighed on me and my mental health is that whoever was doing
I don't think lying to the public is exactly illegal, but okay.
just felt so hurt and angry that they justified this campaign to harass me and paint me as this gross KP monster. It was horrible. It made me feel like I was a monster, and that really just...
If only you took a lesson away from this.
Know, I developed real people PTSD, and we'll probably touch on how that overcomplicated my life in a little bit.
Did she say real people PTSD? What the fuck? Wait, what was that just now?
Campaign to harass me and paint me as this gross KP monster. It was horrible. It made me feel like I was a monster, and that really just was not fun. For those who don't know, I developed real people PTSD, and we'll probably touch on how that
She did just say real people PTSD. Does she mean as opposed to how you see PTSD depicted in fiction? Or how people fake it online like she's doing right now? Or does she think she's the only real person? Because I would believe that too, but... Like... What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Also, I think her claims that she got PTSD because one guy ran an account on Twitter critical of her is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Nobody who actually suffers from PTSD would say that.
Complicated my life in a little bit. This is such a fun video. And there are honestly way more people who are believing all this bullshit at face value than generally should be acceptable. With everything that has happened in the last decade...
Generally should be acceptable by whose standards?
Flat earthers, I imagine that's something that was originated as anonymous confession, if that's what you...
What about flat earthers? I keep talking over her, and then she says something insane.
face value, then generally should be acceptable. With everything that has happened in the last decade, from the anti-vaxxers, the flat earthers, I imagine that's something that was originated as anonymous confession, if that's what you want to call it, didn't make people more skeptical than it should have been.
Guys, you shouldn't believe an anonymous Twitter account saying mean things about me because, you know, there's anti-vaxxers and flat earthers out there. And aren't they crazy? So you shouldn't just believe anything. What the fuck is that point? I think she's even worse than Lily when it comes to, like, this sort of, like, weird, oblique political or current event reference.
How do you know if any of this stuff is true? What do you mean? How do you know someone didn't just
Oh,
make it
wow.
up? What?
The reference. Another
just
cutaway.
lie?
Wow.
You really think
So
someone would
impressed.
do
This
that?
video could have
Just
been
go on the
20 minutes
internet and
fucking
tell
long
lies?
without these.
Well, there were a lot of people I considered my friends at the time who were talking about this publicly and not even bothering to check if I was okay.
She censored one of them, but didn't censor Saberspark. 4 years ago, she's still obsessed with Saberspark. That's amazing. So wait, is this him talking to her, or? Whose video is it? Review reply from Critical Thought? Is this on somebody else's video about her? And all Saberspark says is, I love your voice and editing skills. So he could have been talking to KP. He was talking to whoever this is who hearted it, I guess. So, like, you're mad that he praised someone else that maybe was critical of you? Yeah, you're not... Girl, you are not beating the allegations that you've just been bitter at Saberspark for 10 years for not dating you and getting more popular than you. Like, holy fucking shit.
On the internet and tell lies?
Hell, there were a lot of people I considered my friends at the time who were talking about this publicly and not even bothering to check if I was okay. That's like learning that you're...
So is somebody named Critical Thought? Hold on a second. I'm curious. I'm very curious now. Critical... No. Ah! Accidentally, like, hit the button over there. Here. Critical Thought. ILoveKimPossibleAlot. Again, if you hadn't made a fucking video, nobody would know about this. Oh, somebody put Malcolm's stuff in a playlist. That's cool. I don't even, like, this person isn't even coming up. Who is Critical Thought? Who is this person? What are you talking about? Okay. Alright, well, I guess whatever.
Friend was in a car crash, instead of, you know, going to the hospital, you just talk about it on Facebook. You're a great person there.
Oh, yeah, so people praising someone you don't like is like them not giving a shit if you got in a car accident. What are these analogies?
Car crash, instead of, you know, going to the hospital, you just talk about it on Facebook. You're a great person there, Steve. Because I chose not to detail and explain...
Steve, so she is talking about Saberspark directly, and her only Her only evidence that Saberspark was slighting her was him commenting on someone else's video, "I love your voice and editing." Nothing even about KP. We don't even know what video this was. Or what they're commenting on exactly. She's just like, "See? People I thought were my friends are praising this other person who is involved in this drama in some way I'm not going to specify." Let's let some super chats through. I'm very confused right now.
Eliza Hamilton sent a super chat. KP not taking accountability is just the norm now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's always been her MO, really, it seems.
Sent a super chat. She wheels out PTSD whenever she gets any pushback.
Oh no, she does. She does. Like, she was doing that with in the Saberspark video. Like, oh, this gave me PTSD. What Chris did gave me PTSD. What Bogsy did gave me PTSD. Steven triggered me and gave me PTSD. I have a therapy dog. Did you know I have a therapy dog? Here's my therapy dog. Did I mention my therapy dog? Like...
Sent a super chat. Starting to realize why she got on well with Lily.
Yeah, and she only ditched Lily when, like, she just had no choice, basically.
Fruit sent a super chat. I can see now why Lily and KP were friends.
Yep. They're very similar people. Very similar.
Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. At home car mechanic tax. Also real people PTSD? Dear Lord. There is no way she heard that come out her mouth, and she just left it in.
Yeah, what did that even
sent
mean?
A super chat. I just got a gifted membership. I wasn't even streaming, but here I am now. Hello. What topic are we on?
We're talking about old KP drama that is very prescient for what happened later. So, yeah, it seems like if you're just subscribed or if you even just watched a stream once, you're eligible for a gifted sub. It just kind of happens. So, there you go. And yes, I watched Omegon, yeah. I don't know, I like his voice. I think he's funny.
In what really happened, people chose to believe limited information that they understood, and in turn justified their treatment and the way they talked and treated me. Bad faith believers didn't understand or know who Boggs was because I didn't draw attention to it. They didn't have faith that this was a cause of one child and a couple of friends that made up rumors because it was fun.
One child who you had to free work for you even after you found out he was a child. So now she's using the fact that he's young derisively to dismiss him, while just tiptoeing around the fact that she used him for free labor when he was 16.
And it got attention, and people believed everything at face value, and that's a really damning assessment of my character.
All of the posts that me and Sean...
But again, you're expecting me to accept at face value that call you said was from Bogsy is from Bogsy, when I have no idea what this guy sounds like, and there's no evidence of where it came from at all.
And that's a really damning assessment of my character.
All of the posts that me and Sean contributed were all within the first 3 days of the Twitter's creation. After that, we were kind of starting to take a back seat and kind of slowly start to distance ourselves from it because it had just gone so far.
Hell, your average first impression of another person is 7 seconds. So are you saying random people on the internet that you know more about a situation in 7 seconds because it shows up on your Twitter timeline?
More than you, probably,
yeah. Live through it or go through it? Video's so salty. Ugh.
The ceiling's soft.
Yeah, but again, they saw the post for 7 seconds, maybe hearted it, and then forgot about it by the next day. You're the one bringing attention to it by complaining.
The floor is soft, the walls are soft, and to an extent, the air is soft.
I think a lot of times when this happens, people want to beat down on something. They want to prove that they are a good person compared to this monster. But in
totally not what you're doing right now.
They lose sight of their humanity on the other side, as an egotistical maniac because it morally justifies behavior that might be in the gray.
And a part of that these days is the desire to perform allyship. White people in particular all want to be told they're one of the good ones.
Oh, Lindsay, you're flying too close to the sun,
it's
Lindsay!
Satisfying to take a cosseted bigot down a peg. So if we can only get one more wrong-headed, bigoted head on a pike, humiliate one more blackface stewer or one more appropriative food blogger, we could heal this world.
Yeah, you can dox someone and harass them because look, don't they deserve it? They did this to themselves, right? And that's the thing with Michael.
Yeah, so it was okay for you to try to cancel Saberspark 4 years later then, because you deserved it, right? Yeah. Hey, Billy Donuts is here with the donuts, as usual. Always count on Billy Donuts.
He's so paranoid in how others view him, he still refuses to agree that Twitter was a bad idea. Even though it
Cassie Hosh sent a super chat. Wait, she kinda is like Illuminati, not in the sense of the crimes, but in the sense that she's a glorified voice actor posing as an YouTuber.
Yeah, or that she thinks she's a super smart, you know, good businesswoman while she's abusing and taking advantage of people.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. KP, that's you.
That's you! Anyway, you gotta talk more about Mr. Bogsy, and we can get to your stupid has-been hotel video with the funny letter in it.
And that's the thing with Michael, even now. He is so paranoid in how others view him, he still refuses to agree that Twitter was a bad idea. Even though it hurt the people it should have been advocating for, because he doesn't want to be...
So, where's your evidence of that? See, you guys have found the chickens. You found the chickens. So where's your evidence of that, KP? You were just saying people need evidence to believe things. You're just saying this. Was that in the recording you played earlier? If it was, why aren't you playing it now?
Viewed as the bad guy. He doesn't want to face the reality that he was manipulated by a couple of friends and then got high on the attention that this was getting. He didn't even want to publicly apologize because of his ego and how that would make others...
Again, she's saying he was easily manipulated because he's young, but then just saying it's impossible that she's manipulated anybody on her team. Except the 16-year-old is obviously very easily manipulated.
Sorry for me.
I don't know if I'd ever do an Illuminati stream. I mean, I watched her for a little bit before all that shit happened, but it seems like so many people have, like, already beaten it to death. There was a chicken, guys. I'm back on my chicken bullshit, okay? Chickens are real. You guys are all trying to gaslight me.
Making this video, but it wouldn't have happened if you, like, cleaned up your mess, you little bitch. He didn't really go out of his way to really understand.
I wouldn't have had to make this video if you just admitted the Twitter was wrong. And now I'm, like, exposing the whole situation to my 100K subscribers. Take that, Bogsy. Again, so many people would never have even known about this if you didn't make this fucking video.
And he did the bare minimum. So this goes on for 5 months, and I am just a wreck. Where Sean and Christian confessed to me after they realized Michael was going too far and was still trying to bait and harass me after I went dark. And, you know, it was suicidal, it's fine.
Think about it, she disappeared because of a constant, like, think about it, Bogsy, all you were doing was posting harassment, which is illegal. By the way, that's a crime.
Harassment?
You were just constantly harassing her.
What's harassment? What did I do harassment-wise?
How was he harassing her by posting on his own account his opinions of her, a public figure? Sorry, KP, you're a YouTuber. That makes you somewhat of a public figure. People can criticize you on other platforms and other medium, and there isn't much you can do about it.
You constantly were badgering her to the point to where if anytime she spoke, to a point of just completely putting her into a corner.
And good old Mike was more hurt that
Did they even directly communicate?
His actual actions. You can hear this when...
No, they didn't directly communicate because she said Bogsy wouldn't talk to her. So no, it's not harassing you to talk about you on his own platform. Sorry. Like, if he was sending you these messages every day and, like, sending you letters about how much you suck, that would be legally actionable harassment. But it's just a guy talking shit on Twitter to, like, 50 favorites tops. He would have gotten bored eventually. Who the fuck cares? And he was, like, 17.
Tone of voice changes before and after I added him to the call where he originally confessed.
Would you be willing to apologize to KP?
Again, no idea where this call is coming from. No clear indication of who these people are. Or if she even just had people record a fake call for her. I don't know. How could I know?
It's a very good question. I'd have to think about that. But the real question is, did you guys snitch? And I won't be mad if you did. I just want to know. Just be straight up with me. I'd like to apologize for everything I've done. And I've known you've been going through hell recently. And
so we haven't heard her voice on the call at all. So how do we even know that this is what it's in reference to? We know you've cut up calls before. You cut up your call with Chris Aficionado to make it sound worse than it was when he was, like, perfectly apologetic to you, and that's all you could have hoped for.
What I've done was very immature of me. And
yeah, he was
all
17.
At this point is I'm very sorry I put you through that hell. and no other person should have to go through that shit.
He then proceeds to, my favorite part of all this, stay home from school the next day. Not out of guilt or remorse, but because he was caught. Because his friends ratted on him.
Okay, so he stays home from school for a day. He was still in school at this point. You had a Karen your way. You were like, okay, she's like 32 now. So you're in like your mid or late 20s. And you're like here demanding an apology from like a fucking 17-year-old who's still in high school for having an anonymous Twitter account bitching about you for a few months. And then he takes the day off to stay home from school because it was upsetting or stressful for him. Miss, I got PTSD from this is mocking that. He took one day off from school. You're claiming you got PTSD from it. Shut the fuck up, KP.
Him, and it made him cry.
Trouble? No way. You're only in trouble.
You made a
if you get
17-year-old
caught.
cry.
Gotcha.
Congratulations.
But essentially, people psychologically don't like to be held accountable for things that they did. So what he's doing here...
Wow! Let's hear that one more time, KP! Let's hear that one more time, without your Aladdin reference, hopefully.
But essentially, people psychologically don't like to be held accountable for things that they did. So...
Staring into the camera like I'm on The Office. So just earlier, KP, you said, I don't want to apologize, because if you apologize for something, that's basically saying that you did it. And I don't want to apologize for this thing that I absolutely did, because people would think I did it. Like, God, this is so all over the place. She's so dumb. This is why people think you're dumb, KP, because you are! And you're a bad liar. No wonder you and Lily Orker got along. Jesus fucking Christ.
Sent a super chat. OMG, she's doing the same thing now. If you don't constantly run to me and side with me, you are bad faith, even though all evidence is 100% against her.
Even her call with Barbie, too. She's like, Malcolm should have come talk to me and asked me first to react to the stuff I did. And it's like, he does not need to ask you permission, honey. If you don't want to be a public figure, get the fuck off YouTube.
Cinder the Deer sent a super chat. Trust me guys, the child laborer I sent down into the salt mines was abusing me.
Yeah, all those kids working in KP's salt mines.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. There is no chicken. There's never been any chicken. Chickens are just a myth.
Well, then what did I eat today? I had a chicken sandwich.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. Did Chef King record a call with a bunch of adults badgering a high schooler? Possibly without any of their consent? She and Leo deserve each other.
Yes, I don't know if she had their consent. I don't even know where the call comes from. She gives no context. So, or those other people were recording for her before she entered the call. Either way, it's a bunch of adults recording an underage person, possibly without their consent or knowledge, to make them apologize to a grown-ass woman who should have been over it already.
Jer Bear sent a super chat. No wonder her and Leo get along. They bully kids.
Last I knew, she does still hang out with Lio. But even Lio told her, even Lio fucking Convoy, the apex predator of nerd YouTube, told her the Saber Spark video was a bad idea. When even Lio Convoy tells you your cancel video is a bad idea, that is the universe giving you a very strong message. It said she should have heeded. Like, that should have at least given her, like, making her take a step back and go, whoa, wait a minute. Okay, even Lio says this is a bad idea. Oh.
Eliza Hamilton sent a super chat. That's you, KP. Index pointing at the viewer emoji.
I see, I have a request from chat. Chickens are a cheap tactic to make Sai lose her mind! Yes. You're all gaslighting me. Anyway, I unpaused the super chat, so I'm going to unpause the video.
What he's doing here is he's trying to mitigate and deflect his actions, because in reality, he's at the very least narcissistic, so...
KP, that's you! That's you!
Buddha Flute sent a super chat. Even teachers at school has to ask for permission to record meetings.
Yes, I know. It's like... It's unbelievable. You think maybe recording a minor without their permission is maybe illegal?
Shark
KP?
Jumping Walrus sent a super chat. This is a strong message.
I know, I've absorbed Malcolmisms. Good thing he's streaming less now. maybe he'll stop infecting my vocabulary.
So he doesn't really want to be held accountable. Anything they can do to place blame on someone else so they don't feel personally responsible, or at least in the public's eyes. A whole range of not taking responsibility. But don't worry, I'll make them take responsibility.
Mouth washing, take responsibility,
shit.
KP.
So fucking done. So how many signs of narcissistic tendency did Michael possess?
Okay, so first, people get mad when you have to show evidence. Now I'm just gonna, like, give a list of things why this guy's a narcissist without, like, any actual proof. So let's see what she thinks makes somebody else. It's called hen lamping. That's what happens. You guys gaslight me about the chicken. It's hen lamping. Yes. So let's see. Yeah. Are you guys throwing tomatoes for, Amethyst to catch right now? Let's see how she thinks this other person is narcissistic. Let's see how many of these points will apply to her as well.
So how many signs of narcissistic tendency did Michael possess?
She tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Preoccupied with self, lack of empathy, need for approval, inability to accept criticism, exaggeration, envy of others, passive aggression, preoccupation with fantasies of unlimited success.
KP, that's you! That is so you! She is preoccupied with herself. She thinks she's a big deal. She has no empathy. She yells at people for not meeting deadlines for free work for an unmonetized channel when their mom is in the hospital. She clearly wants approval. She thinks every man wants to fuck her and does this all for her own ego. She cannot accept criticism. Look at this. Look at her reaction to the Saberspark video. She just doubled down. She will not accept she did anything wrong. Exaggeration. Saying you got PTSD from a 17-year-old saying mean things about you on Twitter. Envy of others. You're definitely envious of Saberspark. Passive aggression. See this entire video. Preoccupation of fantasies with unlimited success. You think you're, like, a super big deal and influential and successful, and you're none of those things. It's amazing just how fucking delusional you are on that front, KP. Like, honest to God, you need some serious fucking help.
How many does Michael seem to demonstrate in his actions?
Yeah, that's you, alright. All of them.
All of them.
According to just you. No.
If these traits apply, they don't excuse his actions.
No
when
actual
I talked to
fucking
Michael's mom about this, her attitude
metric.
was a very unsympathetic. My son was sad. He learned his lesson. Apply. They don't excuse his actions. When I talked to Michael's mom about this, her attitude was a very unsympathetic. My son was sad. He learned his lesson, internet lady. And when
she called his mom. No wonder she's one of Lio's kittens. She called his mom. Now just imagine. Imagine you were the mother of like a 16 or 17-year-old kid. Some random ass grown adult woman calls you up to complain about your son saying mean things about her on the internet after she mistreated him when he was working for her for free. Why did you even include this? Why did you think this made you look good? This makes you look like a fucking psychopath. You called somebody's mom because they said mean things about you on the internet after you took advantage of them for free labor when they were a minor? You're lucky she didn't call the cops.
I followed up with her to contact her how Michael was going on podcasts to dunk and brag about his harassment, she ignored my email. Great parenting, Jan.
Well, I had thought...
Great parenting, says the woman who is not a parent, who is, like, harassing some random guy's mom for criticizing her on Twitter. Again, a guy she used for free labor when he was 16. How did you think you were in the right here? How are you? Do you have rocks in your head instead of a brain? Honestly, this is why people think you're stupid. You are!
Ignored my email. Great parenting, Jan.
Well, I had thought that at the time. Like, I legit did, and I was more of an influence.
What is the context of this? I don't know who the fuck any of these people are. Or what they're even talking about. You just cut to this out of nowhere.
By how everybody was calling her a bitch and all that, and
She is
I
a
was just
bitch.
like, well, if that's how she treated everyone else, then I mean, yeah, I should, you know.
I'm like 10 years older than KP, and I can assure you she's a fucking bitch, and you should call her one.
Something should be done about it.
Vigilante justice at its finest.
She also didn't ask about, medical bills or possible liability. None of that. Stupid.
Why? She just called. Wait, hang on. What was she about to say?
Something should be done about it.
Vigilante justice at its finest.
She also didn't ask about, medical bills or possible liability. None of that. Stupid bitch.
So you just called this guy's mom a stupid bitch because you called her because he said mean things about you on the internet after you used him for free labor when he was 16, and she didn't care about your supposed PTSD from this or your medical bills from your PTSD. Did you... Or liability? What liability does this kid have? None. What liability? Did you have a liability clause in your free worker contract, KP? If anything, these people should be able to sue you! So she just called this guy's mom a bitch. Because she didn't give a shit about KP's petty little fucking problems with her 17-year-old son. And KP was like fucking, like, what, 28 at the time? This is like when Leia was like, well, when I call people's parents, they thank me at the end, and Stardust and Barbie were like, is it because they just want to get the weirdo off the phone, Leia? That was probably it, Leia.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. The pony does not concern herself with apologizing for her wrongdoings. But boy howdy if you cross her even once. Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Oh, so she admits this is just petty revenge.
It always has been, astronaut with a gun insert here.
Owen sent a super
for
chat.
my editor
We
later.
needed that suit counter.
My editor, who's just me. Put it, if I ever do cut this down, which I don't know if I will because the sound is so bad, but if I ever do anything else about KP, I gotta start putting in, like, all sorts of random fucking references and cutaways, just as, like, a gag to make fun of her editing. She is entitled. She has affluenza, I'm telling you.
Then came the apologies from most parties that should have been a bigger deal, but some of the general consensus was basically, oh, the drama was gone on for too long, just make it end, so people, I think...
Yeah, get over it!
As far as loss, from my guest didn't want to face accountability for her actions. Remember what I said, that broken people are attracted to fandoms a lot of the time? This is a general thing. Imagine someone who had a hard time and not an ideal life, and then once they start making fandom content, validation everywhere.
Oh, boo frickety hoo. I've had troubles in my life. What is the worst trouble you've had in your life? Your parents didn't get you the right car for your 16th birthday? They only give you an allowance of $400 a month in your 30s now? What is your biggest fucking problem in life, actually, KP? You can't have that many if you're claiming that mean Twitter comments gave you PTSD. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god.
Years are growing up. You're getting invited to conventions, little children and people coming up to you, and now you're signing shit and think, wow, that old life sure was shitty. I never want to lose validation from these random strangers. Just a disclaimer that I don't know any of these people that well.
Now, you see, the funny thing is, I've never had that feeling of, like, just, like, doing anything for, like, validation. Every time I've gotten popular on the internet, it's always been completely by accident. Even this YouTube channel. I didn't mean to start becoming a YouTuber, it just kind of happened, and I went with it. So, like, all these people, like, from Lia's group, and, like, people like KP are always like, Sai, you've been trying to be famous forever, you just want clout, and it's like, that's never really mattered that much to me. It's just kind of a normal part of my life that people have paid attention to stuff I do on the internet from time to time. I mean, I was away for a while. I had that 5-year period where I was pretty deeply depressed and in a really shitty job and didn't draw a lot, so I kind of had, like, a 5-year absence from the internet. But, yeah, but when I came back and started doing Steven Universe fan art, oh, I was popular again, and then I put those videos up on YouTube, and oh, I'm popular again, okay, but, you see, my ethos has always been, I'm serving the audience, not that the audience is here to adulate and validate me. So there's probably the difference between me and other people, like, who do content, you know?
It's just a guess. I imagine she panicked and said this to me.
No, don't apologize for deleting comments. You're scared of being doxxed by Lio. Don't be afraid of Lio. But I mean, if you don't comment on something or avoid something of mine just because you're afraid of trolls, I'm not gonna hold that against you.
Which is gaslighting, and then yelled at her friend.
I know I get myself into a lot of trouble and fights on Twitter as well. I'm trying to tone it down, guys, but I do like to fight people and argue.
For not telling her that they were going to confront me first. The reality is, if I never talked to Lost prior to the confession, I would have treated her like Sean and Christian, people who made stupid and very bad mistakes and then tried to atone for them. But I confronted her before December to try to figure out.
People who made bad mistakes and tried to atone for them are bad? Wait, she's talking about somebody she treated nicely because they, like, had a bad life?
That old life sure was shitty. I never want to lose validation from these random strangers. Just a disclaimer that I don't know any of these people that well. It's just a guess. I imagine she panicked and said this to me.
I don't know any of these people that well, but I'm confident enough to, like, say that Bogsy meets all the criteria of narcissism, and also I called his mom. You are a crazy person.
Which is gaslighting, and then yelled at her friends for not telling her that they were going to confront me first. The reality is, if I never talked to Lost prior to the confession, I would have treated her like.
I have no idea what she's even. Okay, I'm not following what the fuck she's even talking about.
But I confronted her before December to try to figure out what the fuck even happened, and she lied about her knowledge that she knew who was behind the Twitter. I even suggested it might be Michael based on past history, and she didn't say anything.
Okay, who cares? Somebody kind of thought it was him behind the Twitter account, but didn't tell you directly that it was, so that's what? Who the fuck cares? Again, you can't have very many problems in life if, like, the back and forth of this shit was this big a deal to you that you had to make a fucking video out of it. Like, for fuck's sake.
If I had gotten the proof earlier, we could have stopped everything sooner. The frustration I had
stopped everything. You could have just stopped at any time.
In fact, checking the legal threat. It bothered me that she lied to me originally when I first contacted her before Sean and Christian confessed to me, as well as she was not willing to come out publicly and admit that she was part of this. She's not responsible for Boggs' actions, but she is.
She was part of this because she kind of suspected that Boggsy was behind the account, but wasn't sure and didn't tell you. So now she's implicated. What is your damage? Like, how easy has your life been that this is the biggest deal to you?
Responsible for influencing a minor, as well as the other two, as well as her issues being unaddressed to me first. And considering how this was
everybody has to address their issues to me first. They're not allowed to talk to anybody else, but I'm not the narcissist here.
Me and my family.
My KP voice is just turning to a higher pitched version of my Lily voice. I wonder what that means.
Even, it was cruel to indirectly prolong that harassment.
But a lie of omission is still a lie.
Shut up, Wesley.
Because, assumingly, there were some miscommunications with her work on the John Delancey video, but due to some re-recordings on my end, that's my bad, it had to be re-edited. And let me
yeah, she's really creepy about John Delancey just because he voices Discord, and like I said earlier, the funniest thing to me is that John Delancey didn't even remember voicing Discord the first time he did the character until Tara Strong started convincing him to come to Brony conventions. Which I'm sure he regrets now. We'll definitely have to watch, like, her interview with John Delancey, because it is the most uncomfortable fucking bullshit you've ever seen.
Tell you, I am a huge bitch when it comes to producing these videos.
Well, you're a huge bitch, alright, yeah.
There's usually an average about 5 to 10 renders, so much feedbacks. I get it.
Again, how can you be running an operation like this? Like, how can you be running a tight ship when A, you don't pay anybody, and B, your channel isn't profitable? And isn't even, like, fucking monetized now. Why do you need deadlines? Why do you need so much rigor for this? For your shitty little pony fan projects? When you refuse to pay people even though you are more than capable of paying them. And I don't believe over the lifetime of 8 years that your channel only made $30 total. That is absolute fucking horseshit. Unless you're very incompetent. that is impossible.
I can come off as a perfectionist and that can be aggravating. So what she thought was that I wanted my friend Nick to edit it because he knew John Delancey and maybe he could get him to see the video. That didn't work out, by the way. But the reality was the re-recording. So she edits like 10 versions of this render, and then it seems like I'm taking it away from her. But the reality was because I re-recorded it, it needed to be timed differently. And if she didn't want to do that, I understood because, like, I'm a bitch, like I said. So she bowed out from not editing the thing. Someone else stepped in. I credited them both. We move on. That's why Nick wasn't credited in the final project, by the way. He never actually, did anything on it. In that situation, though, phone someone for help. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, you're a bitch, alright. Again, she's acting like she's running some Mr. Beast level major YouTube channel, when really it's just her and a bunch of teenagers she's exploiting for free labor. It's insane. Yeah. HG Fez in the chat saying, perfectionist with this fucking audio? Yeah. And since I read from chat, let's let some supers through, to be fair.
Marty McDonald sent a super chat, becoming a bad Family Guy parody to own KP.
Yeah, I will do that. If I ever have to edit another video about KP, I will do bad cutaway jokes.
Sent a
but better
super
timed,
chat.
obviously.
The Cringe is strong with this one.
Yeah. I'd just get more and more obscure cutaways too. That's what I'd do. And wicked old memes.
Carter sent a super chat. KP would 100% abuse Scottish law.
What is Scottish law exactly? Don't you guys just, do a caper toss to decide everything?
Sent a super chat. Parents after getting messages from internet weirdos. Honey, let's go through your friends' lists on that message bot to cleaning it up a bit.
Yeah.
Boopta Flute sent a super chat. So KP called a 17-year-old's mom who was hospital sick and called her a B for not caring about her faux PTSD? How is this supposed to make KP look good?
Oh, no, that was a different guy. Sean was the one whose mom was in the hospital and she got mad at for missing a deadline. Boggsy is the 17-year-old whose mom she called. The guy she used for free labor and had an anonymous account just talking about how bad she is. That's what it... Yeah, that's it, yeah. So, I was gonna comment something on... Yeah, and this whole thing, too, is most of these parents probably get off the phone and are like, what did we say about internet safety and not giving out your number and address to, fucking strangers on the internet, little Timmy.
Ironic sent a super chat. So I don't apologize. I greatly enjoyed your Twitter fight with Leo.
Yeah, I was possibly winding him up on purpose.
Zircon Sun sent a super chat. KP voice sounds like Lily's because she is her.
Yeah, I can see why they got along. They both have the same terrible personality.
Crafted Horizons sent a super chat. Hey Sai, glad I can catch a drama stream after the KP apology video I watched. Stressed out, but now here $5 is my thanks for dumb stream vibes.
Thank you.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. So who is ready for the one-sided beef KP is gonna start after this stream? KP gonna post herself as Moses fan art the day before she exposes Sai.
I don't know, she never seems to, mind me much. So, I guess we'll find out. Again, I'm not leaking any private information or anything unknown. I'm watching a publicly accessible video. So, if she tries to copyright strike me, that's gonna be some bullshit.
A solution. There are a million other ways to handle this. So the thing that really kills me about all of this is that...
Yeah, there were a million other ways to handle this, not making a video and just getting over it. That could have been the way to do it.
And Lost were more worried about their perception and how their peers viewed them than, coming clean. As they, didn't come clean. I had to be told about their actions from another person. Even when
so you also gossiped behind their backs.
People not to mention her publicly because she didn't want to take responsibility. Because people might judge her based on her actions. First of all, what about me? I've been going through 6 months of total horseshit, people telling
me... What about you? People are gonna judge you by your actions too, KP, and they have been, and I'm judging you by the things you've said you've done in this video, which are absolutely fucking insane.
Me to kill myself every day, and you can't take accountability for doing the bad thing.
If you can't handle being told to kill yourself on the internet, don't be a public figure.
That would have stopped this sooner, and why? Because you didn't want to get publicly outed? It seems like your reputation in the My Little Pony fandom was more important than other people's well-being.
That's all of you! That's you! That's all of you fucking bronies who never pivoted into other content. You're all so concerned about your horse fame, which nobody else cares about!
Again, it's all about the psychology of you don't want to see yourself as the bad guy. As well as
KP, that's you!
I can't let these people know that I did a bad thing.
KP, that's you!
Bad thing, Jan.
Are we the baddies?
And like I said,
you
wasn't helping the team. We tried to talk to Edgy Boy.
Imagine admitting that you use a 16-year-old for free labor and then called his mom because he said mean things about you on the internet and still thinking you look in the right. Imagine having that confidence. Must be great.
Bag Michael from the get-go about these problems, but he ignored us. So it wasn't about helping the perceived team at that point. It was about getting attention and more attention. And let's throw KP under the bus because it's fun. And let's call her Rachel publicly to creep her out because we're using her real name because we're totally not stalkers, totally not.
So you just said your real name. You just said it. So now that this incentivizes people to use it more to troll you. I try not to use people's real names. It depends on the person. Like, I'll use Alex Mahan's real name instead of Yondev for some reason. I don't know why. But when was her fucking Has-Been Hotel video? I can find it because she spelled it wrong. She spelled a lot of things wrong in this video, actually. So that was a year ago. Okay, never mind. We'll be looking at that when it's relevant, though. So... they called me Rachel, which is my real name, and I don't appreciate being called by my real name, so why did you just reveal it now in this video? Rachel. I don't get it. You just used your real name, so now even more people know what your real name is. I mean, I already do, but I don't use it. It's like some people know my real name, but Sai is shorter anyway, so it's like, no one's gonna call me by my real name. But ILoveKimPossibleAlot is certainly a mouthful.
Not. If they had all given genuine public apologies.
Yeah, she just called Saberspark Steven obliquely, but it was kind of like a dig, because if you don't know if his name is Steven, then, I guess you wouldn't know exactly who she's talking about, because she showed Minecraft Steve on screen when she said it, but, like, I'm fine just calling her KP. I mean, that's what most people know her by, so...
apologies explaining what they did, then it would have been a lot better. Oh, Jesus Christ. And then it got a little worse. Because this huge snowball of not taking accountability kept on building and building and building, and they kept calling me bad things because I wanted them to take accountability so people could realize what happened, you know, but they refused to do that. I eventually got on a call with Mag, Loss's partner, because Loss wouldn't talk to me. Because I yelled at her, fine. And what—
so somebody wouldn't talk to you, so you went and got their, like, boyfriend or girlfriend to talk to you instead? That's weird! You're weird! You're a weirdo!
What I learned is that call was recorded without my consent or knowledge, and was potentially going to be leaked.
Oh, recording people without their consent or knowledge! I wonder who that fucking sounds like! Did you have Boggs' consent? When he was 17? To record that call you just played? Did you have his permission? This underage child? Now, what was it the Kiwi Farm said my real name is? Hang on, I have it as my name on, Malcolm's server. I keep forgetting it, though. Let me find it. Damn it, why am I not coming up in here? No, probably because I'm in streamer mode. God fucking damn it. Hang on, I'll say something mean about oh, here it is. Here I am. So, obviously my real name is Sias Autismicus Superior. It was according to the Kiwi Farms. Yes, obviously my real name is Anthony Gramulia. According to the AI results on Google, my real name is Anthony Gramulia. But yeah! And that's how, like, she excused it when she recorded Chris Aficionado's apology to her. She was like, well, I just assumed he would know that it was, like, Chair Bear added me there so I could see it. She's like, I just assumed that Chris would know it's recorded because it was about safety. It's like, no, why would he assume his private apology to you would be recorded? So what the fuck, KP?
Ross wouldn't talk to me because I yelled at her, fine. And what I learned
is that yelled at somebody, you admit that.
Without my consent or knowledge, and was potentially going to be leaked public if I were to lie about what happened in the call. And that just—
this is exactly what you do to other people. It's what all these fucking commentary community people do. You're all crazy. You are all fucking crazy. That was like the first time I went to one of Beckett's streams before I realized he was part of these people. And I was like, bro, recording calls is not normal. And he's like, what do you mean? Of course it's normal. Even the SCC does it. I'm like, okay, maybe it's normal in these communities, but it's not normal in general? What is wrong with all of you?
Is villainizing me because it's assuming I'm gonna lie, and you know, as a victim of all this stuff.
We could assume you're gonna lie. You've been doing it.
It's also morally wrong to record someone without their consent or knowledge, just because.
Oh, you know, I'm gonna clip that
on a
right now.
state-by-state basis doesn't someone without their consent. Bad faith, guys. Really wrong to record. Really.
Okay, hang on. Live on stream, I have to clip
It's also
this.
morally wrong to record someone without their consent or knowledge. Just because it's on a state-by-state basis doesn't mean you're morally in the right just because it's technically not illegal. What are we, children? Loss's apology was nice.
Wow, and isn't that what Lio says? Because it's technically not illegal, it's
Apology
fine.
was nice, but it's also apology was nice, but
Hang
children. It's also morally wrong to record. What are we, children? It's also morally wrong to record
Perfect.
someone without their consent or knowledge.
Can't create
Just because
clip!
it's on a state-by-state basis doesn't mean you're
How
morally in the right
dare.
just because it's technically not illegal. What are we, children?
Is it too,
It's also
too short?
stuff that just bad. As a victim of all this stuff, that just bad faith, guys. Really. It's also
Damn
morally
it!
wrong to record someone without their consent or knowledge. It's on a
Fine.
state-by-state
Fine. It's at 33.50 died.
basis doesn't mean you're morally in the right just because it's technically not illegal. What are we, children? Loss's apology was nice, but this would have been much better, you know, when this issue happened and not in the threat of going public and the threat of correcting the narrative before I correct my own narrative or whatever.
I mean, you were talking about how people need to communicate with you. You also need to communicate with other people. If you want an apology, you can ask for one instead of just sitting there stewing, thinking, why haven't they apologized to me yet? Like they're supposed to automatically know that I want, you know? They might not even know there's a problem. You need to communicate.
They're here.
In your confusion, I don't want you to make a poor decision. That will only make things worse.
So
why is Salad Fingers here?
in saying that I'm confused, it's a statement that I don't have a good grasp of reality and I'm doing something bad, like all victims just don't have a good grasp of reality.
You really don't have a good grasp of reality at all. You are a completely delusional person, KP. You are.
Reality, and they might do something irrational because they're just so hurt by their pain, and that's really undermining to what the victim is potentially saying, and also really hurtful. Like, oh, all victims just don't know what they're talking about, and they're just confused, and they might just do something irrational, and it's just so disgusting.
It's not because you're a victim, it's because you are a delusional bitch. You are a completely delusional, narcissistic bitch with the worst delusions of grandeur I have ever seen in my life.
Like, why would you say that?
Was that Lily? Maybe that was Lily. Why did it sound like Salad Fingers? That doesn't sound like the British accent Lily does, or maybe it was her?
Much better, you know, when this issue
Let's hear it
happened
again.
and not in the threat of going public and the threat of correcting
Yeah,
the
yeah,
narrative
we want to hear the
before
Salad
I correct
Fingers
my own
bit from
narrative
Lily
or
again.
Whatever. The highlights are here.
In your confusion, I don't want you to make a poor decision. That will only make things worse.
So
I don't think that was Lorch, but hard to tell. It could have been one of these other people. But, that sounded a little bit like Salad Fingers.
when saying that I'm confused,
KP, do you have any rusty spoons?
it's a statement that I don't have a good grasp of reality and I'm doing
It was old Lily's Salad Fingers Orchid.
something bad, like all victims just don't have a good grasp of reality and they might do something irrational because they're just so hurt by their pain, and that's really undermining to—
Well, it's weird, because, like, she credits every single clip she uses. She credits, like, the show, the company behind it, the year. She doesn't credit who's doing the voice actor when they're doing it. That's so weird. Like, why would you— again, I guess she's like Lily, where she's just, like, up the ass of corporations and worships them.
what
But
the victim is potentially saying, and also really hurtful. Like, oh, all victims just don't know what they're talking about, and they're just confused, and they might
Okay,
just
she's
do
on this
something
fucking
irrational,
ramble
and
again.
it's just so disgusting. Like, why would you say that? Why would you assume that someone is potentially distorting facts because they were traumatized? Like, that's undermining what the person went through in their own trauma.
The fandom will move on when you do. I think everyone at this point just wants this to go away.
Again, this is
Why
minimizing
does
trauma
Lily sound
and
like
assuming
salad
that
fingers?
Everyone will move on because I'm purposely holding on to this trauma and, you know, I just don't want to let it go because I have a need for revenge or something like that. And trauma doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. I don't know where
You
heard
don't
that
know how
from, but,
trauma works. You say you
people
got
don't choose
PTSD
to
from
hold on to
mean
their
Twitter
trauma
comments.
purposely. Victims usually seek validation and justice in order to heal, and that's not them holding on to their trauma purposely. That's because they want to try to heal. So this is potentially undermining what I went through and what a potential victim might go through if they're traumatized.
KP, go to real therapy. Like, therapy that actually challenges you. Like, you fucking need it.
Naming names is trying to get retribution for what happened by besmirching someone else.
Do you think she's trying to do a Yahtzee impression? Because it doesn't really sound a lot like Yahtzee.
No, Jan, that's not how naming victims works. Like, have you seen any of the Harvey Weinstein stuff? Like,
it's okay to have thoughts and feelings that you don't understand.
Again, this is undermining my point of view and assuming that I'm just confused because I'm.
What is she even arguing with? There's no context here. What are you even arguing with? Like, who said this to you? Nobody said these things. You just made these up you just made up your own, like, fucking questions and accusations to answer. What is even the point of this?
Clear perception of reality and...
Like, her Saberspark video is equally as confused. She just assumes we know what she's thinking of when she says and does these things.
You know, I'm just doing things irrationally because...
I guess these are from the article that she mentioned. So yeah, these are the... Okay, it's from this article you're using as an argument from authority, but you're making it out to be wrong? I don't understand. No, but it's not even the headers of the article that Lily is reading off, so... What is this even... Where is this even coming from? Except your own deranged fucking head.
I'm just trying to heal and, like, it's undermining of my point of view.
Do you understand that by your definition of running away, it sounds like you just want revenge?
So there's quotes. Who has said this to you? Or is this the shit you making up? Like, you introduced this with absolutely no context.
Justice, like we'll talk about later, but just because a victim wants justice in a specific situation, or at least clarity for the PR mess that someone else caused, does not mean revenge. Oh god, that's such a bad read.
Who are you even arguing with except the voices in your head? What is happening here?
Did the Cosby victims wanting Cosby to go to jail, did they just want revenge even though some of them settled?
You're comparing this to being roofied and raped? Are you now?
Out of court? Like, that's not—
We're not saving any of KP's fictional OCs from her. We don't want them.
People want justice because it's a part of the healing process. Oh god.
Getting closure is not necessarily the same thing as calling someone out by name.
Unfortunately, Lily's salad fingers impression is like the funniest thing in this video so far.
Victims generally want justice, and that's not the same thing as closure. And that's not the same thing as revenge either. It's frustrating because, like,
but what are you even arguing with?
That you know how someone suffers because potentially you—
She just made up something somebody said and is arguing with that. This is literally a straw man. She just built a straw man to yell at.
As well, and by assuming that people are just holding on to their trauma because they want to.
It's soup fingers when it's Lily, obviously.
In order to feel validated, or because they're doing it by choice, is just really insulting, again, to how people process their own trauma. Ugh. I only found out that this call was recorded by a leaked chat.
Where did this come from? So what are you leaking from somebody else now?
I like rusty spoons. Yes.
Okay. What does this even prove? Where did this come from? Who is even this? Is this a screenshot for AIDS?
And I also wasn't supposed to know until this got leaked.
What did that even tell us? What did that even tell us? If you go to BronyCon finger, I gonna buy you a drink, lol. And here I thought I was pushing the line, that I might have gone too far. Nah, you're good. You kept vague enough so she will know who said that, and that's the point. There's no way she can say it came from us. Seriously, Megan, I really appreciate this. But what are they even talking about? You're claiming it's the call. But what call? We haven't heard your voice in a single call you've played. So what the fuck are you even talking about?
And I also wasn't supposed to know until this got leaked. It's like you want to support abuse victims, but only when it's convenient. Wah, wah, wah.
Remember that threatening message you sent the woman whose rape allegations you platformed? Remember that?
Not yet, lol. Like I said.
Oh, okay. So finally, we're getting the actual context, I guess? The following screenshots are from the mentioned chat log with Lost and Mag that was accidentally leaked during a live stream. Okay. So?
Yeah, lol. Like,
whose live stream, though? Where is this footage from?
Like I said, I don't start the drama, I finish them, lol.
That sounds like a threat.
And she hasn't dropped my name yet. It won't help anyone. Her team is so brainwashed, it's not even funny.
So who are you advocating for when you participated in the thing? Were you just doing it because you were mad at me, or what?
And fuck her.
Are you just doing this because you're mad at these people?
I feel slimy reading this.
But actually, funny enough, my views...
Oh god, that was Lily too! Lily, you actually used to be kind of a decent voice actor. What the fuck happened?
Been funny.
So who are you advocating for when you participated in the thing? Were you just doing it because you were mad at me, or what?
And fuck her.
Hi,
I don't
Aunt.
want her getting views. I feel slimy reading this.
But
so that was also Lily. We found out today that Lily does a pretty good Salad Fingers impression, Anthony. Say hello to Baby Gabagool for me.
Actually, funny enough, my views started going down when I had to take a break from the PTSD that other people caused. Good job. Thanks for that.
I wasn't
She
sure
just
if it
needs
was
to
Lily or
focus on
not.
her fucking content and stop trying to stuck.
Okay, I can hear it more now after she talked in her normal voice.
Shit. Then again, I think I'm giving her too much credit there, lol.
I don't really give a shit how this video performs.
I don't like how I'm
actually.
drawing
I
this
think
puff
it's just
smoke.
important to talk about, and I think it's been long enough that I can talk about this openly. I think the TLDR of all of this is just because someone's been through a traumatic experience doesn't mean that they know or have the authority to talk to someone else about their trauma. They might have a
Yeah, like you in the future with your Saber Spark video. So I'm watching an old KP video about another drama she was in, Anthony, and it's very illuminating. It's extremely illuminating. Remember that Bogsy guy? She tried to get fired from Spindlehorse, who she had working for her for free when he was 16. She called his mom. And then called his mom a stupid bitch for not, like, being interested in her claims that she has medical bills from PTSD from getting mean comments on Twitter. It's incredible.
have a similar experience that they share.
Oh, this is Baby Gabagool's first side stream, though. This is so exciting.
That doesn't necessarily mean that those two issues are the same. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they have a degree in psychology suddenly and they know how to deal with all the trauma because of their own experiences. I'm advising when you speak to someone about traumatic experience that you use words like, in my experiences, or this is how I dealt with it, instead of assuming
What
that
does
you
this
know
have to do with
about
anything you've
how
been
each
complaining
individual
about?
traumatic thing affected each individual person. It's just ignorant at the end of the day.
I'm so confused.
And just a little mental health 101, you never, ever, ever assume that you know more about the person's trauma than the victim themselves. Or
Except earlier you just, like, claimed a guy fits all the fucking criteria for being a narcissist. Just trust me, bro, was your only really explanation.
The incident that they're dealing with. It can come off as incredibly dismissive, and I think a lot of the quotes mentioned are because of this. The sad thing about talking about this now are two realities. One, some people are okay with this and are just going to ignore it because they're afraid to speak out. That sometimes people like this have power, and they don't want to isolate their chances of working, generally by addressing this. Isn't that...
Nobody is going to, like, tank their career for being associated with you. Nobody's ever heard of you. You're literally who? Miss KP. It's like when she, like, was talking to that Chris aficionado guy in that call she definitely recorded without his knowledge or consent, where she was like, I assume you've used working for me on a resume, and there was just this very, like, telling silence.
Is that why people with trauma from a horrible person are afraid to speak out? Second,
and now she's comparing this to pedophiles and rapists, of course, because she's a very serious person.
I lost touch of reality due to what I went through, and what I was currently doing now is...
You have never had any touch with reality, sweetie, ever.
reminding people out of this for clout or attention or some bullshit. Again, trauma is lasting. The stupid internet shit has complicated my personal life significantly, but people tend to forget that because, oh, internet people, oh, it's not...
This should not have complicated your life at all. You should have been over this by now. Like, oh no, a 16-year-old you had doing free shit for you had an anonymous Twitter account where he criticized you. That's really what this is all about.
In your face all the time. Additionally, implying that a victim speaking out has lost touch with reality and that has caused the delay, do you realize how unsympathetic and disgusting that sounds?
Again, who the fuck is she even arguing against here? She's just like making up shit to argue against. We don't know. She hasn't specified a person or a post or anything that this came from. I'm just gonna let some supers through.
Nerdy Nora sent a super chat. I would have been murdered by my mom if I had given out her number. After she murdered the internet weirdo who called her.
I'm sure. There was that one mom who yelled at Lio. It was good.
Chat. Totally a bitch up her staff, but not abusive.
Yeah, she's like, but she called herself a bitch to people, and then
a super chat.
I don't know.
If has the energy of abusive fast food manager.
She does. She absolutely does. Yeah, her editing's the same, but her mic quality was worse here.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. Don't you see, Sai? Gapey had to make all this even more public cause otherwise she'd die without the attention that her regular videos fail to get her.
I guess.
Rock Josiah sent a super chat. Horse fame. Not even once.
Not even once. This is what horse fame does to a bitch, guys.
Marty McDonald sent a super chat. They called me a fool, but IT told you she hates IT.
It's
Spoons
IT
and
or
Jam
it?
Sent a super chat. Everyone knows you meet under the moon in your kilts, and whoever gets knocked off the unicorn first has to pay for the car insurance.
I knew it. I knew that's how Scottish people solve their problems.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. I remember that stint Lily had of calling Sai her real name only for her entire fan base to do a ×1000 reverb of the huh? Me. Power word. Government name just ain't hit like it used to.
I know! So many of these fucking weirdos think, like, knowing your real name or using your real name is gonna destroy you somehow. And it's like, my real name is not that hard to find. I always knew it was not that hard to find. But yeah, Lily kept using my real name for a while to try to, like, I guess intimidate me. And she stopped, because no one knew who the fuck she was talking about. I mean, even sign my artwork with my real initials. It's like, it's not that hidden, guys. I don't care. Like, everyone knows, like, oh yeah, generally someone's internet handle is not their real name unless you're an idiot like Lily. It's like, sorry you decided to use your legal name multiple times on the internet, Lily. You made that decision yourself, though.
Right?
Oh, hang on a second, I had a few more supers.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. I figured out why the voice Lorch is doing sounds vaguely familiar. It's Bruce from Family Guy.
Of course she's just doing a Family Guy voice. Surprised she wasn't doing Stewie. She does a pretty good Stewie, though.
This seems to be a common thing within this group of weirdos. Completely unearned self-importance and handling internet beef like a serious crime.
Yeah!
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. So, was this vid made before the Lily/Gay fallout?
Yes, long before. This was made almost 4 years ago.
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. The fact Gay P wasn't taken to court by Bog's mom is pure luck.
Yeah, or just it's not really worth the effort, but yeah, I mean...
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Gay P hears Fortunate Son every time she gets online.
But no, it's like, yeah, but all these people are like this. And again, I was saying, she can't have very many problems in her real life if this is such a big fucking deal to her. And again, 4 years ago, she would have been, like, 28, 29. Like, girl.
Again, just victims of these two public outcries came out years or even decades after the abuse in question took place.
I feel relieved now to know that I'm able to say it and not
Yeah,
be
this is definitely equivalent to you getting mean comments on Twitter, you dumb bitch. Oh my god.
afraid anymore. I've been afraid for a long time.
Are they lying? Are they doing it solely for attention? Let me make this clear.
You see these women who were roofied and raped? You'd believe them, wouldn't you? So why don't you believe me that a 17-year-old bullied me? And that he didn't have very good reason to do so.
You cannot pretend you are advocates and allies for sexual abuse survivors if you're pulling this.
Good thing I've never called myself an advocate, activist, or ally. A lot of people tend to assume I'm some kind of activist type just because I'm gay. Like that retard Blackish who assumed that Malcolm's a bread tuber just because he's trans. I hate people like that so much. But yeah, like, okay, I'm not an ally, an activist, excuse me, or an advocate. I'm choking on nothing right now. I'm choking on how much bullshit this is. That's what's happening. But yeah, I'm not an activist, I'm not an advocate, and I'm not an ally, so I can just call you a bitch. There you go.
Kind of shit. If you're manipulating and gaslighting and privately threatening one of your own victims because you don't—
You want to talk about gaslighting when earlier you're like, nobody on my team was ever mistreated because I said so.
Want to face public consequence. You're not the monster, the victim is the monster. Do you understand how fucked that is?
I mean, that is what you're saying about your victims.
Stop treating people like this. To be fair, I tried to make peace with them, and on reflection, it's very much like this. Around this time, Mike tries to apologize again. I think mostly just to tell people, if they bring it up, that he quote-unquote
You
tried
want
to
an apology!
But it was a really shitty apology. And, you know, he's just doing a great job trying to get me to talk to him.
So, AP, earlier you complained that Bogsy wouldn't talk to you. Then you played alleged audio of Bogsy apologizing to you. Now you're saying he apologized to you a second time! And you're still mad! And now you're saying it's a ploy to get you to talk to him, when earlier you complained he wasn't talking to you. You can't even keep your own fucking story straight. God damn.
Tried to apologize, but it was a really shitty apology. And, you know, he's just doing a great job trying to get me to talk to him. You know, the victim. Mako makes a video where he fake cries, essentially on camera, and then takes the video down within 24 hours because—
This kid is a baby. Look at him. Again, you were like 28, and he was like 7, or just in 2016. You were still in your 20s, and he was 17. Look at this kid. This is a baby. He was still in fucking high school.
Video where he fake cries, essentially on camera, and then takes the video down within 24 hours because—
You can't say you know more about someone's trauma than them, but I'm gonna say he's fake crying after saying he's definitely a narcissist for reasons that it all describe KP perfectly.
As 4chan got a hold of it. I can't make this shit up. Luckily, we backed it up because I'm not stupid.
As if 4chan doesn't have a huge crossover with the fucking brony community. That's where it started, idiot.
So I originally ignore him, but then he tries to email me with this horrible take.
The last time we actually spoke was in a time of when I was put on the spot for a situation I barely knew how to handle. It was a half-assed—
Okay, you're only having your voice actor read part of this, KP, and I don't trust you, so I'm going to read it. Hi, Rachel. Which, again, she just shows her real name in the video while complaining that people keep using her real name. Hi, Rachel, it's Mike Boggs. Before you decide to immediately delete this email or block this account, I'd like for you to hear me out. I'm going to be 100% with you in saying I'd like to formally apologize to you. A lot of time has passed and a lot of thinking has been done on my end. I guess you could say I've done some growing up, because again, he was like fucking 17 when this all happened. The last time we actually spoke was in a time of when I was put on the spot for a situation I barely knew how to handle. It was a half-assed conversation. I didn't want to really— Actually, I think her guy reads this part, so let's fuck it.
Conversation. I didn't want to really apologize then. However, as time passes, minds are changed. My view on the whole Anon KP leak situation is as follows. I do not regret making it because at the time I truly believed I was doing something for the better good. However, things went out of hand fast and I do regret the outcome of the whole thing. I know how badly this has affected you and your mental health, and there isn't any amount of apologies in the world to fix that. I may not be a fan of yours, but no human being
this should have had the
to
salad
go
fingers
through what you're
voice.
going through. Now I'm going to let you decide what happens next. You can either respond to this email and we can go on with our lives, or if you want, we can talk more over on here. Discord, Skype, whatever. If you choose the first option, you'll never hear from me again. If you choose the second one, then I'll be looking forward to talking with you.
Okay, it's perfectly
Bob,
sensible.
This is difficult. You haven't made this easy. You're full of ego. You say you changed your mind, but you don't regret what you did. You know how bad this—
You're full of ego, coming from KP.
This affected my health. Really? I sometimes don't express myself well, but you assumed things about me that weren't true and lied to people to inflate the drama all while I was unable to respond. You used your power to crush me, and it hurt a lot. And you don't regret doing what you did.
Used his power! He's a 17-year-old on the internet who had a fucking anonymous Twitter account that said you're mean to people. Oh, he's so powerful. Again, nobody would know about this if you didn't bring it up in a video!
What exactly do you want from me? But then you say you don't regret the outcome. What, you got caught? So what, you'll be more careful next time? There'll be a next time? What direction were you expecting it to go? You say you know how badly this affected me. Would you like to speak to my parents and find out if that's true? I'll arrange the—
Why would he speak to your parents? You're like in your mid to late 20s, KP. Also, he actually tried to reach out to her. He actually made a peace offering to her, and this is how she responds. Unbelievable.
This if you're serious. Nice to know that you're not a fan. The king descends from his throne to speak his lonely rabble. No poor peasant should suffer so. Thanks. You want to talk to me?
So instead of quoting the Bible, she quotes, like, the Prince of Egypt or something. I can see why she gets along with Lio.
As though we're equals? You're a proven liar, mudracker, and gossip. How can I ever trust you, even with these little things like a private conversation? Practically no one I know wants me to ever have anything to do with you. Your actions have cost my family—
so then don't. You didn't need to respond to this. He gave you an out.
Thousands of dollars in therapy bills, and now I have a disability. Never hearing from you again would—
Thousands of dollars in therapy bills, and it didn't do a damn thing. Because you haven't learned your lesson, and you still have massive delusions of grandeur. You either didn't go to a therapist, or your parents just paid for one to say you went to therapy and you didn't learn a goddamn thing from it. It was maybe just like somebody you went and bitched at, you know? And then, so it sounds like you're not going to therapy any longer either. And now she has a disability from this. Like, oh, your mean Twitter comments gave me a disability. Will you just fuck right the fuck off? Oh my god.
It'd be an easy blessing. You want peace? Want to look yourself in the mirror and see a good guy? Ask yourself about what you would tell someone who is about to do what you did. And tell everyone.
Oh my god, she holds grudges forever over nothing. Like, nothing at all. And again, this guy was underaged when she had this beef with him. And now here he is. I guess he'd probably be 19, 20 by now. Here he is, like, trying to give her an olive branch. And she just replies, like, you're full of ego. You just want to see yourself as a good guy, huh? Huh? Well, guess what? You're not. I'm never gonna forgive you for this. And it's like, okay, I'm sure he just moved on with his life and forgot all about you then.
Air to the public would be a good start, in a way that's not just directed at me, and one that you don't admit you faked your way through after the fact. I'm sorry you're afraid of having the video spread around. That's the tip of the iceberg. Do you even realize how this has affected my team?
And here she is leaking private emails after complaining about being recorded against her consent. Oh, I tried to take a clip of it, Anthony, but around, what was it, 33:59 in the video, she says it's immoral to record people without their consent and leak the audio. It's beautiful.
My friends and my family, even now, you say you want to apologize to me, but this is not just about me. Make the video. Name all relevant parties. It'd be a start.
All I can say—
34? I thought she was 32. I don't know. Somewhere around there.
Is this. I was delusional and let things get to my head. If I were to go back and change things, I wouldn't have slandered and said such harsh comments, only facts. I also would have made an actual apology video being sincere instead of just trying to BS my way out of the whole drama. All I want from you is nothing. Keep being you. I'm only trying to apologize and make my point. I've been over this drama, and anything else drama related to you for over a year and a half now. It's not worth my time. I'm also not here to sugarcoat anything. I'm not going to pretend I'm someone wanting to be friends. I do, however, feel it's necessary to be mature and that we both act like adults to each other. Want to look yourself in the mirror and see a good...
So she can't act like an adult. I mean, he didn't do anything wrong. He said he didn't regret... That's what set her off. He said he didn't regret making the anonymous Twitter account criticizing her. That's what set her off. Totally.
Guy, this really stuck to me for a good while, you know? I look in the mirror and only see a person who's made good and bad choices. I only see me. If I'm a bad guy to your eyes, then I can't change that, even if I try. Do you want peace? Peace sells, but who's buying? If that's an option, then I'll gladly take it. If
They're
not,
both being
then
a
so
little
be it.
overdramatic, though.
If somebody were to do something like what I did to you, I tell them, it's not worth it. Just let it be. The outcome may not be what you're expecting, because this whole drama ended up wasting everyone's time and energy. That's the biggest fact. How can I ever trust you? Even with little things like a private conversation. All I can say to that is if I were you, I could never trust me either. You say you want to apologize to me, but this is not just me. Make the video. Name all relevant parties. That's just the thing though. I've apologized to everyone already privately forever ago. I already did make a video back
She doesn't
in October
understand
on my
private
LP
apologies.
account expressing my thoughts on everything that happened. It may not be as clear as in this email, but it gets all the same points across. So I'm not going to make any more videos. Sorry. I just don't see the point in its relevance. I'll leave you with this. Just know—
Oh, she wanted him to make a video flogging himself, and because he didn't, she made this video? Not everything has to be settled with a fucking video, KP. That's what got you in trouble 4 years from now.
I don't have a grudge or hate towards you. I don't want to be involved in any other person's meddling with you, which I hope doesn't happen. And I wish you all the best of luck with your life. I'll leave you alone now because I know that to you is a blessing. So peace.
That the idea was always about keeping me quiet and not admitting what you did publicly. And it still doesn't sit.
So that's it. You're angry he didn't take his time to make a video flogging himself, confessing to running an anonymous Twitter account that criticized you. And that is why you made this entire fucking video. Wow. That's very special.
Rain Banana sent a super chat. BTW Blackish got called Redlac and saying loosely transphobic shit. Funny as fuck too.
Loosely nothing, he's been doing
Taylor
it.
Wynn sent a super chat. I know this is an old video, but anyone think it's kind of alarming that she, a grown woman, is painting a child as being the one with power in this situation?
Yeah, and she hasn't changed from now. She hasn't changed one whit. She hasn't learned anything from the Saberspark situation either. She's never gonna fucking learn. Like, even, like that call she had with Barbie, trying to advise her on how to address the Saberspark situation. She just doesn't get it. It's unbelievable. Is it that she doesn't want to get it, or is she really just that stupid? Like, there are very good reasons people think you're stupid. Ugh, I think that was the last super for now. Let's go.
Fight with me, so I'm done. I'm fucking done. Part 3, yes, this is still affecting a lot of things. And that's the last time I've talked. As far as my feelings about it, I think this clip does a better job than I could articulate.
Hey, I wanted to talk to you about, you know, I feel bad about what happened.
You're using this BoJack Horseman clip, and you're portraying yourself as Herb Kazaz and Boggs as BoJack.
So, you're apologizing?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't forgive you.
Herb, I said I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I do not forgive you.
Not sure you get what's happening here. This could be the last time that
No, I'm not gonna give you closure. You don't get that. You have to live.
Just sitting here open mouthed in shock right now.
With the shitty thing you did for the rest of your life, you have to know that it's never, ever going to be okay.
So if you're not familiar with BoJack, this man here is Herb Kazaz. He's dying of cancer. BoJack hasn't talked to him in 20 years, ever since BoJack ousted him from the sitcom they made together. Herb basically made him a star. And BoJack got pressured by the producers to oust Herb because Herb was gay. And then didn't talk to him for 20 years until he was literally dying of cancer. And then expected a nice sitcom wrap-up for his apology. That's what this scene is. Like, BoJack really fucked Herb over it. He didn't even care about the job. He was more angry that his friend BoJack didn't even talk to him for 20 years afterward. That's what he was really angry about. And that he needed his friend back then, you know, in the early 90s, being ousted from his sitcom because he was discovered to be gay. How do you think this applies to this situation where you used a 16-year-old for free labor, and then he made an anonymous Twitter account complaining about you, and you got so pressed about that you called his mom and claimed to get PTSD from it? You're BoJack! KP. If anybody is BoJack in this situation, it's fucking you. You keep hurting people with their own selfishness and narcissism and insecurities, and then just either excusing it or making, like, apologies where you try to frame yourself as the victim, you know? So, yes. KP is comparing her taking advantage of a 16-year-old for free labor, who later made a anonymous critical Twitter account about her, to BoJack Horseman fucking over his best friend and not talking to him for 20 years. And only talking to him when he's dying of cancer. You really misunderstood the point of the scene, too, KP. You really fucking did. The point is more that BoJack is a little delusional, expecting things to have, like, a clean sitcom wrap-up, because at this point the show has shifted into a critique of entertainment.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. I would commit awful deeds to have this level of confidence and self-worth without even an ounce of self-awareness. It has to feel amazing. Holy shish.
But at what cost? The whole world will be laughing at you?
I really think that we'd both feel better if we
I'm dying. I'm not gonna feel better. And
She put I have PTSD over it. I have PTSD is exactly like dying of cancer. Also, it's claimed PTSD over fucking internet comments. Yes, her channel is still up.
Not gonna be your prop.
We're watching this on her channel right now.
And then there was the more punishing. Now, despite all this, I still thought somewhat highly of the community. Most of my in-person reactions were positive, but generally My Little Pony cons with some exceptions.
Yes, generally in-person meetings at conventions are going to be positive, KP. People are not going to be as rude in public face-to-face. That's just human nature. Everfree Northwest, is this that time you met Christian? And you remember how you thanked him for coming to your panel? Remember that, KP? Remember how you know Christian? And Christian thinks you're friends because you're like the only brony analyst who will talk to him? Yeah.
We're letting this bullshit influence their opinions about me. Now, let me be clear, these conventions can book whoever the hell they want. I am not entitled to go to a My Little Pony convention.
You are not.
What I'm particularly upset about is that the peers and people that were usually booked with me were getting rebooked, and I was not. And then
she got quietly disinvited from the My Little Pony convention. This was her 9/11, guys. That's kind of like being raped, you know? It's kind of like being roofied and raped, as she keeps comparing these things to. Alright, she's not reading this one for us, so I'm gonna do it. Let's see.
I appreciate you informing me of the decision to reject my community guest application, but frankly, this doesn't make sense from my point of view. You state that a decision has been made about my community guest status regardless of points that I have brought up in our last conversation, redacted and presumably redacted, and others are approved every year I have been. And I am not this time around? Why is this the case? I have made several attempts to discuss and understand this further, but my eye was ignored. Maybe your constant misspellings in your fucking juvenile emails are why people don't take you seriously. And my questions were left unanswered because they have no obligation to answer you. You just said you're not entitled to go to a PonyCon. You're not entitled to an answer either. They just didn't renew your guest status. Probably because you're not well known enough. And nobody cares. This leads me to believe that this decision to disregard my request has been made for a reason you are not being direct with me about. They have no obligation to tell you. And the fact that the higher staff does not wish to speak to me personally, with the exception of you via this email, seems to imply dishonest nature by omitting critical information. If I am mistaken, please let me know. I wonder why they just invited you with this fucking attitude. Why do you think the higher staff members of Everfree Northwest, at the time, the biggest fucking, like, brony con, why do they have to talk to you personally? Why do you think you're this fucking important? Like, you were always one of the lesser brony YouTubers, from my understanding. To a Harley Quinn voice. I mean, I almost kind of was. This has led me to another point. There you go. Is that what you want? I was incredibly hurt to find out that one of your previous staff members, redacted, was sharing negative information and overall unfair biases to the Anon-KP Leaks Twitter account as a member of the redacted staff. I have not chosen to share this information publicly, but from my point of view, it's very hurtful and incredibly unprofessional. Not like leaking private emails, so... She thinks a previous staff member, so someone not working on the staff currently, has been sharing negative information with Bogsy's anonymous account criticizing her. I mean, that is kind of my Spinel voice, too. It doesn't really sound that much like her. My Spinel voice always turns into Harley Quinn. I just can't fight it. So, yeah. So, because she believes in her own schizophrenic head that a previous staff member, so someone not currently employed by them, is sharing information with the account saying mean things about her. Anthony says KP tried to tell him that she could help him network at conventions. Yes, Anthony, who has an actual journalistic byline, could really use KP's help when it comes to networking. Anthony's perfectly good at networking. Fun fact, Anthony and I met because he just messaged me saying, hey, if I need to sue Lily Orchard over these copyright strikes, you can joint file with me. I was like, okay, based. And that's how we met. Officially, anyway. Anyway, let's read the rest of this. My other experiences dealing with the redacted in the past 2 years of my attendance have been indirectness, lack of organization, and how dishonestly, immaturely, negative intentions and unprofessionalism due to the events that have unfolded in the past months. Oh, and now, not how. I'm the one fucking up this time. I feel like my continued time, investment, and travel to make the convention a success constantly is being undervalued and underappreciated. Everfree Northwest was carried on KP's back, guys. Obviously, a Brony convention in 2017 would have gone nowhere without her. How is she this? How does she have this heavy of delusions of grandeur? Oh my fucking god. How are you real, girl? Girl, get help! Yeah, you are not the guy. You are not the guy. I had a guy and now I don't. You are not the guy. Oh, god damn.
I'm having trouble recovering from that one. Let's read it again. I feel like my continued time, investment, and travel to make the convention a success constantly is being undervalued and underappreciated. Girl, you were just a YouTuber they gave a guest pass to. What is wrong with you? Ugh. The continued disrespect that the redacted staff have shown to me makes me unable to attend this year. I'm sure they opened a bottle of champagne at that news. And unlikely to attend in the future unless this negative behavior is corrected. And she wonders why they didn't approve her application. If she's acting like this, like she thinks she's one of the organizers. Like, holy shit. No wonder they didn't want her there. You imagine putting up with this as someone who's organizing a convention? As it is unacceptable. I have no intent to invest my time and effort into an organization that treats me so. You didn't work there. They gave you a community guest pass. Just because you were someone known to make Brony videos. Girl, know your fucking place. Please make the necessary arrangements regarding my 2017 schedule. You said you weren't attending anyway! What? Like, she's like, chop chop, make my arrangements for me based on my schedule. I'm very important. I can't. I'm gonna let the supers through. Jesus
Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. That's what I need the awareness for. She has none.
Oh my god. Wait, why did my thing
Kaylee
stop
and Christian
capturing? What
sent
the
a
fuck?
super chat. GP stands for Karen Prime.
Yes, it does, it does. What button did I press that the thing went away?
PQA Signboard sent a super chat. This reminds me of that time Chris at Ted Saber's Park on Twitter and he was justifiably horrified.
Mm-hmm. He knows you used to be a brony, Saber.
PQA Signboard sent a super chat. Har's famous peaking in HS for losers.
I know, god, there's so, like, which is it? Like, is it the affluenza, the peaking in high school?
Master
She was
Clockwork
probably
sent a
bullied in
super
high
chat.
school.
A little inside baseball. GP stopped being a community guest for several reasons. First of all, she wasn't that popular. 2, she wanted everything paid for, and 3, she had become a liability locale.
Yeah,
KH sent
exactly
a super
what we thought.
chat.
Oh, thank you for the Blake super chat. Where is my distracto vision, and why is this not capturing anymore? What the fuck happened? Okay, I don't know why that happened, but, there we go. Fixed it. I'm having all these fucking problems. So, I want to skip back in the video on me, damn it. Here's where we were. Okay. So, she didn't get bullied enough, I don't think. Jesus.
Taylor Wynn sent a super chat. Has she considered that she was disinvited because she couldn't stop being in a hole for 5 seconds?
Mm-hmm. And it sounds like she wanted, like, her hotel and shit paid for. I would assume a community guest pass pays for your attendance, perhaps? I mean, I've kind of been a minor guest at conventions before, and it's like they would just pay for your entry for, like, the day or something, which is all you can expect, really, you know?
Strava sent a super chat. Just stopping by to say. Carp for life.
Oh yes, that is the ship of KP and Jar. Since she is the female Jar, they're perfect for each other.
Magic Man sent a super chat. Jesus tap dancing Christ. Where do you find people like this?
Now, KP, I've been kind of in the same vicinity of for since I started my YouTube channel, since she was involved with Lily. But yeah, wow, yeah, this is amazing. So let's see what she has to say about it. That was just me reading out the email, because I don't think she was going to read it, because it makes her sound like a complete and utter bitch.
Out is that the peers and people that were usually booked with me were getting rebooked, and I was not. And then
It wasn't like envy of others one of those things in her narcissist chart. She can't apply that to herself, huh?
conventions tried to lie about the reasons why or justify the whole debacle as
Oh god, there's another one. Okay, I guess I'm reading more, guys. I guess I'm reading more. I guess I'm not drawing. Thank you for taking the time to reach out to me. There are some follow-up points I'd like to address. We didn't see the response she got. To be honest, I had a feeling there were some hesitations due to the controversy that took place, even before I applied as a panelist. That being the case, I reached out to Redacted with YouTube videos going into the aftermath of the situation before panels were confirmed. She sent them her cancel videos, and she wonders why she got disinvited. Truth has it, what took place was much slander, false information, and many young people seeking attention through negative means, and to use my name and brand to do so, similar to what appears to have happened regarding Redacted. I highly recommend you review all the videos linked below to clear up any information you might have come across. KP, they might not have been disinviting you because of the internet drama. It's probably because of your fucking attitude, where you think you're some big boss bitch in charge of everybody, when you're nobody, you're nothing. You don't matter anywhere to anyone. You need to fucking accept this. You are not as big a deal as you think you are. Holy shit. You're not even one iota of the big deal you think you are. I highly recommend you view all the... I read that part. I am sure this information you have access to seems incorrect. So, maybe they did. Well, we don't know what they wrote her back. She's not showing it. She's not showing it. I wonder why. So, Sean and Oblivion Fall, the collaborators of the Anon KP Leaks Twitter. Like, did these people even know about this fucking Twitter? You know, like, did they even know about it? Bogsy, who she was, you know, okay. All that being said, Redacted assured me twice that the decision to deny my community guest application and what happened this summer had no correlation whatsoever. Probably because they don't. You're just so fucking self-centered you thought everybody in the world must know about the Anon KP Leaks Twitter. When, like, probably nobody fucking cared. You know, you don't ever see anything on your Twitter timeline that, like, you didn't put there yourself, basically, you know? The new information that you have divulged directly contradicts what I was told by Redacted, confirming my suspicion that I was not told correct information. This is where my claims of dishonesty lie. I am not sure if he was purposely left out to spare hurt feelings or to prevent my knowing the truth, but from my point of view, it seems at the very least incredibly indirect. Simply, I would have appreciated the upfront honesty and open discussion on any concerns, as I have been happy to do so. Yeah, you sound like an easy person to talk to, KP, and problem solve with. Furthermore, some members of the Anon KP Leaks Twitter have agreed, in order to dismiss any concerns and correct false information about what happened, are also willing to talk to any convention staff directly about what happened. I mean, you can still go to the convention. You're just not going to be a panelist. They just don't want you on the panels. They don't want to deal with you. How Redacted worded his communication with higher staff came across as non-confrontational and dismissive. This was hurtful to me. I do kind of sound like Kyle's mom with that exaggerated accent, don't I? So, again, she's wondering why they fucking disinvited her when this is her fucking entitled-ass attitude. She's acting like she's, like, on the inner circle of the con organization. Like, she's acting like she's one of the people in charge. When she's just a fucking YouTuber they gave a guest pass to and let on panels to fill out time. And then she proved herself to be a complete pain in the fucking ass!
Magic Man sent a super chat, channeling my inner Woody. U-R-A-C Brony. Content. Creator. And I'm saying this as a fan of the show. Holy Christ.
Yeah, Jesus, man. Ugh. Kyle's mom is a bitch. She's a big fat bitch. She's the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. Oh, damn it. It disappeared on me again. What the fuck is... Why does it keep doing this? Why must everything break for me? And then it was capturing my mini player. What the fuck? Am I now playing also going to capture that now? I don't know. Everything's all screwy today.
Is a sign of a bigger issue that they did not understand, nor were they interested in investigating. Like, this...
Okay, she didn't read those fucking out either. Oh, that's right. I didn't tell you because you'd been having a hard time, and I forgot to mention it later. Redacted says it was always a no. Redacted has no problem with you, but drama follows you, and Redacted doesn't want to cause turbulence. Which is bullshit, though, because bronies in general are turbulence. Not a lie. I get that, but it has a punish the victim for the crime kind of vibe that is really wrong. Obviously, I'm not entitled to anything, she says after sending 2 very entitled emails. But that really makes me uncomfortable. Oh, can you try Redacted, but I think you'll get a similar response. So she's like begging this person to talk to everybody on the team for her.
Understand, nor were they interested in investigating. Like, this could have been all solved with some direct conversation about a problem in question. We heard you were killing puppies. Are you killing puppies? No. Here's the proof, convention person. Oh, okay, great. The problem was these grown-ass adults were believing a lot of this gross, disgusting, misogynistic, anti-Semitic.
That's Jews for you. That's the worst anti-Semitism you could find. Fuck this bitch, she got fucking dunked on in Redacted, tried to hang with people at the drunk adult panel and looked absolutely disgusted, disingenuous, only in it to stroke her ego, and can't take it when people steal the limelight from her. Fuck this bitch, extra fuck this bitch, where's the lie? That was both of those emails were you complaining that other people who usually got guest passes got them and you didn't. That is you not being able to take it when other people take the limelight. And then fucking 4chan. I want somebody to draw her OC being redacted by a pack of redacted. Okay, so I don't even know what the fuck that said. Still waiting for KP to release her sex tape. It's gross, but it's 4chan, girl. It's fucking 4chan.
Shit at face value and giving people who started and continue to
Like, does she think everybody on the internet reads 4chan and is, like, keeping track of everything everyone's saying about her? That's narcissism. Let's see. Reads article, sees anti-Semitic and racist insult, closes article, realizes why horse news is hated. Speaking for myself as an author, I'm not anti-Semitic or racist, just can't resist poll memes. Again, the worst anti-Semitism you could find was that's Jews for you. Which...
to waste his power over the victim. And not standing by
I didn't even remember you were fucking Jewish.
Let's be real. If I were this gross KP monster over here, why would I still have a team after all of this? Like, are all...
Because you keep taking advantage of teenagers, but actually, can I get a copy of that? Malcolm, where are you? This needs to be on one of your thumbnails.
Even though there was overwhelming evidence. Let's be real. If I were this gross KP...
Oh my god, okay, we're taking a screenshot of that. I'm sending it to Malcolm's server right now. This is more of a casual stream. I'm saying from the KP video I'm streaming right now, Malcolm, you need this. The little monster that says, I'll pay you in exposure. That is you. Wait, what? Oh no, hitting the buttons changed the timestamp on me again. This wasn't doing this before. Why did everything break on me? Ah. Oh yeah, there's some like weird art from Vivziepop person that I almost used.
Killing puppies? No. Here's the proof, convention person. Oh, okay, great. The problem was these grown-ass adults were believing a lot of this gross, disgusting, misogynistic...
Yeah. Get back to the KP
power.
monster.
Let's be real. If I were this gross KP...
Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Fucking absolutely goddamn beautiful. KP, that's you! Yes, unfortunately, Vivziepop person, I know you watch me sometimes. You're about to get flashbanged by your own old art. I'm terribly sorry. Yeah, every time I hit my buttons, it changes the timestamp. It wasn't. I had this all set up nice before. I swear to God, updating and then unupdating OBS fucked up some things. Okay, let's get back. Let's get back to the past, Samurai Jack. Okay.
This gross KP monster over here. Why would I still have a team after all of this? Like, are all these legal adults just manipulated to do my bidding because they're too stupid to know better? Like, come on, you are indirectly insulting who you think are the perceived voices in this case. Like, friendship, Magic, guys.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not reading all that.
Right?
Fuck it.
Right? Don't forget all the sexual harassment that was just everywhere.
So fast forward in time, where I made the cam girl image that a lot of people have seen, mostly just to share with my friends, but again, a couple months later, we thought it would be funny to post it on 4chan and see if it could get around, and it did.
Okay. And now the editor had to make a comment about it too. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up to do, but...
Now fast forward a year when I'm trying to do conventions again, and for one specific convention, I was posting publicly about splitting a table at a convention gone wrong. For the record, the reason why I prefer to split tables when I travel to in-person conventions fall under practice.
I like how she had to put like an explanation about what splitting a table means, as if people wouldn't fucking understand. Most nerds know what having a table at a con means.
For reasons. Firstly, I am often scheduled to do panels as well as vend at conventions. It's much easier if someone is already there when I have to run off to do panels, or to go to the bathroom, or food, or breaks. This also comes down to a safety issue, being a girl in an unfamiliar place. This was instead interpreted by a minority of people as me being too cheap to pay for my own booth. And look at...
Well, okay, I can't see what this says behind your big fat head, KP. There are 3 tales of harassment in the victim's own words, the first vendor. So maybe 3 days before the convention, KP puts out her tweet offering to trade exposure for splitting a table at Redacted. I replied to it saying that she knows tables are expensive and this is a bad deal. Warning they weren't saying you're too cheap to... They were not saying you're too cheap to just buy a full table. They were saying... What? Oh, no. She was offering other people exposure to let her split a table. To sit at their table. And share it. So basically, she was trying to get a free table by saying, I'll help you network at conventions. Or free half of a table. I mean, I've split tables with people before. I've shared tables, I've had people sit in while I'm away from the table. That's very normal. But it sounds like she was, like, trying to ask other people for half of their table for exposure. What the... She didn't mention that part. She didn't mention that part. I replied to it saying she knows tables are expensive and this is a bad deal, warning others not to take it because exposure doesn't pay. Normally I wouldn't give a fuck, but with her history of exploiting creators, when she is a creator herself, has soured my opinion of her. It's one thing to just be the idea guy and not really have a clue as to how much work creating is. It's another to know exactly how much work it is, but fuck over other creators anyway. She replied to me saying that she never said she wouldn't pay for the table, which is technically true because she didn't make that offer to be... over to begin with, and I just blew it off because I stopped caring enough to continue the conversation. I considered it done. Why did you even show this on screen? This makes you look very bad. So yeah, it sounds like she was begging other people to share half of their paid table at the Artist Alley with her in exchange for exposure, because they have the famous KP at their table. Yeah, it depends on the con. Like, Anime Week in Atlanta back in the day when I was in my 20s used to be like a solid deal. Because like, it was like $100 for an Artist Alley table. So, it usually did pretty well. But...
Booth. And look at the cheap Jew who doesn't want to pay for things. Ha 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 ha. By...
What? Nobody mentioned you being Jewish in that message. Why did you only show it for 5 seconds, put your Sona's head in front of it, and then take it away before anyone could read it? And then said they were calling you a cheap Jew. No, that person there was saying you have a habit of paying people in exposure, and it makes you a scumbag.
By people who were convention staff, might I add.
We'd still have to pay him, though.
Yes.
Pay him in exposure.
Wow, you got roasted right in front of everybody at the panel. That's pretty fucking babes. Who was that guy? Who was that diva who just roasted you, girl? Also, like, the joke of offering to pay an exposure was not necessarily referring to you. That's a common thing exploitative douchebags do, saying they'll pay artists an exposure. But, so she just, like... So that burn wasn't necessarily aimed at her, but now she's construing it as being aimed at her, and it's like, well, it's not a lie. It's not a lie, they fucking gut your ass.
We'd still have to pay him, though.
Yes. Pay him an exposure.
KP, why would you upload your own murder like this? why would you do that?
He needs it. Can we get new staff up here, man? I also never said I wasn't willing to not pay for splitting table costs, by the way. It was solely for the reasons I just mentioned like a second ago.
Well, yeah, but what did you say in your message? If anyone is vending at Redacted and would like to split a booth for online/YouTube promotion of its location, hit me up, yo. Okay, so no, you're just offering, like, oh, I'll hype you up on my YouTube channel if you give me half your table. So, yeah, of course people thought that's what you were offering, because that's what you offered. Are you dumb? Well, yes, you are. Yeah, the original tweet doesn't say anything about money whatsoever. Yeah, which is why people thought you were just offering it for YouTube promotion, which is what you said. Also, she said this was never ever free Northwest. Why is she, like, blacking it out now?
Solely for the reasons I just mentioned like a second ago. When I was on...
Anyway, a little Bionic come through.
Bionic sent a super chat. I'm splitting a table this weekend at a con.
Yeah, it's a perfectly viable strategy. But if you're both paying for your own half, which is what people expect...
On site for a convention I'll just not name right now. There was a miscommunication, and I ended up talking to one of the angry Twitter people who was also salty that she did thumbnail art for me one time. Probably assuming that we do make money, and I was just too cheap to actually commission her or something. Also,
you should have still commissioned her.
But she wants me to draw her OC for her.
Well, you have fucking rich Is this referring to Vivziepop? Is this referring to Vivziepop?
Make money, and I was just too cheap to actually commission her or something. Also this.
You should have commissioned her, though. You should have paid her. Your parents are fucking rich. You don't have to work. Your channel doesn't have to be monetized, because you have enough money anyway, so fuck you.
But she wants me to draw her OC for her for free.
You are more!
But she doesn't even...
Been welcome!
But she wants me to draw...
So that's how you treat people who are outraged that you want them to do stuff for them for free.
As I said, I'm not somebody who I feel works better in group projects, but I do feel I'm somebody who prefers having structure given to me as rather than trying to build structure on my own, which I can do, but I find it quite difficult.
What the fuck is this anyway? I almost used this in the thumbnail. It's Discord about to spank KP's pony Sona with a newspaper, but it got caught on thorns, or... I can't even discern what is happening here. I looked this up on DeviantArt, because again, I almost used it in the thumbnail. And Vivziepop says it was a request. So...
And I think group projects like this does offer that opportunity. It gives you that structure to work within. And I think the fact that people will say, well, no, you can only do things if you're getting paid for it, it cuts you off from a lot of resources that could benefit you in ways. And I think turning away from that just because there is no payment in it, I feel it's this mentality of you can only write something if you're going to write the next best-selling novel.
Did
you can't
shit
write
talk
something
you or not?
Just to practice. It's the same mentality. And I think it's a little bit insulting when people feel the only reason artists and writers and animators and game programmers will do something is because they want to be paid, and if they don't get paid for
you should get paid, guys. I don't know if Vivziepop still thinks this, probably not, but you should always ask for payment. You should always ask for payment. Don't let people fucking guilt you. The labor of an artist is just as valuable as anybody else's labor. You pay your fucking mechanic, you don't offer your mechanic exposure in return for fixing your fucking car, do you? No, artists are the same. Our labor is also worth, you know, also has value. If it has value, they should pay you for it. You know, don't let anyone say, well, don't you want to do it for the passion? It's like, you can do it for the passion and also get paid. That is possible.
Project, it's because they're naive and they don't understand how things work. I find that quite insulting, and I think
it is naive, and you were taking advantage of
who are
Vivziepop.
Getting into creating things online. It discourages them from using things that are available to them to get better in certain ways, to get involved in group projects, because they get told, oh well, if you're not getting paid for it, you're a sucker. And I think that's extremely unfair, and I think it's extremely limiting, and I think it's quite insulting.
Unless it's a group project you are all strictly doing for fun, which ostensibly KP's stuff was, but she was still running it like a business with a contract and yelling at people over deadlines, so that wasn't just for fun. But she doesn't need deadlines to begin with because her channel isn't even fucking profitable. But no, always get paid. Do not let someone say, I'll pay you an exposure, or don't you want to do it for practice or passion? It's like, yeah, I also want some fucking food on my plate so I can do it for the passion and also you can give me money. I never do anything for free.
Because it insinuates that all creators online who do things without payment are naive and young and all that kind of thing, and some of us have worked professionally within this industry, and to write it off as naivety, I find it rather insulting. That's just me personally, and I feel it's an asset that can be utilized just like any other asset.
So I ended up trying to talk to her, at most in a firm way, I guess, and explain what I just told you. And then she exploded, fed into the monster KP image that she was already misled about, and
So, are we talking about Vivziepop or not? Because it sounded like Vivziepop was just defending working for free. So who are we talking about?
I did the stupid thing where I apologized for it. And again, as history shows, when you apologize for something, sometimes that affirms guilt to people who might not understand the whole story. And this person, instead of reporting it to staff, the table person then used Twitter, as well as the narrative of me just being a bad person.
Why was Vivziepop here at all? What are you still bitching about not getting a guest pass? Why was Vivziepop here at all? Just for you to justify not paying people? Well, I'm sorry, Vivziepop, you were taken advantage of in that situation, because now KP is like, see, this artist is fine with not being paid, so none of you should expect to be paid.
Person to validate her story, and in combination with my already misinformation standing that I'm now clarifying, it was kind of a hot mess, as well as exaggerating that harassment and talking to someone are two different things. I just took down that apology.
What the fuck she's even talking about anymore?
And I'm not apologizing for being firm and trying to talk to you about a miscommunication. I've learned my lesson. I'm not apologizing for something that you thought I did. Again.
So again, I'm not apologizing because otherwise it would look like I actually did the thing that I absolutely did. But like, what is even the point of any of this? I don't follow. Can you imagine, like, she sent all those videos to that con staff saying, you need to watch all of these videos so you can understand that nothing is ever my fault.
These are grown adults who are just reading and believing.
Hi, Skrill. We're making fun of KP who thinks she doesn't have to pay artists. So, there you go. Wait, is Vivziepop here? I don't think Vivziepop is here right now. But Vivziepop has watched my stuff and come by stream, so, oh, for fuck's sake. Let me see. Let me try to read these.
Apology recently because it was stupid, and I'm not apologizing for being firm and trying to talk to you about a miscommunication. I've learned my lesson. I'm not apologizing for everything they want to, and I did. Again, these are grown.
Okay, let's see this fucking thing. She's afraid to use my my buttons again, so let me just get my distractor trot up the old-fashioned way, if I can fucking find it. There it is. So let's see if we can read these. I don't know if you guys can fucking even see the text. I'm getting in as close as I possibly can. Let's see. I, for one, always like corpulent brony, LOL, but no, seriously, God bless. The brony community, especially EQD, should publicly condemn ILoveKimPossibleAlot and oust her from this community. Seth is a fucking pussy, and saying anything remotely negative, even when it's 100% true, gets you removed from the comments there by the mods there, who have nothing better to do with their sad, pathetic lives. Just look how they tried to brush the redacted incident under the carpet.
Adults who are
He never will. Not sure if it's because she generates ad rev or some other shit, but I find it funny. EQD keeps their head in the sand about the incident, yet Seth has no issue making articles about draw ponies and Toxic Mario for their tracing. What does this have to do with anything? DP and Toxic work alone. Blacklisting them only affected them. KP has a team. Blacklisting KP blacklists all the writers, animators, voice actors, and others working for her. If they didn't like working for her, they would leave. Did she write this? Is this just you here that you've blacked out? They are adults, or at least close to it. Yeah, like the 16-year-old? Like the fucking 16-year-old you use for free labor, KP? They can make their own decisions, and they have in the past when this same thing happened back a few years ago. Is she full of herself and annoying at conventions? According to what I read here, definitely. But I'm not going to ban an entire team of people just because their leader is obnoxious. Why does she keep owning herself in this video? In the end, it's up to the people working for her. They know by now what they are going to get out of it, if anything. If they are still doing it, then it's on them. EQD isn't the fandom's babysitter. We just post good stuff. Oh, is that Equestrian News Daily? Is that like a Brony news website? Stockholm is a hell of a syndrome.
just reading and believing.
Honestly, Seth, I'm not quite sure where you're aiming for, but as far as I know, KP takes 100% of the credit, and her team is nothing more than an extension of herself. Sure, blacking her may affect the team, but maybe it could be a wake-up call for them, question mark? If they're getting no exposure while under KP's banner, there's nothing that stops them from doing things on their own, except for the fact that your site does not welcome new people into the fray, a complaint I've had a few times. Honestly, the reason why they probably work for her is because they have nowhere else to go. Who can resist the allure of such an offer when no safeguards exist simply because you want to put your head in the sand about stuff she does? That goes completely against what the show supposedly teaches. Since the Brony fandom has the highest barriers to entry thanks to its overbearing hierarchy, you can't stand alone and get anywhere. Why are they all like this? Why are they all like this? But yeah, saying it's the allure of working for KP. Is this just her under an anonymous account? Like saying, oh yeah, she's obnoxious, but boyo, her team sure loves the allure of working for her. I mean, it kind of sounds like her. But, it's not even conventions themselves. The saga goes as far as pretty much how badly KP treats her staff. Again, unless there's a place for those people to enjoy what they do, they're probably going to stick with KP till the bitter end, which is probably why I rarely, if ever, visit Equestria Daily, that only posts the good stuff because we're a fucking egotistical fandom is why I avoided it like the plague since day one. Oh, I guess that was a ethos of theirs, I don't know. Ironically, a lot of people tried to emulate Equestria Daily's mannerisms, and honestly, the whole mess is kind of so sad I can't look away. What is this one? Oh, come off it, you're a coward when you're a flare fucker. You're a coward as cinder fucker, and still a coward as a horse fucker, with the biggest horse megaphone at your disposal. She doesn't credit the team anyway, without being severely pressured to, or it's someone's horse famous for name-dropping purposes, so there's no big loss. Plus, when KP is blacklisted and have nowhere else to hog her ego, except for smaller unknown blogs and shit, her facade of grandeur will look less appealing. Oh my god.
Everything they want to.
What else is here? Wow, Seth, of all places I expected you to respond to, what does this make it? The third time you've responded to a critique I made against Equestrian EQD, whatever. First of all, I didn't say anything about a blacklist. I guess this is getting boring. But why should that change not calling KP on her bullshit? If anything, it would be a good morale for the community how not to treat people working for you / signs to look for when you're promised exposure. And maybe KP would actually have learned something instead of sweeping her fake apologies under the rug. The moment the dust settled and she got control of the Twitter feed, maybe she would have come out of it more humble, treated her staff better, and get off the blacklist. things that never happened. Why is she showing all of this? What is this supposed to... How is this supposed to put me on your side, KP? They all sound correct. The Brony community is not some formal organization. You can't oust somebody out of a cultural collective, dude. I mean, that dude's pretty correct about that. The more I hear about people's experience with KP, the more I want to stay away.
And it does.
KP has just left me with a bad impression every time I've encountered her at a con. She followed us into a small room party after the Redacted, where a bunch of artists were hanging out because she wanted to follow the storyboard artists I know. She was trying to insert herself into at least one panel. Can't remember if it was blank or what are the blank IDK. She just gives you some really bad vibes every brief encounter I've seen her at cons. Someone I really don't care to get to know more. Of course, an anal cyst steps up to White Knight scum look after their own.
Doesn't matter how to.
I guess that means analysis, anal cyst. I was expecting worse than just her asking a bunch of questions. I get asked annoying questions at retail, but it's not like I'm screeching harassment every time I have a piece of shit tell me how to do my job. The fact she needed a bodyguard is fucking ridiculous. Did she request a bodyguard at the con? Probably because she thinks every man wants to fuck her, so... But it sounds like some of these people started shit on Twitter and it came back to bite them in the ass. I can only sympathize with the third person since it sounds like Redacted was playing bodyguard role way too harshly and forgot how to treat people like normal human beings. She's gonna be a special guest at Redacted and Redacted. I don't get why cons keep inviting people who piss off everyone around them. Yeah, she's just like showing us a roast compilation of her. What the hell? I never managed to meet KP, and I'm glad I haven't. Based on what I've read here and these other articles on her, she sounds like a total twat. This is why I've learned sometimes it's better to be a random nobody than a famous person sometimes. Not even, like, famous, horse famous. You know? Like, Christ. Again, this is all about horse fame, which doesn't matter, and it barely mattered at the time. Alright, let me get rid of Distractotron now. Okay. Alright, we're almost through this video, and then we're gonna watch a really awkward interview with John Lancie, and then I'll probably be done.
Affected me because she deserved it, because the thing I read must be true, and not someone trying to lie or inflate something to get
I mean,
those
things you've said
down.
yourself in this video make you look bad.
One of my favorite lines from all this was, there are pedophiles in the fandom. People need to get their priorities checked.
Yeah, is that why you keep saying rapists and pedophiles and flat earthers and anti-vaxxers exist? So why is everybody criticizing me?
Ugh, so good. Maybe she thought I was gonna come after her with my My Little Pony themed mafia or something. This is stupid. This is also the same convention that had all the sexual harassment the last time. So that eventually
How were they sexually harassing you by opening a Dakimakura?
I guess, let it cool off. BronyCon head Sheer Goldberg specifically called me as to not, you know, leave a paper trail. But my disappointment in BronyCon in particular was that the stuff ended up...
They gave you a phone call, and you just interpreted it as that they're trying not to leave a paper trail that I can put in a video. She called me on the phone, which I couldn't record. How dare she? Let's see... Just reaching out to some convention chairs to clarify some misinformation regarding content creator ILoveKimPossibleAlot. It's come to my attention that certain rumors floating around the community then said, I don't fucking care about this.
Getting cleared in a letter later, and they were again enabling this garbage and all this abuse if they let this stuff control the narrative and how they treated me. So after it was clear they didn't want to talk to me directly about the 2000...
Yeah, they don't want to talk to you because you're a fucking entitled pain in the ass who thinks you're more important than you are. You're just a pox on everyone around you.
19 show... I don't even know why I was bothering at this point. I wrote a public letter where I mostly criticized this attitude, while people like Lost and Mag were on the guest list and were actually doing some shady things at best. And these
So yeah, people you don't like were on the guest list and you weren't, and that just burnt you up inside.
Were overlooked because, as the target, I decided and was gaslit not to bring attention to these issues. So grown adult Sheriff Goldberg, you know, I guess one of your
You have no place talking about how grown adults should act.
By trying to ban me from vending a week before the convention.
Let's see what her tweets say. Now, some of the negatives of BronyCon rant incoming. As expected, vending was no fun. I got the updated decision via a third party, which is highly unprofessional. Like 2 days prior, when I was helping setting up the booth, I got dirty and surprised looks. I felt like shit. Like 2 hours into the hall opening, staff found me sitting behind the booth, accusing me that I was charging for autographs, which is ridiculous. They could have asked anyone who ever got an autograph from me ever, and then clarified that I couldn't be behind the booth at all. Okay. I don't know what this is referring to. Yeah, what is this weird fucking music she's been using this whole time? Maybe she's trying to hypnotize us into agreeing with her, but it's not working.
Be a piece of shit. Personally retorted by trying to ban me from vending a week before the convention, and had security on my ass, as well as not.
Staff buzzed around for like 2 hours during the setup. I was originally told I couldn't vend, but there was no communication that I wasn't allowed to help out behind the booth. I figured this was fine as long as I wasn't taking transactions. So she was still, like, behind the booth promoting herself when she was not officially on the vendor list and not supposed to be there. So, yeah, you can't promote yourself at a convention unofficially. That is not allowed at pretty much any convention. Like, you can't even go around, like, you couldn't go around with, like, your own prints as an attendee, like, trying to sell things to people or handing out business cards to everybody you come by. They would kick you out. So, no, if that was not your booth and you were not an official vendor of that booth, yeah, no wonder they were giving you dirty looks and trying to get rid of you, hanging out behind that booth and apparently signing autographs at a booth that isn't yours. What the fuck?
Hikaru sent a super chat. That's how I'll get my car. I'll pay the garage and exposure.
Yes!
Yes, me. Genius idea.
You just tell them that when you go in. I'll pay you an exposure if you just give me your best car.
Sent a super chat. Somebody shine the Velma signal and summon C-Puff.
C-Puff is gonna be watching this out of boredom like 2 months from now and get flashbanged by their own art.
NASA Mouse sent a super chat. I think this may be from FNGR. I know he was a huge proponent of the anti-KP stuffy in the mid-teens.
I don't know. I barely know who
The QA
Finger is.
Signboard sent a super chat. The music is putting me in a trance.
Yeah, I commented on that before I let the super chats through. Sorry, it put me in a trance, too.
Not allowing me to sit behind my own goddamn booth that I was
Wasn't your booth!
And also moving all my panels to midnight or 1 a.m. You know, petty bullshit.
Probably because they had more famous people there that people wanted to see that aren't you. Come join members of Team KP as they break down and discuss how a wide range of content is made. Who is clamoring to go to that one? Who would even know what Team KP is off the top of their heads? She really thinks she's more famous than she is. Join Team KP for a workshop-style panel on the process of fan projects from initial ideation to finding teammates to aid in making your vision a reality. Welcome to my panel. I'm KP. I'm gonna teach you how to exploit teenagers for free labor. Yeah, I wonder why these panels didn't get priority time slots when they probably had, like, actual voice actors from the fucking show there.
Again, cheer, you're head of a community that believes in love and friendship and magic and general morality? What the fuck were you doing? So later-
you guys need morals, which is not putting my bullshit panels nobody is going to attend at midnight. And what is even this? What is even, what am I looking at?
When it turns out there was an actual BronyCon security guard who was a confirmed pedophile.
This is the...
You know what's really funny? At the very beginning of this video, she was like, oh, screenshots can be faked. You shouldn't believe them. And now she's just showing out of context Discord screenshots and telling us what we are to believe they mean. And then she's just like, but pedophiles, you guys, but pedophiles. Nobody can criticize me because pedophiles exist, guys. Pedophiles. What? Yeah, they're not gonna make a public statement about a victim for a pony. Suppose the only thing I can say is, why all the public silence? Is it hard to say something, even if brief, on the BronyCon Twitter? A lot of people are very frustrated with the silence and are assuming you and the staff are trying to cover things up. I know and understand the frustration. It's scary and easy to think the worst when an organization stays silent. When something happens where the privacy and safety of victims are at risk, our policy is to not make a public statement about it and instead reach out privately to those affected. Our intent is to prevent anyone who has already heard additional distress by giving the incident as little airtime as possible and putting their confidentiality and safety first. Yeah, you were talking about liability earlier, KP. BronyCon would be liable if they talked about this fucking criminal case. You moron. God.
Pedophile.
This is the story of Grizzly the Medic, real name Taylor LaSalle, a member of BronyCon security who has placed—
Citation, Lily Orchard. Another pedophile. I won't even say allegedly, because she literally wrote a My Little Pony fanfiction in which 10-year-old girls are put in sexual situations for clear personal gratification.
Meekly Sheepling sent a super chat. Can you imagine hosting a panel and getting an audience going WHO dat? I'm ILoveKimPossibleAlot. WHO. Crass sent a super chat. Did you see the show chart thing Lily recently put up on her Tumblr?
I did. I assume it's going to be part of her next video, which is the Knights of Guinevere video. And yes, she is making a Knights of Guinevere video after she said she wouldn't. So that's probably going to be our react next week, guys. I'm going to have to get back into shape when it comes to dunking on Lily. It's been a while. It's been a while since we really lorched.
He's in charge of the safety of many people at a convention, including children. And he's also a child molester. LaSalle was caught in the same kind of place that many of Brony have been caught in during the last 2 years, knowingly and deliberately sexting a minor, and sexting a minor with this weird insistence on being the top.
And Sharon Company.
Why is that what you focus on, Lily? Why is that what you focus on, Lily? Who wrote fanfiction in which 10-year-old girls are raped? Yeah. And clearly has some weird shit about kids.
Caught in the same kind of place that many of Brony have been caught in during the last—
Oh, KP is using, Lily as evidence of, a BronyCon scandal. With a kid toucher. If that isn't just the peak of irony.
2 years, knowingly and deliberately sexting a minor, and sexting a minor with this weird insistence on being the top.
And Sharon Company were trying to play it down and gaslight the victims for PR.
Hi, Emmy. I'm Cher, the former BronyCon chair. You've mentioned some things that implied you were one of the people hurt by Grizzly. If that's true, and you'd like to talk to me about it, please let me know. I apologize for not reaching out sooner to ask. I only saw your tweets today. I know, and understand the frustration. It's scary.
Oh, I already read these fucking out.
When an organization stays silent. When something happens where the privacy and safety of
yes,
victims
liability,
are at risk,
KP, liability.
Not to make a public statement about it, and instead reach out privately to those affected. Our intent is to prevent anyone who is
that what that music is that Lily uses? She used to use that music a lot.
Possible, and putting their confidentiality and safety first. I know in this situation, this policy is tougher to understand. So much of this is public that you've probably, unfortunately, gotten used to the stress of having things open to public comment. However, BronyCon's reach is very broad, and making a statement would bring much more intense scrutiny on you than would otherwise occur. Many people who follow BronyCon's social media aren't aware of what's happening.
Is this a message she sent? Is this a message she sent to them? Saying, I'm also a victim of the pedophile, by the way. What are you doing about me?
The quickest way to increase the reach and likelihood of another bad actor
I don't know
seeing this
whose voice this is.
to make a statement. A lot of sensitive information about you and others is out there.
It's like I pointed out earlier, she will, like, put a little credit for every single clip from a movie she uses. She'll put, like, the movie name, the year, and the production company. But when it comes to people reading out shit, she doesn't put their name on screen.
We like to do what we can to make sure it doesn't get into the wrong hands or make things worse.
It's one of these people down here.
At this point, we have additional concerns that
There's
making a
Sketchy the
public statement
Changeling,
would come across
Harmony
as trying to
Dancer,
win
and
back
Zane
goodwill
Russell.
rather than out of sincerity. If people choose to believe that
Oh, so it's Zane Russell, who I have no idea who that is.
part of a cover-up, that's their prerogative. Right now, we want to focus on providing support to you and getting the appropriate action taken against Grizzly.
Man, that was some delicious, delicious irony. You can't ask for anything better than that.
Yeah, it's
Why
like
was
poetry,
that?
so if they
Why
rhyme.
was that ironic? What?
Every
What?
stanza kind of rhymes
What?
with the last one.
To be fair, there might have been some legal reason why they chose to do this, but still, it wasn't a good move. I wouldn't trust anyone who tries to belittle the psychological effects sexual harassment and abuse has on children with a 10-foot pole. And they sure as hell
What does this have to do with your grievances?
Imagine if this happened at an elementary school or something. It would be a nightmare. How dare you ruin the reputation of my adult My Little Pony convention?
But and a fucking elementary school would also not put a statement on Twitter, so what the fuck are you even talking about?
Crass sent a super chat. You know, before this all went down, one of my favorite reviewers, Toonerific Targ, actually collabed with Gay P on the Home on the Range review. I wonder how he feels about this now.
He probably doesn't even. He probably doesn't even think about her. But yeah, I haven't seen that one because I don't give a shit about Home on the Range. I also watch Toonerific Tariq. When people tell me like Toonerific Tariq collabed with KP, I was like, what? I know he has like cameos with other YouTubers a lot of the time though, so it's not that unsurprising. But was Tariq a brony, guys? Was Tariq a brony?
Survivor of sexual harassment.
As Purple Tinker, the original founder of BronyCon, said a few weeks ago, it's all about PR.
Not more Lily.
It's not about right and wrong. It's not about protecting innocent people from those who would do them harm. It's just about don't cause drama and don't rock the...
As you know a lot about people who cause other people harm, huh, Lily, huh? Yes, also, Toonerific Tariq is great. You should watch him, and you should also watch the show he has with Johnny Two Cellos. They're both great.
Boat, and don't be bad PR. And it's always been like that. It talks a good talk about love and tolerance, but uses that to shut down anyone who brings up real problems. It labels the discussion of serious problems as drama. This is a fandom where...
You were talking about irony just now, huh, KP? You're talking about irony. Yeah, you think you would have taken this video down after everything you learned about Lily, but I guess not.
If you're being abused, you're expected to be silent, or else you're just causing more drama. If someone else gets angry about having been abused, they're seen as the problem, because you aren't allowed to get angry here, even if you're being horribly mistreated.
And don't forget about the body pillows.
Some more body pillows. Oh look, a body pillow.
Yeah, Dakimakuras are just a thing at conventions. This would be like complaining about seeing yaoi paddles at a convention in like 2006, you know? It's just what they do. Yes, Lavish11, that's also my favorite Tariq video, the Mike Lou and Og one, where he just brought on all his friends to roast him for even talking about Mike Lou and Og. That's a good watch. It's very funny.
Hello. Here's perhaps the largest selection of body pillows. Here are some more body pillows.
Fun fact, I actually asked Jenny about doing the Anastasia video a little bit ago, but then I chickened out when following up about it because I didn't want to seem like I wasn't authentic and just using people for collabs. But we still have this Jenny Donley style art, and
who is Jenny?
With your eyeballs.
Jenny from the block?
Bonus round. Even more harassment. Yay.
Oh, yay!
So I thought this was gonna
What are you gonna lie about this time?
I got a fun note, essentially. So I skimmed the one that was most aggressive, I guess. So anything I feel like hasn't been covered in this main video...
Not body pillows. How unchristian or un-Jewish or whatever the fuck.
The recording shouldn't exist at all. It is illegal because just...
Are you a Hasidic Jew or something? What is happening? Okay, so here... God, more irony! Oh, Jenny Nicholson! That's who she was talking about! Oh, Jenny, run! Run, Jenny, run! You're one of the Brony survivors, Jenny. Keep being strong. Jenny Nicholson also used to be a Brony. Yes. Okay. I don't care about any of
Recording
this.
shouldn't exist at all. It is illegal because just because it's not illegal in your state doesn't mean it's not illegal in my state.
Wow, in some states it's illegal to record people without their express permission or knowledge, huh, KP? But, you know, when you recorded that Chris Aficionado call, I mean, you just assumed he knew it was recorded because it was about safety.
And in my state, in California, guess what? You need two-party consent, so yeah.
Oh! Really? So does that count for anybody you talk to? Where you could be arrested, KP, for releasing calls in your videos that did not have consent from the second party? Oh. Wow, interesting.
Yeah, that makes it illegal. Keeping in mind that recording someone without their consent varies state by state legal-wise, there is something called the Federal Wiretap Act. It is illegal for any person to secretly record an oral, telephonic, or electronic communication that other parties of the communication expect to be private.
We should send this clip to Lio, see what he thinks about it.
Because this conversation was recorded in 3 different states, it also might fall into federal law. For those non-Americans, federal law is the U.S. country's law comparatively to state laws.
Thank you
for
explaining to us what federal law is, KP. You're very smart.
There you go. You don't have to see Hamilton now. Criminal consequences can include being in jail for up to 5 years, or a fine of $500, or both. But regardless if it's illegal or not, it's still unethical to record someone without their consent or knowledge. If you really wanted to record that call, you should have...
She said that earlier. So it's unethical to record people without their consent or knowledge. Do you hold the same standards for Lio Convoy?
Fast beforehand, and you should have also made it clear that that was your intention. If I would have known this call was going to be recorded, then I would have never agreed to it. And again, the fact that you think I might lie...
Exactly why I don't agree to talk to any of these ACC people.
I went to call wanting closure. Obviously, that whole call was a mistake because there was a lot of gross things that were said in the call, and I regret the whole thing. I regret even wanting it. And these are kind of the confusing complaints. Like, if more parties were traumatized as well by other things external to this, then I'm not sure why these things were said to me. The whole, oh, she waited a year, and I'm just like, trauma is not linear.
What are you
as far as
even
recovery.
talking about?
If something is true,
I can't even follow what you're saying.
Like, I'm not doing this to myself on purpose. It's just this is something that's still really bothering me.
You're doing this to yourself. That's
Life. I'm not just like obsessing over it because I refuse to move on. That's not how trauma works.
That is what is happening, actually, KP.
Move on. They do want to move on. That's kind of the whole point. So, stating the year...
Then you would have fucking moved on. You've been angry at Saberspark for 10 fucking years.
For how long, or it's been so long.
Now, she kind of has the oddest lisp a little bit, but her mic is bad, too.
It's kind of not really relevant to the argument. Telling me to take a bubble bath is dismissive of the actual issues. I guess maybe that was trying to help, but it's also kind of like, forget about it, it's fine.
For Lily, it's soup. For KP, it's bubble baths. How dare! You caused them both PTSD by violating their boundaries, by giving them advice on self-care. Oh my god, I can't even talk anymore.
Go distract yourself. Telling someone to distract themselves.
I'm getting more autistic watching this video.
The actual issues, I feel. I'll give credit where it's due, sure. Like, I also said Loss's role was not minimal. I know it was minimal, and I know she tried to rein Boggsy in. And though I appreciate Loss's public and private apologies, the fact of the matter is she's apologizing publicly now. Something she should have done years ago.
Nobody needs to make public apologies and open letters to you.
Because again, all this stuff was public, and that kind of still bothers me. I also never discussed
Nobody
that
cares
Loss's
that it
role was
bothers
not
you.
minimal. She just denied crucial information. And that takes up a good chunk of this retort thing.
Denying crucial information, like you've been like omitting crucial information this entire video.
And I think the not naming thing is a silly excuse. I wasn't not named at all.
Yeah, this video gives you the side effects of Tylenol.
Not counting outside views of specific people, as well as I wanted authority over my story. This happened to me, right? And again,
your story of having mean comments said about you on Twitter.
Public. Michael's doxing was public. The Twitter itself was public. I get trying to solve things in a private environment, but this was not a private thing that happened. This was a public thing that people still use to judge me and discriminate me and be cruel to me. So
I'm judging you more based on shit you've said in this video.
Apologies and clearing up something you had a public hand in is fair. I'm not trying to be overly mean here. Clean up your mess. Like, this was a public thing. And again, if I had known...
Isn't clean up your mess basically what she also said to Emu Emmy?
Loss was involved in the Twitter when I contacted her to begin with. I never would have talked to her. That would have been deeply upsetting. Like, the whole reason I tried to talk to her was because
I don't even know what the fuck she's talking about anymore.
Trying to be controlling.
What was she even talking about?
Oh, I don't hate you. And I'm like, oh, maybe someone can understand.
Is this still about Jenny Nicholson? What's going on?
And what the fuck is happening? Because these were not based.
I would
on
like to understand what the fuck is happening.
These were based on a couple issues that were not talked about to me directly and then made into a public thing. So my confusion is, why were people trying to talk to me about this beforehand? And like I said, I feel like she needed closure on her time on the team, and she needed some understanding as far as like the John Delancey video.
No one on my team was mistreated except this chick who I'm just gonna excuse all of it.
There seems to be like a conflict of interest here. Lost never knew I was suicidal. I can prove that. Here's an audio clip of Mike saying I was suicidal.
I know you've been like on suicide watch and shit like that. I know you've been depressed. I know you're fucking worried out your goddamn mind.
How would have you gotten that information? One of the only people I told. And I knew Michael was behind the Twitter.
He said he knew I was on suicide watch. You must have been talking to him behind my back. Like, girl, this is why nobody wants anything to do with you, because you're fucking like this.
Like, I had a sinking suspicion. Obviously, if I knew and I had proof, I would have stopped it myself, right? Nothing was confirmed, and there was no means for me to stop it. And I think people, even in the comments and stuff, were like, I think this is Boggs. And Boggs was like, I don't know who that Michael is. So
I guess she's just mad at anybody who ever talked to Boggsy even once. This is what I'm getting from this.
No way to really stop it until we had confirmation it was him. So the thing that I needed was the confirmation. And my
or you could have just ignored the fucking Twitter account and you would have gotten bored eventually.
The call, again, was to get peace, but also accountability. I appreciated that, you know, it was stated that lying was wrong and all that stuff. But what also really upset me
what the fuck is she babbling about?
From the beginning, and her reasoning. Not trying to justify her bad choices is what re-triggered me and what got me really upset.
Oh, you were
also
triggered.
Kind of deflection. This is about other people that I did not have any control over. I did not tell them to do anything. If you have issues with them, please talk to them directly. I have no control over other people. So my sourcing and testimony
as much as you wish you did.
Description. Just a heads up that my source has requested to remain anonymous, and I personally wasn't there for this. So please remember that. That is why I use the word allegedly. Allegedly, for those who don't know, means it might not be true or not. And the reason I'm even mentioning this is because
my brain is melting and coming out of my nose right
the
now.
The wrong thing is said, and just like it should be my choice as far as how this is told and who is responsible and all that fun stuff. So the fact that it's even being said that like people don't like you and you don't want to deal with that, it more should be rephrased as I know there's people that don't like you.
Say something of substance.
Upset if you come forward with this. So let me talk to them. Let's try to figure out why they don't like you. Have they ever like had any interaction with me?
Why does this just matter for this fucking video at all?
In the first place that they don't like me. That stuff can be diffused.
It's just you talking to yourself and talking you through your insecurities.
My narrative. And I get the concern, but the right response should have been like, let's talk to those people first, or let's figure out what those problems are if they can be solved. But those should.
I can't see dislikes anymore. They changed the UI on YouTube. The buttons are ugly now.
I wasn't there for this incident, but I
just like this though.
Advocacy about mental health can also be used to manipulate facts, as we saw earlier. I don't even know.
Advocacy about mental health can also be used to manipulate facts. You mean exactly what you've been doing this whole time. Guys, I have PTSD. Guys, there are rapists and pedophiles and flat earthers out there. Why are you criticizing me for anything, ever?
No, this is true or not. That's why I use the words allegedly, but it just is a possible example.
I don't usually put things on fast speed, Jasmine, but I couldn't take it anymore.
What I'm saying. And then the last thing is spreading the post and spreading my story is not the same thing as slanders. I didn't want people to go be like, you're a bitch, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. That's what I did not want.
You called somebody's mom a dumb bitch in this video.
Differences that I did not want.
Treat others like you would want to be treated.
I'm not doing this to get a response out of you. Frankly, I prefer no response. I'm doing this for myself.
I've lost track of who you're even talking to. Magpie? I don't know who that is.
Maybe next time, be more careful about who you secretly record. Thanks. I just want to note that a lot of this feels like misdirection.
Yeah, be more careful about who you secretly record, KP. Maybe you should have taken your own advice 4 years from now.
That's what happens when your credibility is diminished. It nitpicks my feeling that I thought Boggs was behind the account without any proof. It nitpicks how I spread this post, even though it shouldn't be relevant. It nitpicks Zach and Corey's involvement.
Oh my god, none of this matters. Absolutely none of this matters.
I shared a Twitter post that no one was tagged in to try to villainize
me a little
my
more. God, who the hell cares?
That other people actively contributed to discredit what she's saying. That's a little fucked. Part 5, closing. So, what can we take?
Okay, let's hear KP's closing thoughts. Thank fucking Christ. Let's hear some, actually, let's hear some super chats first.
Serby sent a super chat. I started stream late, so I am definitely gonna pop up at just a random time. But I recently got the Spinel heart mug and I adore it.
Ah, thank
Sorhat
you!
sent a super chat. People remember Mike Lou and Og. Wow, I'm happy.
I actually also remember Mike, Lou, and Og, but I also was laughing at Tariq for like, why the fuck are you talking about Mike, Lou, and Og? It was just such a nothing show, but he made a really good video on it. And yes, I have a Spinel heart mug in my shop, and a squirrel was also yelling at me saying, no, I can't have any more mugs, I can't fit any more mugs in my kitchen. I was like, buy one more, Skrill, buy one more!
Crass sent a super chat. Watch the Wacky Deli too, you guys. He's also good.
Wacky Deli. That sounds like that skit from Rocco's Modern Life.
Jezeel sent a super chat. Rules for thee but not for me, uwu.
That's just, hey, you summarized the entire video. We didn't even need to watch it. Where were you earlier? You could have just done that. AI summary.
Parchment sent a super chat. Home from work tax.
Yes, give me your hard-earned money while I sit here laughing at this ridiculous person. This is the social contract we have.
One, I have been much more charitable to the bronies because, again, most of my in-person experiences...
You're right, Tariq needs to talk about sheep in the big city. Where is he on that?
...have been great and favorable, and people are supportive and nice and great. There was even one guy who came to the KP booth at BronyCon when I wasn't there and collectively gave the team $100 out of support. You go, that guy. I don't think many people...
You go, guy! Paying my team I refuse to pay! Oh god, that took me out. That took me out again. Let's hear that one more time. Let's hear that one more time.
And collectively gave the team $100 out of the booth at BronyCon when I wasn't there, and collectively gave the team $100 out of support. You go, that guy.
That guy made sure I wasn't there first, so he could specifically give my unpaid team $100. Why am I supposed to be on your side here?
Solar sent a super chat. Wish we got has-been hatesome. This is getting painful.
You guys voted for this, alright? Yeah, you can't blame me.
I don't think many people realize this, but being a YouTuber can have a big weight on your mental health. I still have problems dealing with this.
Yeah, being a YouTuber, it's like being a streamer is so hard, guys. It's way more soul training than a 9-to-5 job in retail. KP, as jobless as Hassan has ever been, would know, for real.
I've been hospitalized.
She has never had to work a real job in her entire life, and you can tell just by the way she treats her free workers and treats con staff and just treats everyone around her. She has never worked a day in her fucking life.
2017. I'm not talking about this because I want you to feel sorry for me, but because I want to paint a picture of this reality. You can't.
Yeah, you definitely want sympathy and validation.
I might be a psychopath and just ignore responsibility to do your part to clear.
You're definitely a psychopath, haha.
Anonymous does not equal unaccountable. Stop being a dick. Clean up your mess. Just because you're on the internet doesn't mean it doesn't count. And I've said this before, but...
Somebody please send that message to KP herself in regards to the Saber Sparks thing.
Fucking communicate. When doing anything on the internet, and hopefully COVID has enforced this, but this could have been avoided and many people could have avoided getting hurt if this didn't turn into a bunch of teenage girls gossiping like it's fucking high school.
It didn't have to turn into anything. You could have ignored the anonymous Twitter account criticizing you. And within a year, it probably would have gone away because he had better things to do with his life. And then he got hired by Spindlehorse, which you tried to sabotage. We'll get into that in a minute, too.
Helps ensure your friendships are genuine if you can have your boundaries respected, understand intentions, and help.
I don't think you've ever had a genuine friendship.
Isn't there an honest horse girl or something? I did a more in-depth video about this before. Link in the description. Go get it if you want to. And that's the thing. I'm not going to let other people define me
Steven's just doing
anymore.
a concern in every fucking panel of this comic for me.
Harmless to illegal. Frankly,
poor boy. I make him a background character in his own series.
Power, dehumanization of a target to bond with other people.
I'm not even listening anymore.
Basically, when a group of people bullies someone else, they do it not because of the victim, but to bond with the other people bullying the other people and to give validation. which says a lot about why they need that validation in the first place.
Why do you need validation with this
guy
fucking hour-long goddamn video?
The fandom should have reacted. You know, friendship and magic and stuff. So I'll let him talk about that.
As bronies, we did adopt love and tolerance, and, you know, I think...
Isn't this the person who you were mad at Saberspark for commenting on his video earlier? Spindle Horse is the production company that makes Has-Been. It's Vivziepop's production house. But he worked on the stuff before Amazon. But yeah, isn't this the person you were bitching about Saberspark commenting on and saying their editing and their voice is good? So why are they here at the end? What?
I think it's been lost. I think that we no longer love and tolerate. I think the bullies won. The bullies who hated this fandom and dragged it down and dragged its name through the mud. People got so sick of putting...
Guys, it's a horse cartoon. It is not that deep. It is not that serious. Holy shit.
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Me on my soapbox with a sign that said vote for Cart the Narc everybody.
Yeah, I don't know when that option will get picked, Adrian, but I do want to talk about Cart Narcs. I think it would be an interesting topic of discussion.
Putting up with the hate from the bullies, that they gave up on their values, they gave up on love and tolerance, they gave up on forgiveness, they gave up on all the things that made this community so positive and so great.
I'm tired of people judging me based on
your community based around liking the same fucking horse cartoon. Like, fucking get a life.
I'm tired of this misinformation not only hurting me, but people it's apparently trying to help. I'm tired of people also implying that these same team members are stupid for working for free, despite knowing nothing about them.
They are.
I'm tired of people preferring their anonymity, even when they contributed to a
but
very
you're
bad
worse
thing
for
because
exploiting
they are
them for
afraid how it will
free.
affect how people view them, even though it affects the victims and their families every single day. I'm tired of villainization for the sake of other people's self-esteem. I'm tired of people saying
which is
they're
exactly
allies
what
to
you're
abuse
doing right
victims,
now.
even though they try to dictate how abuse victims tell their stories. I'm tired of people downplaying
Not
serious
an abuse
issues
victim,
and calling
for
it
fuck's
drama.
sake.
I think in general we shouldn't use the term.
Because remember, this whole time she has been comparing this kid who did free work for her, making an anonymous Twitter account bitching about her. She's comparing that to, like, Bill Cosby's victims in this video. Which just tells me you have never had a real problem in your entire life.
Canceled to undermine general serious problems that are going on with our society. I feel like everything these days is getting canceled, but what's really going on? Are people really in the bad, or are we just quickly reacting? I wasn't actually canceled.
You are a
lot of
bad
people that I
person and you
trusted
proved it
started
with this
leaking stuff
video.
and starting to run this narrative that I was a mean person to get attention.
You are.
And then everyone kind of ran with it. I'm hoping that this video finally puts all of that to bed, so I think we should be a little bit more delicate when throwing around this term canceled.
Oh, KP is a bitch. She's a big fat bitch. She's the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. I wish I knew all the lyrics.
When there's some serious things that might be also going on beneath the surface. And again, don't harass. Don't harass anyone mentioned. Just don't harass.
Even
generally.
though I just
It's
spent
not
this
gonna
whole
change
video
anything.
telling you these people are
Just be
evil,
careful,
don't harass them,
spread the
guys,
word,
though.
And just because it's on the internet.
These people all gave me PTSD and abused me, but don't harass,
doesn't mean you can get away with it, you crazies. And that's all, folks, except it's not time for the ending gag.
What 15-year-old made that for you? Ending gag. Oh boy. What's this gonna be?
Hey, Kramer! Kramer! What? Hey, Kramer! You stupid! That felt good.
Wow, you put a Kermit version of yourself over someone else's joke with no context. Haha. Anyway, so there's this video about why she didn't watch Has-Been Hotel. She misspells Has-Been Hotel. Has-Been. Has-Been. And this is all, again, about Michael Boggs. Oh, it's only a minute long. Okay, I guess I'll watch the whole thing, but I wanted to focus on the letter. I've watched this on stream before, but it requires emphasis.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. If I had a nickel every time someone compared Glitch and Spindle Horse, I'd have 2 nickels. But it's weird it happened twice.
I mean, they're comparable in that they're
Ikiway
both
Signboard
big
sent a
indie
super
production
chat.
houses.
I posted something in general as a cleanser.
Oh boy, let's find that real quick. The real general?
JJW Mizoon sent a super chat. Imagine watching The Godfather when you could watch 2 hours a grown woman trauma dumping about that time a teenager owned her on Twitter.
Is it the Doakes meme because I'm bored? Is it the Doakes meme? Is that what that is? Alright, unless it was something else. I forget what your name in the Discord is. Everybody has different names, okay? It can get a little confusing. I'm gonna assume it's this. Cargo Box was written by Vivziepop. I love that Doakes memes are back. I love it.
Okay, Deb. Don't get Deb.
I only watched the first 2 seasons of Dexter, but I did see this part. Doakes is the ultimate hater.
Fucking surprise, fucking fucker. Better have a hell of a box for being here.
I'm looking for my sister.
In a fucking cargo box?
Yeah, I'm kind of working on a theory.
You forget you work for the fucking cops? We fucking love theories. Come on, spin me a fucking story, fucking asshole.
What I do in my time is my business, Sergeant.
Yeah, me too. And I'm on my fucking time now. There's no fucking lieutenant here to save your fucking ass, so don't fucking fuck with me, Morgan.
All right, you got me. I ordered some furniture from Thailand. I was waiting for it to be delivered.
Oh, Doakes. This man is always giving 120% of everything.
Fuck my ass. Hey, what the hell's going on over here? Security, I need to get somebody down here right now. Fucking Miami Metro PD. Yeah, well, is this guy under arrest?
That's a good question.
You're fucking connected to this. I don't fucking know how, but I'm gonna fucking...
This does have YouTube poop energy. When was this made? 13 days ago? 13 days ago! That's how back Doakes is! And yes, if you guys didn't know, the surprise motherfucker is from Dexter. Where's that other guy who did this classic?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Surprise, motherfucker. All rise, motherfucker. Wrong size, motherfucker.
Oh, where's the other one where he's like, hard eyes, motherfucker? Did he do a second one? Oh, I think he did, yeah.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Supplies, motherfucker. Some fries, motherfucker. Disguise, motherfucker. Some pies, motherfucker. All rise, motherfucker. Wrong size, motherfucker.
Where's the hard eyes one, though? God damn it, that's the best one. That's the best one.
Surprise, motherfucker.
First prize, motherfucker. Hard eyes, motherfucker.
There it is.
Eyes, motherfucker. Supplies, motherfucker. Some...
Okay, I got the one I wanted. The wrong size, mother. I forgot about that one. Okay, we've had our palate cleanser. Back to KP. Actually, I will be merciful and put this, even though it's only a minute long, I will put it at 1.25.
We're not going to be talking about the Has Been Hotel series, but something that seems to have happened around it. For those who don't know, Has Been Hotel is an Amazon Prime exclusive show about building a hotel in the middle of hell to try to reform people in hell from good to bad. It's kind of like The Good Place, but with more demons.
I am here to learn about ethnics.
Actually, that's not what they were doing in The Good Place at the beginning, actually.
No, instead, I'm going to use this video to talk about something unfortunate in relation to the series and how editor Michael Boggs is still in the production team. If you don't remember Boggs...
So yes, she's bitching that a guy she used for free labor when he was 16 and called his mom because he made a Twitter account that bitched about her. She's angry that he has a real job now working for a real animation studio. And I guess he's still at Spindlehorse. I know he worked on Addict, which was like the proto-Poison music video they put out before the Prime deal. And God bless you, Michael Kovac, but you can't sing. All right.
There are multiple links in the description, but basically him, influenced by The Lost Narrator and others, made a hate campaign against me and made me develop my post-traumatic stress disorder. And even though that was 7 years ago, it's made my life hell. It still does.
7 years ago, she has PTSD from mean comments on Twitter, but she also says Chris Aficionado gave her PTSD, so which fucking was it, bitch? Which incident?
This is not a story to gain pity, but just a matter of fact. My work capabilities have been challenged, and now I have a service dog to help me complete basic tasks. And the gen race so sucks and so
complete basic tasks? Like what? That doesn't look like a fucking professional service dog. Hang on a sec. What breed is that even? Emotional support animal and service dog are not the same thing, KP.
And the gen race so sucks and so impacts me in a great way. Well, Michael Blogs edited the Addict video a while ago, and as soon as I saw that, I wrote a big, long, detailed letter to Vivziepop. The creator—
Yes, she thinks she's so important that Vivziepop herself should have answered her directly. So here's another KP email for us to read, guys, and this one is a fucking doozy. This one is a fucking— I've read this one on stream before. We're gonna do it again, because it is amazing. Alright, let me get Distractotron up. And Distractovision has now stopped capturing again. Perfect. Amazing. I was cutting off the top a little bit. You guys are just gonna have to believe me what it says. Dear Vivian Madrano, it's come to my attention that you have hired for your channel an individual by the name of Michael Bogsy to perform post-production video editing work on your recent project, Addicted. It's called Addict, so she didn't even get the title of the project right. Off to a great start. While I applaud the artistic merit of the project, I am distressed to hear this, as Michael was largely responsible for a 6-month online harassment campaign against me in 2016 through an anonymous Twitter account. Again, it was an anonymous Twitter account bitching about her and how she treats the people who work for her for free. He and 3 friends told open lies about their time working for me and encouraged others to participate in character derailment and harassment of mutual staff members of my production team, threatening of false legal action against me, and doxing both my name and address so that people could take their hate offline and into my real life, which didn't even happen. Who approached you in real life? Nobody. So, again, she has no evidence of this. She's just sending a crazy email saying, fire this guy because of these reasons that I'm not giving any evidence for. Just trust me. I'm very important. This has led to years of PTSD, hospitalization, consistent trauma therapy, and appropriate medication. And I think whatever medication you're on, I don't think it's enough, KP. I think you need more or something else. And I am still working through these issues today. The fact that he did not stop harassment, knowing the direct effects of his actions, consistently minimizes his actions, and never attempted to atone, except we saw he apologized to you twice. You just didn't accept it. For his wrongdoings to me publicly, oh yeah, and in a permeate way, I think she meant permanent, and in a permanent way to correct my good name. So she wanted him to put out a video. That's what this is about. She wanted him to publicly put out a video saying, I was wrong about KP, everything I said about her was wrong. But again, most people probably wouldn't even know about the account if you didn't, like, make this such a big kerfuffle. It shows me that he has not changed and is still a danger to those in the online community. Again, this is like a real job he has, because Spindle Horse is now a legitimate company. So, although he has not done anything recently, I would advise that you do not work with someone who is willing to distort his work experiences, to tear down people he used to work with, and destroy their reputations for his own personal satisfaction. Like, she has no reference for what any of this means, if she even saw this email. Which she probably didn't. I would also advise that you let others in your community know about his behavior so they can better judge whether he's worth taking on as an employee. So this kid, who she used for free labor when he was 16, and went as far as calling his mom, she was trying to sabotage him now that he's an adult and getting real work at real companies. I would rather handle this in the professional YouTube community. I would rather handle this in the professional YouTube community and not dredge it up online. I suppose at this point Vivziepop was still primarily a YouTuber, so this is why she thought they were on the same level, but sweetie, you're not her. You'll never be her. Just like with Lindsay Ellis, you will never be her. my own mental health, at least among them. However, I am concerned at the danger his presence poses to the online community, including your own fans and staff. And if nothing is done and people in the online realm remain ignorant of his history of inexcusable behavior, so myself and or individual members of my production staff are considering options regarding speaking out online about his behavior again. I'm sure you'll reach like a whole 100 people, sweetie. None of this is done with malicious intent. Sure. And in any statement released publicly, if I make one, I will be sure to make clear that I have nothing but respect and admiration for you. I'm sure that means a lot to her. I absolutely believe that people can change and that one mistake should not define a person's life or a person's future employment. Except here you are, trying to sabotage someone's future employment because they slighted you in the past. And then you went on to do the same thing with Aficionado Chris. Yeah. However, as Michael has shown no attempt to acknowledge his wrongdoing on a mass scale, which means she wanted him to make a YouTube video and he wouldn't, for what is black and white case of extreme online harassment. Extreme online harassment. An anonymous Twitter account that bitches about you and gets 50 hearts tops and will be lost to the ether of information within a week. If not sooner. Okay? And defamation of character. I consider him a continued danger and strongly advise against having him in your employ. I appreciate your time and hope you take appropriate action. Attached is proof of these statements and confessions in audio files, video files, and examples of his character and false statements released under him anonymously. I have also linked statements from my production staff and close friends attesting to my character and their own fears regarding Michael. I am willing to discuss this directly, she says to the woman pioneering indie animation as like a viable entertainment avenue. This is how important KP thinks she is. Thank you for your time and understanding in this matter. I hope you hear what steps will be I hope to hear what steps will be taken to resolve this issue. Same attitude she pulled with Saber Spark. And Vivziepop, I would say, is arguably even much bigger than Saber Spark. And she thinks she can just come up to people and say, what are you going to do about this? I demand a written reply. You tell me every single thing you're going to do. Best Witches, Rache. Rache. KP misspelled her own real name in her email to Vivziepop and put it in this video and never noticed. So, imagine you're Vivziepop. You get this insane email in your box, rambling about shit you have no idea about. It seems like it was written by someone who's a bit affected in the head, that has no paragraph breaks, and they misspell their own name at the end. Would you take this seriously? I don't think you would. I don't think you would. And I think, like, she was, like, trying to say, like, Bogsy makes anti-Semitic jokes and stuff, and I was like, I can just imagine, like, Brandon Rogers looking at the evidence and going, oh, hell, I say half of this shit before breakfast, you know? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's batshit fucking crazy. Like, again, where does she get this confidence? Excuse me. I have to recapture the goddamn video again, and I'm dying again.
Bylonic sent a super chat. Is the weed the medication?
It is for me, so maybe it is for her too. I'm on proper medication.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. Defamation of character. I'd bet. Sue him, KP. Go and get him. Bet you won't.
Bet she won't. I bet her parents be like, sweetie, we don't have enough money in the budget for you to sue your online enemies, and you'll probably just get countersued for all the lawyer's fees. Sweetie.
About how problematic this person is and why they generally shouldn't be on staff. I even planned this before doing the canceled video as a professional courtesy. I consider Michael an abuser, and abusers shouldn't be working in the industry, period. I don't know what kind of person Vizzy is.
Because you're definitely part of the industry.
But on Twitter a bit ago, I lost it when she was talking about abuse as someone who understood abuse. But I would hope that someone like that would make sure this dude isn't working on your staff anymore, since there's a—
How could Vivziepop talk about abuse and not know that this guy who I used for free labor when he was 16 abused me by having an anonymous Twitter account that said mean things about me?
She thinks she understands abuse and she doesn't even know about that?
A ton of evidence that he might even be a sociopath.
Projection!
I really should have pressed charges. And that's why I won't be watching Has Been Hotel. I'm not telling you what to do, viewer, but I feel like making a short about this was the best aspect to spread the word.
I'm smoking the Kim Possible pack, and it's got me goofy. Anyway, the one last thing I wanted to look at, and maybe I'll just put it in the big screen for this, because I'm probably gonna wrap up right after. Hey, I got some drawing done, though, so fuck you, Kaiser! There you go, I got drawing done just to spite Kaiser, that's why he did it, guys. He's secretly motivating me, right? He's secretly my art coach, and my program is taking way too long to save, and it's making me nervous. Anyway, let's just put up Distractotron. As I have to show you guys the time she interviewed John Delancey, and she's really obsessed with the character Discord that he voiced in My Little Pony, like, worryingly obsessed with that character, and it's like the most, it's like the most uncomfortable shit. How do you spell his name again? KP interviews John Delancey, because this is only 13 minutes long. We might speed it up, but get ready for some cringe, guys. Get ready for some, like, absolute, like, weapons grade cringe.
Think I was going to do this convention.
Okay, hang on. Should I? Well, I'll keep it in normal speed for now, but here we go. This is how we'll end today. We're making a voice actor very uncomfortable.
Thank you for actually taking the time to have me interview you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So how's the con been going for you so far?
It's a really good con.
Is it weird being at a pony convention again after such a long time? Because you haven't been at one since like
12, 14 years.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. No, it's not weird at all. Brony cons have a very different energy than the multimedia or
That's a very polite way of putting it, John.
Trek conventions.
Yeah, just look at his body language. He is so uncomfortable.
Too. So it's I find it kind of refreshing.
Like, John, blink twice if she's keeping you captive in the hotel room, John.
And exhausting.
What sparked you coming back to Brony conventions? Just you got a call? And
what is this filming?
Sure, why not? Or
did
she just like digital? No, this can't be a digital zoom because his head was cut off in the past scene. What is this filming?
Think I was going to do this convention before, but
you wish she went to the open bar before this.
Perhaps it was a sailing trip, which was a really involved expedition, quite frankly. Sometimes work gets involved where I just can't do it.
Yeah.
So it isn't as if I've purposely stayed away. It's just if they work out, and then also there's just a matter of how many of these I'm going to do.
Yeah, because they can be tiring after a while, right?
Right. You know, it's a whole weekend, and you know, there's just all sorts of scheduling issues.
I wanted to give you my compliments for the Friday night panel that you did last minute. It was really great.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sure you're getting tired of asking the same Discord questions over and over, right? And who's best?
Oh, but go ahead. Ask away.
Okay, sure. Well, here's an interesting one.
I'll be the judge of that.
This man was Q on Next Generation, but she doesn't care about that. She only cares that he voices the dragon she wants to fuck.
So, as you've been exposed to Discord's character more often, and you know, it's not just like you forget the lines or you go in there. Has your understanding of him changed? Has he grown on you more? Is he more of an entity than he was just...
Now remember, Delancey doesn't really give a shit about this character. It's a job. He was paid to voice act. He didn't even remember voicing the character the first time he did it. Like, he was just in and out of the booth, and that was it.
Well, the character, I've only done 5, from what I understand. And the last one I did was about a subject matter that I thought was really interesting, the issue of jealousy. I don't know what the next one is going to be about. Those are the things that interest me about the character. Because I don't play the character except for the couple of hours that I'm in the studio.
She's like expecting him to say, oh, it's the best role I've ever done. It's so fulfilling. He's so complex and he's such a meaningful role. Because again, he does not give as much a shit about this character he voice acts as she does.
studio, it isn't as if it stays with me.
Mm-hmm.
But I really do enjoy listening
It isn't as if it stays with me.
to people's reactions afterwards.
You haven't been on Twitter in a long time. Are you any interest in going back to that, or just like whatever?
Well,
Twitter isn't the whole world, KP, even though you think it is, because like one Twitter account bitching about you is enough to throw you into a fucking spiral for months and like questioning everyone around you. Did you leak this information? Did you talk to Bogsy? I'm gonna make a video on this. This didn't have to come to this, but you guys forced me.
Supposed to say that what is it? Twitter.
JDL appearances.
Okay, JDL appearances.
He doesn't even remember his own
The
Twitter.
notion of just getting on and spending part of my day chit-chatting in whatever it is, 100 words or less. Is it 100 characters
something
or
like
less?
that.
Or something like that. Is not really appealing to me.
Mm-hmm.
I did it for the short period of time during which we were producing the documentary. And, maybe in the future, I have a job coming up which might require it. But just as a manner of speaking, I'd rather be staring out the window than talking to somebody I don't know about something I'm not interested in talking
You don't have to respond to everyone who tweets at you, right?
Well,
I mean, you're doing that right now. You're talking to somebody you don't know about something you don't care about.
or no one, actually.
So you're really into classical music, and your
Why
dad
did you
was
agree
with
to
the
this?
orchestra.
Yes.
Did you get interested in because of him, or was it just something that grew on your own right?
You haven't been on Twitter much, John. Well, you see, I touch grass on the regular.
Well, I lived in a family which was heavily immersed in classical music. So
He knows
I
how to
ended up,
answer these.
by the time I was left home, I had gone to hundreds of concerts.
Mm-hmm.
So in that respect, it was a matter of upbringing. But I also enjoy.
Okay. I am going to speed up the rest because
classical music. So
the popping is also
So it just stuck
bothering
with
me.
It did.
Cool. And then same
speed it
thing,
up.
but with sailing.
Well, I started sailing when I was really young. I started sailing when I was 10 years old.
You got him old man rambling, KP. Oh my god.
And they ended up. I ended up
Just watching
doing
his
a fair amount of
facial
sailing.
expressions and
and
body
I've
language
always
is great,
maintained that. I've always.
So is it therapeutic for you, or is it just you like the adventure aspect, or?
Well, it's many things.
She's not going to ask him about his past roles because she doesn't give a shit about any of his past roles except for Discord. And she's just going to ask him personal questions because, oh my god, he's the guy who voices the evil dragon man I want to fuck. Oh my god.
It's fun. It's it gets you out of your head. I mean, it gets me out of my head.
And Q is like, how did I get myself in this dimension and how do I get myself out?
It's a little dangerous. It can be very dangerous, actually. I don't know. There are lots of things about it that I like.
There were rumors that you'd gone to.
Do you think she knows about anything else he's done? Do you think she actually does? I don't think she does.
See fight the pirates. Is that true?
Fight the pirates?
Fighting pirates.
Yes, I fought many a pirate out at sea. I was able
She
to
tried
take
to
over
play
a couple of
footsie with
ships
him? What is happening?
But I don't really want to talk about that.
Oh, okay. You should have seen the other guy kind of thing, right?
That's right.
So you've been doing a lot of projects lately, like with Mr. Wolf. I know you always do kind of theater things, but what attracts you to those kind of things specifically?
My life is as of an actor. So I do voiceovers sometimes,
Mhm.
and I do plays sometimes, and television/movies sometimes. I write.
I don't give a shit about Discord as a character. I didn't really watch that far. I'm pretty sure I saw some of his episodes, but I didn't really care. I didn't really fucking care. You like when I put things into perspective? Well, you can't be talking about my comic because I'm very bad at perspective.
I stay firmly involved in what would be considered the arts. There would be nothing worse than having to go every day to play Discord. Just like I wouldn't want to go every night to have to perform.
Look at the stone cold look on her face when he's like, I wouldn't want to. He's like, it would be hell to play Discord all the time. And she's looking at him like, what? How could you?
In a play. That's just sort of road work.
Yeah.
So for me, it's the variety.
It keeps you on your feet.
Learn a lesson from this, guys. Never assume the voice actor gives as much of a shit about the character they voice as you do. Don't do that to yourself. You will look like a fucking weirdo.
Are you still proud of the documentary and you think it still had a great impact on everyone? I know.
Always just remember that for actors, it's a job. It is a job. Some actors really enjoy their roles. A lot of the has-been people really enjoy their roles. It's true. But for the most part, you have to remember it's a job.
You've talked before about, bringing people over to dinner and having them change their mind.
KP never wears lipstick that matches her complexion, and she always uses, way too cakey foundation. She would look better if she would stop doing the makeup of, a woman in her 50s in, 1985.
As far as how they view the subject and things like that. But I was just going to ask you how your overall experience. You seem pretty positive about it, so.
Yes, I am. I think that it took it out of the shadows. It gave bronies an opportunity to identify who they were before others who were less favorable and who were actually
yeah, exactly. John Delancey, in the end, is just a guy. He's done a lot of work. He's been in a lot of very well-known, famous things, but he's just a guy. Just a guy like any other guy.
Mean-spirited identified who they were. And that's probably the main reason for the documentary. That was the reason that I decided I wanted to do it. Let these people get an opportunity to say who they are before we have clowns on Fox News identify them. And that's what we did. Could it go further?
She has no idea what he's saying. I don't think he even has any idea what he's saying. Is he drunk right now?
I guess so. I mean, I don't know, frankly, how much further it needed to go. And we filmed everything that we saw.
So awkward.
And because we were so generously funded, we went to Israel and Germany and what have you, and we were able to show that it had a worldwide appeal. So in that respect,
I think he's talking about a stage show he was
quite
in.
well.
How about Nick's input in the documentary, since he was the brony person on staff?
Oh, the brony documentary.
Well, I mean, Nick's input was invaluable, and we didn't know it at the time. Mike knew that he had to start staffing up. Mike was the real producer of it. I was involved quite a bit. We needed to find
I
something.
didn't know he was involved with the
Nick.
brony documentary, actually.
I just said to Nick, well, if you do a good job and are, on time and work hard, it's the regular stuff, this will be more than just a couple of days. This will be maybe even 6 weeks. As you said, it lasted, in a way, it's trailed off now for close to, what would you say, 2 years, 3 years?
Actually 3 years.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. So in any case, his perspective into what we were looking at was invaluable.
How is it like interacting with the community, not only just the subjects of the documentary, but the community people like Team Soon and things like that? Or I'm not sure, you probably didn't have as much of a hands-on experience with that, but.
Well, I mean, those people I interacted with, very minorly with. I mean, very, very briefly with hello, and, this is what we're doing.
No, it's hotel room lighting is what it is.
And, make sure that you're, whatever. The interface for me, which makes these conventions enjoyable, is that it does provide kind of a nexus point. So we do get to talk again about, the documentary, or we get to talk about, what the culture means.
Okay, so I'm sure are you confused about the video, and do you even know what I'm referring to? And
no.
Okay, so a little while ago, maybe about 2 years ago, I saw the documentary. It really kind of inspired me to join the fandom, and I wanted to have.
She joined the brony fandom after seeing the brony documentary? That made her join the fandom? So she wasn't just into the show from the beginning? The brony documentary that came out years ago. So she wasn't even organically into the show? She just saw the documentary and said, I want to be part of that fandom? I'm pretty sure that's what she just said. I might be taking my medicine right now, so let me backtrack a little bit.
I saw the documentary. It really kind of inspired me to join the fandom.
She saw the brony documentary, and that inspired her to join the fandom. Yeah, either she's trying to kiss up to him, or she's telling the truth, and she wasn't organically into the show and just making videos that have a passion for the show. So it was always a cynical venture for her. Huh.
And I wanted to have a way to give something back to you. So I got this huge team. There was like 30 people on this video, and we did like a continuation of the animated segment from Let's Go Meet the Bronies, where we expanded it to.
So she's having to explain to him, oh, I did this fan video based on your documentary. He's like, are you confused? Have you heard about the video? And he's like, do you know what I'm talking about? And he's like, no. He probably never fucking saw it. He looks like he doesn't know what you're talking about right now. He's like having trouble following what the fuck you're saying.
I have community figures in it, and I like sing a song and do things like that. And then we, as the crew, kind of thanked you at the end. And it took like about 9 or 10.
He's like, I did this whole tribute to you. What do you mean you didn't see it?
Months to produce. And
why are they using these kinds of microphones too? Just
video did really well. It has over 500,000 views right now. And
wow, 500,000 views. You made it to the big leagues, KP.
But yeah, the issue was you hadn't seen it yet. And we figured it would, after it was launched, then it would get to you somehow because the magic of the internet and all.
Well, obviously you would have seen the tribute I made to you, John. John, why don't you return my calls, John?
All those good things.
And Twitter.
And Twitter, yes, and
right.
Twitter.
There we go.
I wasn't sure because, you know, you weren't using Twitter at the time.
He looks like he wants out of this room right now. He's like, oh my god, this bitch is gonna tie me to a bed and hobble my feet if I don't get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you weren't using Twitter.
Right.
So this went on for, it got released last June-ish, and then it went on, it's been going on, and we've been trying things and stuff. So I just decided to come and give you this video, and thank you, John Lancie, for everything you've done.
Why did she upload this? Why did she upload this, you guys? Why?
You know, I love how you not shelter, but you support it so fully, even though you're not really into the show itself. So
he's not into the show, and he says he would be hell to voice Discord all the time. You're like, oh, but you're so supportive of the show, John.
Decided too that we were going to collect these letters because the Letter Celestia project, if you remember.
John, blink twice if you need to be saved.
Similar to that. So we actually had this letters to Discord campaign. We actually got like over 200 letters.
He's not following a single word she's saying.
And I have the letters right here, and I have a few other gifts that people sent in with their letter, as well as we have a flash drive with the video on it, and then we put all the Discord episodes on it in case for your convenience.
Oh, great.
And so here's the bag. It's kind of a big bag. So
I made you a burned DVD of all the episodes you're in, and here's all your fan letters, and I made a tribute to you. God, if he wasn't drunk right now, he'd be shitting bricks, I think.
You can either take it with you now, or Nick can take it and just drop it off at your house.
He just looks like increasingly confused this entire time.
House later.
All right. And I'm anxious to look at these letters. Oh, here they are here.
Yeah, they're letters, and there's like...
Have you read them?
No, we scanned them to make sure they were appropriate, but that was about it. There's also a few drawings in there, too. There's all sorts of fun stuff. And then, if you look, there's a little package that has a sculpture of, like, Fluttershy and Discord that I thought was adorable.
Oh, well, great. Thank you. That's really sweet of you.
No problem. So...
He's not even looking at her when he says that. Oh, yeah, thanks. Great.
I don't know what that is.
When can I leave?
That in the,
It's a hoagie. It's an old hoagie. This'll be great. Hoagie. Hoagie is Philadelphia. And what is this?
That's the sculpture. If you want, you can open it.
It's ticking.
I know, can you hear the sea
So
with
you're
that?
asking me to open it?
So right in front of her, he makes a joke about it being a bomb. Dude.
All right. Well, thank you. It is.
This is
you should
so
explain that this is,
awkward.
even though this is 11:15. It's been.
I don't think it was actually a sandwich. It was just a package that was wrapped up in a way that made it look like a hoagie. That's the joke he was making.
A hard-going.
He's like, oh, well, so it's getting late. I want to get away from here and maybe out of this entire hotel and maybe actually leave the country right now.
It's been a hard-going. Everybody has been playing really hard at this convention, which is really sort of one of the fun things about it. But I too feel like I've been playing hard, so I'm like,
yeah, they've really had your schedule pretty full. So
yeah, I need to go now. Bye. Hopefully I never see you again.
Thank you very much.
No problem, no problem. Oh well, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
By the way.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye.
Like, she barely asked him anything. Just like, so you voiced Discord. Is he really meaningful to you? No? Oh. I also heard you like classical music and sailboats. Oh, God. Perfect face. Perfect face. I need to send that to somebody.
Bye.
Bye. But a good way to... KP, why did you... There's like an after credits scene. So you tired of me yet?
I'll tell you in 15 minutes.
Oh my god, holy fucking awkward. Holy fucking awkward. I'm just gonna send that John Delancey face to somebody with no context right now because I'm gonna wrap up soon. KP, why did you post that? Why the fuck did you post that? Oh my god. Why did you post that?
Bylonic sent a super chat. I really want to see her pilot. It'd be so funny.
Yeah, let's go to some like calming clouds. We'll put that on screen.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. John came out of that interview visibly angry and KP was crying. It was hilarious.
That's rumor, so I can't, but it'd be really funny if true.
Owen sent a super chat. She's going all Annie Wilkes on him.
That's the hobbling joke I made. Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Belrocky sent a super chat. Oh, John sounds scared.
Yeah, like as the interview goes on, he is getting visibly frightened.
Sent a super chat. I want you to know, Sai, I have a very low tolerance for this level of cringe, and am in physical pain right now, and I blame you. Frowning face emoji.
It's weird. Usually I get really bad secondhand embarrassment, but for whatever reason that just makes me laugh at how awkward it is. It's almost filmed like a satire. Like, how do you do that? Okay, I think that's enough. I've been out all day before stream, and we've been going for a while now. Yeah, I think nothing can top that. I have to say it's a rumor because I can't verify it right now. So, anyway, yes, so that's what you guys voted for. You voted for this. Hopefully she won't copyright strike me. Everything I watched is in public. I'm just being mean about it. I'm not as mean as Malcolm, though, so I have that going for me, I suppose. Anyway, so yeah, I'm probably gonna continue playing Control Friday, because I do have some other stuff to do tomorrow, too. So I will probably continue playing Control on Friday. I'm gonna try to beat the main campaign on the 3rd stream, and then go to the Alan Wake DLC. We'll see. I'm so blind to that game, I don't know what I'm doing, and then I'll be doing Alan Wake 2. So next week, Lily's probably gonna drop her Knights of Guinevere video, so you know what the fuck we're doing for Wednesday. And when, hell of a boss, right? When Has Been Hotel Season 2 starts, I'll be doing episode discussions of that as well. So, I think the first episode premieres on a Wednesday, so I'll do the episode discussion stream the next day. But as those episodes come out, we'll do discussion streams just like we were doing for Knights of Guinevere, because I think that's a good pivot for my content. I do like talking to chat about things. So, oh, you'll actually have that day off, Miss Jasmine? Awesome. Just for you. So Friday I'm gonna be playing more Control. That's the game between Alan Wake 1 and 2. And also a good standalone game on its own, and also the best non-SCP game ever. It's been pretty interesting so far. So, yes. Anyway, with that said, all that said and done, I'm getting the fuck out of here just like John Delancey wanted to the entire time he was talking to KP. I'll catch you next time, guys. And thank you so much again for all of your super chats. It really helps me out and helps me do this as a job. So I will see you guys again next time.